I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate's immortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate's immortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail.
little bit more of a sleeker and more intense opening for you guys as things are about to get real for our bi-weekly Final 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster, Davier, alongside my main man, a person who I've been rocking with since day one of this game, RuneKeeper TV. Rune, how you feeling? Finals is here.
I'm excited, baby. It's been a good week in NARAKA. You know, we got into the beginning of the season. We had some surprise characters coming in, popping off. You know, Spider been in a little bit of a slump in that week one, didn't do what we expect Spider to do. This week, it's all changed up, baby. Arano, who had those huge pop-offs on day one in our first week, didn't do so well in week two, didn't continue to do so well the rest of the week. Speaking of which, we're going to jump over and talk about Twitch drops real quick, which are doing absolutely fire right now. As you take a look at those special drops, you got a chance this week at the Range of Hills avatar here. You got to watch at least 60 minutes here during this final or the final tomorrow. Make sure you've got your Twitch accounts linked. But back to talking about the players this week, we're going to be talking about EWG's Arano again. Again, he had a little bit of a rough week last week, but he had an explosive start. All of the work he's been putting in during the offseason really showing off. This week, he's in second place coming to the bi-weekly final. No struggles whatsoever this week. Absolutely popping off every single day. WBG Spider, who struggled all last season, the beginning of this season, back in form this week. He's on the very tippity top. He has been there with the consistency. It's a return to form for Spider. And then also, you got to take a look at OUG's Mike, the man who has been on top, the myth, the legend, every single week, back to back to back, in ninth place today, meaning he's having to play from behind. And if you guys have not been here when Mike's having to play from behind in the finals, it is wild. He does his best work when he's behind everybody else and he's got to claw his way to the top. Things are going to get intense today, Dobby.
So you spoke a little bit about, you know, that week one that wasn't necessarily the greatest for Spider. And I was going to bring up the fact that Mike in week two didn't necessarily have the greatest performance either. I think there was a lot of moments where either he was kind of holding back or letting kind of other players shine realistically and not really focusing too much on the priority. Obviously, he was super high up in the leaderboard, at least to where he knew he wasn't going to get knocked off and he didn't really have much problem. So he really was kind of just, I'm not going to say lollygagging, but definitely was moments where he kind of just was like, you know, whatever happens, happens. We'll just see what happens. It's okay. This doesn't affect my performance for finals. You know, and right now is really going to be that really important moment for Mike to see, you know, like you said, he's down in ninth place. He's put himself in a very far board. Like I said, when we first started this, before the week two ended, before finals, he was in either first or second. Now he's back all the way down in ninth place just to see how hungry these players are for that top spot, especially going towards finals here. A lot of people have a lot of expectations, and seeing where Spider and Mike is on the leaderboard is a little surprising here. I don't know. I don't have doubts with Mike, but I feel like I have more confidence in some of these other players who really have decided to show up and show out.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Again, this is what I was talking about. Mike, when he has to play from behind the gun, so to speak, right? He's one of those players that really shows up. He's also one of those players that typically saves a lot for those bi-weekly finals. And like you said, he thrives when he's behind the gun. He is behind the gun today. He's in the finals. I expect to see a big showing from OUG's Mike today. I mean, WBG Spider back in top form. Spider does his best when he's ahead. He's a player when he's having a good week. He's having a good day. He has good games. So I expect to see a lot out of Spider. Again, Arano, this offseason, man, he put his nose to the grindstone. He was out there training every single day, and it showed immediately with his first day back. Absolutely explosive. This week, he's been explosive every single game, every single day. I expect to see a lot out of him. We've got to talk about X1's Wu Fang as well. This is another player who came in, brand new player to the scene. His first day was extremely explosive this season, and he continues to do extremely well. He's in that top 6 right now. Very easily, he could see himself climbing to the top, and he's gunning. He's been gunning to go ahead and pick up a final. So it's going to be really interesting. It's not kind of like we saw last season where it was this back and forth between Spider and Mike every single bi-weekly final. Right. We're starting to see some of these other names who are really hungry to come in and make a name for themselves, climb and claw and clutch their way to the top right now, and that makes things interesting. And again, You got Spider in first, which is where he does his best. You've got Mike sitting behind the gun, which is where he tends to perform the best when he's under pressure. And then you have these two new players absolutely gunning for it. And then on top of that, you have the rest of the pack who really has something to prove as well, who are tired of just seeing these same two names always at the top of the leaderboard coming in, and they've been hungry. They've been showing up every single bi-weekly. Today promises to be some of the most intense NARAKA we've had in a long time, Dobby.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially with some of the players, especially down at the bottom here, that in reality, certain players we might not necessarily expect to be down there, like T225, Frostivus, in that lower section. Definitely play, especially at the very, very, very bottom, that just survived enough to make it in. TE Star, another player that I feel like, you know, he's had his surprises here and there, but nothing of consistency, at least not yet. But I feel like there might be something that maybe we're not seeing, that maybe he knows, and we might be able to see something else. But I do have one last question before we really start to get into like these first sets of games here. Your thoughts on Predoria?
Predoria is a phenomenal map, right?
I love. Okay.
Look, we had a long time where a lot of people were like, yo, where's Predoria? It's supposed to be here this year. And the devs were like, hey, look, we're not happy with the state of the map. We're going to put it back in the oven. We're going to let it cook for a little while. We're going to get it to you next year. The wait was worth it. I'm going to tell you right now. All
like
of the things that they
pecan pie.
look, all of the things that they learned from Morris Isle, all of the things that they learned from Hollowroth, they really took all of that to heart and came in and locked things down. But we're going to take a look here at the standings overall right now. Unfortunately, you've got S1's Paced all the way at the bottom. GG Shaw, OUG's Mike. Sorry, he's not ninth. He's in 10th place. I misspoke. He's actually a little lower on the leaderboard right now. He's got a lot of climbing to do. And then you take a look at WBG Spider. He's coming in with 8. Arana with 7. KLA's T225 with 7. 3 really talented players all the way at the top of the leaderboard, and they've got a massive lead. They've got like a whole game lead over OUG's Mike a piece. So these guys sitting really pretty in terms of where Mike is. Mike's got a lot of climbing to do. Wu Fang, though, here, X1, another one of those players is talking about you got to keep your eyes on right now. Really explosive start to his first season here, doing really well. He's down there. He's only at 5.7. He doesn't have that many points to make up going into today. So today is just going to be so filled with action. I'm very interested to see how Spider does in game number 1. I think that's going to be really important for him today and setting his momentum throughout the day. This is something we talk about with Spider all the time. He is very much a momentum-based player. He's very much a mental player. If he lets something get to his mental, you can see him start to crumble a little bit. The cracks start to come through just a little bit. But if he has a good explosive game number 1, Spider turns it up to 12, man. He just absolutely brings it. He remembers that, oh, hey, that's right. I am one of, if not the best player in the league, and I'm going to bring that energy to every single game today. As we take a look, that's right. We have got potentially 8 games coming at you. Going to be starting with Predoria into Hollowroth, into Morris Isle, and then we're repeating that cycle throughout the rest of the day. As you take a look here, this is how it works, ladies and gentlemen. Once you reach 30 points, you have reached that qualifying threshold. If you are able to secure an MVP, meaning you put up the most points out of anyone in the match after you reach that 30-point threshold, the games will automatically end. It does not matter if we're on game 3, game 4, or if we are on game number 8. That will be the end of the series, and that person will be walking away the champion for our solos bi-weekly 2. Now, that said, if for some reason nobody is able to clutch up an MVP post reaching that 30-point threshold, we will go all the way to game 8, and at the end of game 8, scores will be calculated and the player with the highest score will be walking away your champion for this bi-weekly.
It's going to be pretty strong, though, for some of these players, especially, you know, down lower at the bottom here. Like I said, Verse at the very cuff of making it with the points section. But obviously, like I said before, when it comes to solos, if one person has a really pop-off game, you shoot from being at the bottom of the leaderboard to at least halfway or close to the top, depending on, you know, how well you really perform. And like you said before, especially with Spider, that first game is going to be really important. But I feel like it's also going to be important for a lot of these other players. I feel as though Spider has adapted to the mentality of, you know, if he has that bad game, it's okay. We're going to be able to pick it back up and get better. I feel like I've watched him improve with that mentality of it. So that way it's not just absolutely just drowning him you know, throughout these games. And sometimes, you know, and like I said, it's not necessarily consistent, but I have noticed where he doesn't necessarily have those good games, but he doesn't let that define the entirety of the session here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. I think that's one of the things that he's working towards that we've seen him improve on. As we look at the average kills, 2.7 from T225 here, he's had some really surprising moments as a player, especially with moments coming in between him and Mike, and some of these younger guys, you know, some of these newer people. X1, who's been here before, Wolfang, sorry. X1's Wolfang, surprising as well with that 2.1. He's still down a little bit at the bottom, but he's got a lot of work to do here towards that. I think for this first game here, we've always talked about how explosions are very, very important. You know, really gunning it, going super strong. Sometimes maybe they do get a little bit more hesitant, but a lot of times everybody's gunning for those first drops, especially in the caves. They're looking to get their first picks. And, you know, coming in from the book of GG Shaw, you know, he's well versed in his stature in terms of how he's able to tell you how to get it done. And for GG Shaw, he still has a lot of work to do for himself here, but I feel like he's got some momentum happening for a lot of these places here. But can I tell you, I'm in love with Pretoria. I feel like it is a nighttime resort of fireworks and good food. At least that's what it feels like. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Twilight's where all the sweet stuff is. I feel like Imperium's where all the big feast food is. I feel like Sky Glaze is where all the, you know, maybe the more rougher food, you know, it's where you get the cheap stuff, but it's real good. It's the moms and pops special. I feel like Arcadia is where all the prime time, you know, that's where you wine and dine. That's date night. That's where you go for date night. You know, Athens' Peace, you know, it's high. You know, it's high over there. You know, type of scenario. But when I tell you, I can't wait. I need to see somebody surf the Mercury River. I have yet to see it. That's the one thing that I need to see here. As you see the three-man cam coming in here, we're going to get the first sets for your first round selections here. And it looks like Pace and Shaw is going to start off our first rounds here, leading to Yuan and Mike in the second round selection. Honestly, another player we need to talk about, Yuan. Man, that guy, we've been paying attention to him, and I have been so happy that we have been paying attention to him, because I have him in my binoculars.
Look, he's a really strong player coming in. He's done exceptionally well, and that's the thing is, this season I feel like the skill level has been absolutely turned up to 11. As we take a look here, we're gonna see our first round picks. No surprises to see both Liam and Kai Lin being locked in and banned out during our first stages of hero picks here. Coming into the third round, we're gonna see that Hottie come through, and again, not really seeing any major surprises in terms of these hero selections here for our first game of the night. But again, this first game really important. So sometimes you just got to stick to your guns. You got to play what you're comfortable with. Take those picks. You can't really afford to take a risk here, especially given the position that a lot of these players are in. We see double Mataria coming in every single round. We're seeing a ban actually come through. We might see 5 bans this time around. We're see the Temi being locked in by T225 over here. One of my favorite picks here. Always good. I think no matter what the meta is. Also, Akko's going to be coming in a little bit less favorite of a hero, but still very strong. The V2 just very readable right now, but if you're able to land it, it is an absolute game changer. EWG's Arano here going to be locking in Justina. This is a hero we saw him absolutely rock it out and pick up a huge MVP on his first week. And WBG Spider looking to follow suit here. He was hovering the Temi. Now he's on the Akos. We're going to see what he locks in. It looks like it's going to be the Akos. Spider going to be locking in that Akos pick, and EWG's Arano on the Justina. I'm excited to see where game number 1 goes, because this is going to set the tempo for the entire night, Dobby.
A lot of different things that we'll really expect here, but it's going to be fun here. And fun begins. Game starts now. Everybody get into that menu, start putting in the level of difficulty, and get ready for level number 1 as we're about to lock in for our solo bi-weekly's final 2. Somebody's walking away with a nice little stamp on their name for their solos to put for the rest of the weeks and be like, hey, listen, you see my name? Click, knock on the board. That's me right there. Just to let y'all know I'm nice with it. Because we're going to lock in. Let's check out these hero picks.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to take a look. No big surprises across the board here. Liam on the F1V2. Akko's going to be on that F2V2.
Have you noticed something?
What's that, Dobby?
I'm seeing a lot of 2s. Think about it. A lot of 2s. No. Think what I'm saying. Two choices of from 2 different players. So we got 201 character, we got 201 character, we got 201 character. And I've been starting to see this pattern a lot. I don't know why. Recently, we've seen them to where it's like a little bit more scattered. Everybody has a lot of different picks. But recently, I've been seeing a lot of 2s. So is this more of the ideal of maybe, you know, great minds think alike? Or maybe it's just, hey, you're kind of copying me. I'm gonna need you to relax a little bit because now you're jacking my style and I don't like it. I don't appreciate you trying to keep the same energy as me with some of these lock-ins here. But before we get into that answer though, let's look at Predoria. We're about to lock this in here. We have a nice, decent spread here from the map. Not a lot of close-knit players really trying to fight for a lot of loot here. As it looks like we're going to see TE landing. This looks like that's going to be in Twilight Pass at the Honored Temple. Meanwhile, it looks like we have Spider and 2 other players. Got JL going to be near. It looks like that's going to be near Statue Workshop or Imperial Camp. Meanwhile, we've got some other players headed towards Cinderfell as well, closer towards the Mercury River, and at least where those mountaintops are here. So clearly there's definitely going to be some cave dwelling in some of these areas here, as we do see Sunrise Altar and Statue definitely being 2 other places that some of these areas are going to be, but nobody in Imperium, nobody in Azizus, nobody in Arcadia, nobody near Skyglaze. Definitely a lot of bigger places that I feel like could definitely be some great loot here, but it looks like they're ready to gun it. They're running and gunning it. They want to fight.
Yeah, off to a start here with WBG Spider, though. He's a little on the rough side. There we go. He's going to find some armor for himself with a dual Hallies here as he goes ahead and starts to loot up Verse and Ace nearby here for JL, and Spider just keeping things moving. Nobody taking the early fight here as we pop over to OUG's mic, and things are going to be starting off here. Him and Fong in the zone already, trading blows quite interestingly enough. There we go. We're going to see Mike coming in with the nunchucks. Going to find the opening into the uppercut combo here. Going to go for the charged R&B. Will land it, but Fong going to return the favor there with those fist blades. Those fist blades, of course, being the extremely favored weapon here in solos right now. Fong trying to get back into the zone. Mike needs to follow it up. He's still got plenty of armor, but not a lot of health. He's going to take the opportunity to go ahead and pop the pot here. He's going to have a huge advantage. Fong, though, we're going to see the poison trap gets flashed here. Mike going to be forced to back off and pop yet another pot here. Both of them low on resources. Fong with no healing pots here needs to move away. He can't possibly take this fight into Mike at such a huge advantage as we move over to Fun Plus Phoenix's verse. Absolutely going ham on WVG Spider here with these fist blades as he gets a full downhill combo onto Spider there. Now with the weapon swap there into the musket, doing a ton of damage. Spider trying to break away on Akkas here. Verse going to catch him out yet again. Goes for the F. Verse going to step away from it. Spider finds the armor swap into the white armor, just trying to break away, but Verse not going to give him much opportunity to. The re-grapple onto Spider is going to stop him in his tracks. There we go. The scale rush there coming in absolutely huge with the re-juggle, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Fun Plus Phoenix picks up his first elimination onto WBG Spider.
Yo, Verse getting really aggressive there on the Spider, never really giving him that opportunity to really get away as he slowly closes in and really collects on all of those combos here, creating for a successful finish here. As we're going to look at Wolfgang trying to get some action here. Nice dodging coming through here as he's going to get the double. Oh, gets so close to getting that finish here, but sadly wasn't able to here, as he's going to try to see if he can get some pistol shots here to maybe connect onto him here. But GG Shaw getting closer and closer, is able to pop at least a little bit of a heal here, and it looks like it's nunchucks on both sides here. Wolfgang, beautiful hit towards that to get a really beautiful finish here, and both of them just holding strongly here. Both of them hitting the slow motion here as he's going to teleport straight towards him. Oh, beautiful parry, gets the block. The pistol is able to get the finish here. But it's not over yet as Verse decides he wants to get in on some action here. These combos are absolutely insane coming in from Verse here. Verse not letting him Wufong breathe at all here as he waits for the combo to really push in here. And it looks like, oh, he's going to get caught on the statue here, sadly. He waits for the strike rush. Almost is able to connect onto it. Gets the finish. Verse catches 2. Verse is feeling it. I don't know exactly what's going on, but there definitely was some conversations happening before this man started here. And there's definitely some confidence coming through as we look back into the cave here at the bottom section here from where we were talking about earlier here at Ascension's Forum. Meanwhile, Yuan finding this out with T225 currently within the chase here. T2 trying to see if he can get something nice scale rush here to be able to catch a quick stun and is able to at least get out of harm's way here for a split second. Meanwhile, does get chased by 2 different players. Is able to pop a little bit of a shield here for his purple. Ends up getting parried, not looking good as he does end up getting grappled. He's going to move and maneuver as fast as possible to get away here. Really good movement coming in from T225, never really giving them too much of a moment here as he pops in from the air bubble. Is able to get at least a little bit of some air here. And oh, He catches Yuan mid-air and is able to get away in such a decent amount of time here. But Yuan still on that pursuit. He's still closing in the gap little by little here. Each time they grapple, it gets him just a little bit closer, and T225 is just trying to get a little bit further away, knowing that Arano is right there for the third party. He wants to try to see if maybe he can get a quick finish off of this as well here, as he tries to see if he can connect for a bow, but sadly misses out on it. It looks like he's going to try to see if he can close in this gap little by little here. But T225, just has a little bit more, but he ends up grappling a little too late here. But he still is able to successfully get away. Yuan trying so hard. It looks like eventually he's going to have to not, get him, obviously. I mean, they're just going to keep going at this point.
We're going to pop on over now to S1's Paste here, trying to come in on the Liam onto DRG's Fong here in that ultimate there on the Akos, just trying to slip away, trying to use all the movement. Paste, though, not going to let it go. He's coming in. There we go with the ult into the jungle there, off of the ult immediately. Now Fong in a bad spot here with the zone ticking down onto him. Yet again, with the ult, he's going to pop back in, able to come back in on the ult. The V2 going to connect here. The heal going to do absolute wonders here for Fong, but Fong forced to break away as that anti-heal coming from the zone going to start ticking very soon. Paste is going to trade pot for pot here if he can. He's not going to be able to get it off in time. Fong using the movement from the ult to come back in. Will catch the V2 again, and this is going to put Paste way behind as Fong gets yet another heal there from the Akko, so he's able to connect onto both. Paste in the back foot here. Those gold focuses coming in from the leaf, putting in work for Fong. Paste needs to find a way in. It doesn't look like he's going to. Fong trying to keep it together, but Paste, there it is, ladies and gentlemen, will go down to the zone ticket. DRG's Fong going to pick up his first elimination here in game number 1 as we cut back over to OUG's Mike, taking a peaceful little nap here in a coffin, just chilling it out right now.
Hey, Mike, you got a game, right? You know we're playing a game, right?
He's sitting right here. He's waiting for that Yang to come through. He wants to be number 1. He's gonna get that Yang ticket for himself. And he says, look, nobody else is here. I'm gonna keep it peaceful. I'm gonna take me a little nap. We gonna be Gucci when we go in and take this Realm of Yang fight. Whereas you look at this other Realm of Yang, and it's absolutely popping off over here as everybody's trying to fight over the ticket there. We're gonna cut here to WBG Spider with the bounty on his head. He desperately wants to take this Realm of Yang so he can get that bounty timer to tick down even further. JL's Ace here just taking some bow shots, still holding on to that ticket, but Spider decides it's better to just go ahead and move away. Too many players here, too many people just looking to gun for that. So Spider's going to take the time to come loot up, find some resources that he needs as we move over to ASE Jean Yuan. Also sitting uncontended here on the Realm of Yang. More than happy to head on in. Fun plus Phoenix's Verse in the same situation back here where Spider was earlier. GG Shaw, WBG Spider, now fighting it out over one of these Realms of Yang. Shaw coming in there with the dual blades, getting some hits there onto Spider. Spider trying to make something work, forced to invest the F there, but still not able to find a good intro to the fight. There we go. As soon as he finds that R&B, though, we're going to see Shaw go ahead and pop that F. He's going to pop that ult as well because he knows he's got the ticket to head on in there to the Realm of Yang. He's going to get that ult back very soon. Spider realizes that's what's going to happen and just goes ahead and backs away. And we're going to head on over. It's going to be OUG's Mike versus JL's AS.
I think the one thing that I find funny about that whole situation of Mike chilling is the fact that, Mike was one of those people where, when we first started this, he was struggling to even get chose or to even pick up the thing to get into the Realm of Yang. And now it's funny to see the other side where he's able to just go, and just rest and relax like while he's waiting for it here. It just goes to show you, Mike is a little bit of a troll, and we love that, as Mike is absolutely going absolutely insane here with the amount of swings that he's doing inside of this Realm of Yang here, absolutely putting in an amazing amount of effort here. Oh, and catches him mid-air, the confidence heading straight towards him here, as he's not going to give him too much of an opportunity here. Slowly closing in the finish here towards it. Oh, Mike is dangerously low as well. He has to be just a little bit more careful here. Not looking good, as he does end up getting swiped here, as AIS is going to close in that gap little by little, but that shield is keeping him alive just a little while longer here. Meanwhile, let's see if he's able to rotate this and maybe run it back here. As I said, a little too soon. Good luck. He tried. Good GG's. Unfortunate here, as now the timer's on Mike. The timer's going to be on one of these players here. T225 is going to be able to catch him on the drawstring here. Beautiful hit towards this with the nunchucks. Pops open the ulti here. Gets him inside of the sandstorm here. Awaits for the next sets of movement here, but it looks like both of them are going to use this opportunity to go for their reshield and the reheals as well here. Go for a quick reset. They got a minute left on the clock, so they got plenty of time for them to both be able to go back for the reset. Oh, nice slam towards this as Yuan is going to keep that same aggression right towards T225. T225, beautiful movement here. Love the movement, the moves, trying to dodge every piece of hit that comes through his way. Oh, but he's going to be able to pull him in just a little bit closer with that Amazing execution coming through here as now the time strike, beautiful block, and is able to push him a little bit back here. T225 trying to see if he can close in this finish here. Maybe waiting for it here. Oh, nice hits coming through from the cannon. Waiting for the blue focus on each side here. He's able to connect on the first one. Oh, he connects on the second. Can he finish it off here towards this final circle? 28 seconds left on the clock here. All he needs is one swipe. Don't tell me Yuan is actually going to lose out. And he does. The turnaround comes through and T225 clutches it with 1 HP left.
Oh my God, that was absolutely insane. Misses the wisp, goes up, looks for the scale rush, knows that he's got to get that full combo off if he has any shot of coming out on top, and he's able to pull it off there in the end. Temmie comes out on top yet again as we look over at T225 here, able to secure himself a legendary longsword here. Going to be interesting to see how things work out from there as we go over to Mike here. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left remaining on the Yang depletion. He's got to find a way to either pick himself up a soul bloom or find an elimination very quickly. As we cut over here, Verse gonna pick himself up a bounty. Looks like that bounty is gonna go on to Spider. That looks like the second time WBG Spider is gonna be bountied in this game. Spider struggling to find his feet here in game number 1. Verse gonna go ahead and give a little bit of a chase here, decides to drop down below, look for him. There we go. We're gonna see Shaw trading blows there, as well as Spider showing up as well, taking a ton of damage here. Shaw gonna pop the ult, trying to back away, make something happen. AS from JL gonna go ahead and go airborne here on Hottie with that V2, looking to cook things up here on the GG Shaw. The cannon shots also gonna be invested from down below. Shaw just getting absolutely targeted out here. WBG Spider trying to come in as well. AS looking for one good hit here to seal the deal. There it is. AS picks up the elimination onto GG Shaw. Shaw still in the game though. He's got that Vermilion Bird's Might. Now it's gonna be JL's AS who actually takes it for that, but he does not care. He also has Vermilions. He's going to be coming back in, and he secured the elimination he needed to there. But now OUG's Mike coming in with the dual blades there. Absolutely going to start to cook. Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse going to be turned on by every player in the lobby as he goes extremely low. Finds the armor swap. He's got 1 minute and 10 seconds to find himself an elimination. Going to be forced to use the teleport just to break away there. Spider going to lock on. Fong also coming airborne here. Mike in the ult looking for anything. He's going to minute and 22 seconds left remaining on that Yang depletion. He's on Verse. He needs to make it happen here. Verse gonna go down. Mike picks up the elimination, but can he get the soul bloom? He does get the bloom, ladies and gentlemen. Mike's back in it. The problem is he's got no ult now, and the rest of the lobby looks to turn on him.
Let's see if that ends up being turned on him. Currently here in this situation, it's not looking good for Mike here as Mike absolutely gets bullied towards this. He ends up getting scoured, scattered, and finished here. But a nice kick to the face by GG Shaw here. He's able to capture that with the push as Spider is going to be able to separate himself out of this hecticness with all of this stuff going on here. And when I tell you, some of these dodges, honestly, has been really good for some of these play styles. I mean, they've really done a good job when it comes to really not getting caught up in some real bad situations. I mean, unlike some other ones, though, it's entirely different, though, which is really unfortunate. But they really have done a phenomenal job here. As Arano, I mean, is not really in the best position here as he ends up getting absolutely scoured and finished towards this section here. As now Arano is caught in a bad place. As now Pace is going to continue the chase here, but Pace has to be careful here, knowing that he's also dangerously low within this section as well. Oh, and T225 ends up stealing the elimination away as Pace is going to be able to capture the shield. Now he's going to scour away, but T225 captures a freebie.
Yeah, T225 absolutely cooking this game. 4 eliminations to his name. Unfortunately, Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse, who was at 3, absolutely having a good game, gets eliminated there in the middle of that. That Yang depletion gonna do him in. KLA's T225 here, like I said, though, 4 eliminations leading the pack. The only player even remotely close is gonna be JL's AS with 2 eliminations. T225 pops the ultimate here. ASE's Yang Yuan on the ult as well, trying to give chase here. T225 playing this out really well, just wants to avoid everything that's happening here. Goes for the wisp there. The ult going to be invested there. TE Star also giving chase to T225. They know T225's a little vulnerable here because he doesn't have the ult. Zhang Yuan, though, forced to turn things on to TE Star. Zhang Yuan with 35 seconds. He cannot be picky about what target he's on. He's already in the ultimate as well. TE Star, though, going to pop that ultimate now and start to give chase here to Zhang Yuan. I don't think there's much Zhang Yuan can do here. He does have the F available, but Star going to come in. He gets the parry, but Star comes in from behind to pick up the elimination. Oh, no. Zhang Yuan's going to be heading back to the lobby here as KLA's T225 comes in trying to lock something down. He's not going to be able to pick up the elimination, so he's just going to slip away from the fight as we cut over. S1's Pace going to be going head-to-head against S1's pace going to be going head to head here with X1 as we see Wu Fang on the purple fan. We're going to see Pace on that purple staff as they both go skywards. Pace looking for the scale rush is going to cancel when he hears the pistol shots coming down. He's just looking for a way to initiate this fight on the scale rush. Wu Fang on the bottom there. Pace will find his way in. Huge damage coming through as he gets the 1-2-3, the overhold there, waiting for the 3, catches our boy Wu Fang off guard, coming back in there with the F to keep the pressure alive. Wu Fang gonna pop in there looking to keep it going. The fan not buying him the space he was hoping for. A massive parry from Pace into the uppercut combo, into the re-grapple, into the ultimate. There's nothing Wu Fang can do there. Into the uppercut yet again. Oh my god, Pace sends him packing.
Pace really popping off here today in this first set game. I mean, goodness gracious, he really has really shown how powerful he really can be in these certain situations here. And man, is it showing forth in this game here. It's really amazing to see what he can do here towards this. A lot of work towards this. Let's see if they can put this together. See if they can run towards it. But Pace, I mean, oh my goodness, he's got the place to play. He's got a lot to do. It's going to be good to see what he can do next. Now we're going to go back towards downtime. 4 eliminations for T225. 2 eliminations tied for AIS, Shaw, and Paste. Everybody else has 1 except for Spider. Little old Spider. 0 eliminations. A little bit of a shock value. 8.5 in 3rd place, though. He has been putting in some work. Surprised, but not at the same time. See if maybe they can figure this out here. Thoughts, though, expectations on some of these playstyles. Who do you got so far?
I mean, T225's having an exceptionally good game here. It's going to be interesting to see if T225 is the first one to cross the point threshold. It's not typically a place he does very well from. We've seen time and time again, if he does actually come in and is the first to cross that threshold, he gets countered out a lot, and it seems like he doesn't really have a strategy together to deal with being targeted out of lobbies. So it'll be interesting because we haven't seen it happen all season for him. If he's worked some sort of strategy out for himself, or if he's still playing that same way where if he's in first, he's just looking to play his game and he doesn't, really have a strategy to deal with players looking to drop on his early spawn and kind of camp him out of the game, if you will. As we head over here, though, DRG's Fong coming in heavy on to Paste here. The V2 going to be landing in there for Fong as he looks to break away and take a little bit of a reset. We're going to see the arrows coming in, looking to use that scale rush to break away as we see the grapple come through. Fong doing a really good job of just breaking away here. Going to use the ult before it ends just to get a little bit of extra distance here because he knows he is vulnerable now that he doesn't have the ult. We are 8 players left remaining alive. Zone 3 currently collapsing onto Zone 4, which means we're going to see that first late game Bane's Breath getting ready to come through. So these players need to be wary about which engagements they're getting ready to take here. Speaking of engagements, though, Wu Fang going to come right in onto Spider here. Spider going to see yet again those fist blades that eliminated him early game on, but this time he's ready for it. He's coming in there on the Akasol, lands the V2, and now we're going to see a third party looking to come through. Spider breaking away, and Wu Fong wanting nothing to do with this as Fong also shows up. Spider, though, with there it is, the last V2 going to be coming through from the ultimate. Wu Fang taking a ton of damage here, looking to use those teleports to break away as he is stuck without ult as well. We're going to see Fong looking to come in and capitalize on all the work that WBG Spider put in, and Wu Fang is not running. He is here to play, ladies and gentlemen. Spider looking to come in now after taking a full reset. Wu Fang into the armor swap. Unfortunately, it is white armor. Fong on the little bit of the back foot here, looking for the scale rush, not quite able to find it as Wu Fang continues to put in work with these fist blades, showing off a masterclass in how to use them. The dash going to come through there on the side of Wu Fang. Cannon shots also ringing in, and he's just trying to keep it moving here as both of these players look to dog him down. Double cannon shots coming in onto Wu Fang. Now Wu Fang going to break underground here, looking to get away from those easy range shots, make it a little bit harder for these guys. Decides he does need to break away from this fight. Going to lose all of his armor. Oh my god, there it is. The Soul Jade there going to come through and absolutely do a ton of damage on Wu Fang. from the dual blades. T225 shows up, decides he wants a little bit of this party as well. T225 going to go topside. Wu Fang just looking for anything. The cannon shot's going to ring through, though. He does get the health pot off, but the cannon going to take some of that health away. He's able to re-heal that white armor, but still not in a great position as all these players continue to chase, trying to turn things on to DRG's Fong here with those fist blades, but Spider and Fong both continue to keep the chase up.
Definitely going to keep the chase alive here as Wolfong is going to be able to find some fair space here. Maybe trying to see if maybe he can rotate this towards another section as Fong ends up coming on the outskirts here. Not looking good as Wolfong might get pushed on here from Fong, but Fong decides maybe not to fully engage towards this, maybe baiting it out, just trying to see if maybe he actually is going to decide to push in on this. It looks like Wolfong might. With that amount of aggression that he has here, looks like he's going to capture him with the grapple. Nice combo into this wall here. He's going to be able to catch him off the whale squall scale here. And here comes the rest of the third party as two people are going to be right in between. Not looking good for Fong as he ends up getting caught by the fire. Two other players in between. Not the best place that you need to be in when you're dangerously low in this moment here. And it could have been a fantastic opportunity for maybe one of them to get something here as Fong decides he needs to back out of this. It's not looking good as GG Shaw ends up getting catches him off this brink and ends up catching the finish here as Wu Fong, almost could have got it, but sadly somebody else was able to steal that away. Wu Fong still fighting this out here, but with 11 seconds left on the clock, it looks like it's not going to be able to do it. It looks like he might not have the time here. Spider still trying to see if maybe he can capture this space. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's not enough time. Unfortunate for him as Spider is able to capture that free elimination. Wolfong was not able to escape. He knew that he had really no time to really escape that moment. He just decides, you know, at least I'm gonna go out with a bang, maybe try to see if maybe I can get lucky and beat the time. But sadly, not enough. Meanwhile, we got a 4-way buffet going on inside of this middle section of the goal. They trying to see if they can get some loot. They want to eat.
Yeah, we're going to see AS here with the Cav Bloom just trying to hold this space here with the dual Hallies. Wants to make sure he can secure this. This is an extra free gold armor you can swap into that nobody else can take from you. We see AS holding on to it. Pace going to take a ton of damage, though, as Spider comes in looking to potentially pick up his second elimination, and Pace is just going to break away here. He's got those legendary halberds as well as the legendary Soul Jade for them as well. And it is going to be AS who secures this for himself. So he's going to have that gold armor to fall back onto. And if you notice, he's not going to take the gold armor. This is really smart, right? Because if he swaps it for his purple armor, the purple armor can be picked up by the rest of the lobby. But right now, nobody else can pick up that legendary armor. He is the only player who has access to that loot that was able to pop from that. So once his armor goes low, he can just go over. He has a free swap into a legendary armor that nobody can possibly take away from him right now. So he is playing the long game here, and it's a really smart idea, Davi. You can see it's got the icon there, preventing somebody like Paste here from coming in and picking up any of that sweet loot. So T225 on the bot side here. He's got 4 eliminations right now, and there we go. That last Bane's Breath that's going to be coming through here for Zone 5 coming through right now, about to drop on the area. That's why T225 going to reposition. That's why we don't see a lot of fights breaking out either. Many of these players not trying to get caught out in it, but it's Spider who actually is caught out on the edge right now. I'm going to see his shields completely ripped away from him, trying to find a reset here. Star comes in as well. Now 2-on-1 here. Spider's just trying to keep it alive. Who's going to pick it up? Will it be AS or TE Star, or will somebody else snatch the elimination away? Or can Spider, against the odds, keep it alive? No! AS comes in off the top rope with a charged R&B and cleans up the elimination. AS, it's going to send WBG Spider back to the lobby. AS with his 3rd elimination. T225 with 4. AS with 3. GG Shaw with 3. Paced with 2. TE Star with 1.
TE Star taking his time here, really doing an amazing job here. He's able to throw him in such a fantastic way here. Gets the finish, does exactly what he needs to here. And just like that, is able to shut him down here. Is now Shaw on the outskirts. It looks like AIS is just playing Let's Not Die by the Dragon here. Let's take our time here. Not have to deal with that as we're down to the top 5 players alive. Pace really playing the game of his life here, but let's not sleep on T225 here. Was really doing well with those 4 eliminations and 12 points total here. I might have spoke a little too soon here, as he does end up getting caught on the outskirts here, ends up getting sent outside here. Oh, nice hits, trying to see if maybe he can collide with something here. The scare rushes all the way up top, trying to see if maybe he has some time, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh, as AIS ends up getting caught by multiple people. Pace having the opportunity, maybe he can try to scare rush this out of here just far enough where he can get some heals and maybe a little bit of timing to play with. He finds the gray shield in just enough time as AIS is flying around. Absolutely catching the airborne here as Pace is trying to find his free moment here, but it's not going to be enough as T Star is going to tap through the elimination onto Pace. His second elimination of this game as he moves up in that 6th place position. Final 4, Sha, T225, Star, and AIS. Looking really good for some of these players so far here. Looks like T225 could definitely take this away all the way up top. Even with that amount of timing here, really able to do all of what he could within these fights here and was able to capitalize on a lot of moments, I think. I think he's able to capitalize on certain moments here. Meanwhile, Star caught him inside between his little bottom here. While the rock stars, he ends up taking himself a little bit more airborne, and they all smell it. They all smell the blood coming through. Oh, as AIS decides he's going to stop him in the middle of his grapple, he says, no, I'm going to give you a little bit of a problem here. AIS has that gold. He said, listen, I'm here for all the fighting. If y'all want to get busy, we can get busy. We can get it crack-a-lack. I don't care what y'all doing. What's going on with it? Meanwhile, Stars gets to get a little bit more hasty towards that section. Nice little moment here, trying to see if maybe he can capture the parry. Not going to be able to do enough here. Shaw getting caught with both grapples in the back. That's got to hurt a little bit. Meanwhile, third party comes through. Star ends up getting juggled just a little bit here towards this. Star trying to see if maybe he can capture something here as the AIS is just taking that maneuver and just trying to move it out around here. Not looking good here. Shaw, you try to see if maybe he can close in the gap here. A lot of different moments here. Both of them really not giving anybody really any free picks here. Rune, what do you expect coming out of this final game? Or out of this first game?
At the moment, T225 is playing this expertly well. He's able to come in and get damage in these engagements, but he's never making himself the center of attention here. He's just doing a little bit of poking while he's letting these other 3 players really just waste resources and tear into each other. Look, you can see him coming in here. He gets a little bit of damage on Star. Star is low, but he's never putting himself at the forefront. Now that Star is super low, he's got him held against the wall. He's trying to come in and close out this elimination before the ult comes in. We're going to see the ult come in on the side of T225. Star, not a lot of places to go. He's going to go airborne. The regrapple going to come in. It's going to be AS who secures the kill. Is going to go to 4. Now AS, T225 looking to go head to head. And unfortunately, T225 here greeted just a little bit. He was in a really strong position, but he burns the ultimate a little bit early here. He's not going to have it for these final moments. GG Sha going to come in. Both of them looking to get some extra resources off of the body there. Now it is 3 players left remaining. T225, JL's AS, GG Sha, 4, 4, and 3 respectively. T225 taking that high ground there, looking to land some shots with the pistol. AS looking to come up and remove him from that space. T225 going to take a big chunk there, but Sha keeping his attention on AS. AS trying to keep his attention there on to our boy T225. T225 though able to come in, get a reset. No, we're actually going to see that get canceled out as AS lands a quick scale rush. Lands another one here. T225 needs to throw that wisp here soon. There we go. The wisp going to come in, trying to create some pressure, trying to give him some space as Sha keeps the pressure onto AS. He's not turning that attention to T225 at all, and this could be the moment he needs. T225 looking to get another pot off here. Will find the reset. Sha wants to evict him from the top side. He's going to come in and land it onto AS though. T225 with the full reset top side here, just looking to keep it together. He only has that 25% ult charge right now though, and that could spell disaster for him as we go to the end of this match. Sha looking for the scale rush. T225 getting another reset yet again. AS trying to come in here. That Cav Bloom going to play a lot into this final moments of this final game here. T225 though going to knock AS into the edge of the zone. AS going to return the favor. We're going to see T225 forced to invest the wisp. Going to throw it down below. There it is. AS looking to make something happen with the Cav Bloom. Going to come in. T225 knocked away. Wants to come into the edge of the circle. We're having to play on the side of the wall here. AS taking a ton of damage out in the zone as he gets sent flying. T225 just trying to stay airborne right now with the grapples off a player. AS looking to make something happen here with the V2. Gonna come in on shot. T225 just wants to keep away. He wants nothing to do with it, but no! He's gonna go down to JL. JL picks them both up. He's gonna go to 6 eliminations in a first place finish. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. JL's AS is gonna walk away your MVP for game number 1.
AIS stealing that away from T225, who had all that momentum, 4 eliminations and a decent lead here. AIS really popping off here. I mean, listen, I saw a little bit of some movement in terms of what he did from last week, and I definitely was impressed knowing that he's got a lot of work to do. But from a player like JL here, I mean, this is one of those players that we saw from last season who was down at the bottom of the leaderboard. He wasn't really much of a threat. A lot of people called him one of the easier ones. I mean, it was definitely one of those where it was just like, hey, listen, it is what it is. But man, oh man, what an ending towards that here. And I know TT225 is going, what the heck just happened?
I mean, he played a heck of a game. He really did his best to keep attention off of him there in the final circle. The problem realistically being, I think he greeted that elimination. He threw out his ultimate way too early. He wasn't able to secure the Soul Bloom either, so he gets none of his ult charge back there. He just knows he's not going to have his ultimate for the final fight there. He pumps out as much damage as he can. He just doesn't make it happen because of that ult going through, him not securing the Bloom either. It's just a hard place to be in that final circle without your ultimate, especially when you're playing Temi.
Definitely a moment towards that here. Absolutely playing that super well here. But for AIS, like I said, stealing that elimination away here, really doing exactly what he needed to here. What a fantastic finish towards this year's. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to look back towards this final fight here. I mean, both of them really feeding off of each other super well here. The amount of defense, the amount of dodges coming in from some of these players was really good. Obviously, that circle wasn't necessarily the most ideal. I mean, it was like off the side. It was very awkward. Like, it was like a weird circle ending towards that, you know? It was off the rocks. AIS dangerously low, at least towards the beginning. I mean, at the beginning of that, he was actually within the disadvantage. To be honest with you, he had the lesser of the heals, he had the lesser of kind of everything, and with him being able to fly, takes that second place, is able to capture those last two eliminations towards that final, gets that first place finish. Man, oh man, he was able to do it right. But let's get back to the question here of the day, as we do have a few more questions that we guys will be giving y'all, so make sure y'all be paying attention. Who won game one? Is it OUG's Mike, KLAC225, WBG Spider, or is it JL's AIS? We were just talking about it in terms of how he was flying and slashing and getting those final two eliminations. So there's no way y'all get this wrong. There's just no way. Absolutely no way.
First one's always a freebie, Dobby, but no, AIS here was in such a good position, right? Again, I think this comes down to T225. T225 has the ult to really cancel out AIS in the end, but because he uses it to greed that early elimination, Hottie is best positioned to pick up both of those eliminations, right? Not only can he go airborne, which means it's really easy for him to stay in the center of the circle, he also has that fire tick on his ultimate as well, which reduces healing on top of you being forced into that final zone. That also reduces healing. It also adds zone tick on you, so you've got fire tick, you've got zone tick on you, your healing is super reduced. Like, it just sets Hottie up to be in a very, very strong position. And because specifically T225 doesn't have the ult to kind of clip his wings just a little bit, we see the fact that AIS is just able to come out on top there. He's able to pick up both eliminations super easy with that V2, get that fire tick on both players, and there you see 6 eliminations, 7.2 kill points because he gets that multiplier for being that first place, as well as the 3 ranking points, gives him a game score of 10.2. An absolutely massive start for JL's AIS.
Amazing, phenomenal start here. As we're gonna look at the leaderboards here down at the bottom. Yuan with those only able to get a 0.5 point score. Arano getting nothing, and Mike at least getting 1 point on the board here, but still very surprising for a player like Mike here inside of this moment here. But as we look back, Pace 3 points on his with the 7.5 and 8th place here. A little surprising for some of these areas here and some of these moments here as we look at the top 6 going into our second game of the day. Star with that 8.8 here, and T225 obviously playing a really strong game here with that 5.5, but a 10.2 to start it off, putting JL in the lead with that 15.6 here. I mean, this is one of the first few times I feel like I've really seen JL at the top. We don't see him too much in the top here, so this is very good to see. Let's see if he's going to keep that same energy going into these next few games.
I mean, he did a really, really exceptional job last season. He came in and popped off pretty hard. He's a very much an improved player. As we take a look here, we're going to look back on some of the replays here brought to you by Thunderbolt. Wu Feng in the early game here coming in on to Shaw with that massive parry. The disrespect, the swap into the pistol for the elimination there. FunPlus Phoenix's Verse coming in. The Verse really putting in work with those fist blades super early on here. Fong coming in, able to make that come out. This play by T225 was absolutely clutch. Look at this 1 HP and a Dream. He throws the Wisp to create space. He goes up top here. He knows he needs to come in. He's able to find that. He goes for the full combo here. He knows Zhang Yuan doesn't have the F, so he's just able to clutch it out against the odds there. AS going to come in and clean up a clean elimination there on to Shah. Mike here with the ultimate here. This is where FunPlus Phoenix gets eliminated from the game, finally just coming through and hitting multiple players with that. Paste here on the staff here just absolutely put on a show, showing exactly how to clean things up inside the realm of Yang here, making it look easy there onto X1's Wu Feng as we take a look. There we go. Paced with the big smile on his face. Shaw here in the end here. DRG's Fong just getting completely locked down. In the end, AS on the backside here, able to come in and clean up Spider. Start yet again with the ultimate there. And look, he's in the ult, right? He's going to come in and he secures that kill. Immediately cancels the ult to keep some of the charge. Grabs the bloom as well, which means he's got the ult for the ending here. We come to the end and look at this. He's just able to clean up, do so much damage here. He hits him. Now he just knows he needs to hit T225. There we go. Because he's got that fire tick, as long as that fire tick's on them, if he dies to the zone, he just clutches it up and cleans it up. So you see him immediately swap prio. He lands one onto the other player, immediately turns the attention to T225. He is able to land one on him and goes, cool. I'm pretty sure that clutches it out for me, and it's exactly what it does. If we take a look, his third MVP of the season, the first MVP of the night, 11,000 damage, 6 eliminations, 8,000 of that damage coming through from the melee weapons, 3,652 of that being the staff, another 2,400 coming in from the fist blades. He's got Dragon's Roar, he's got Dragon Like Might, Sunwing Shot twice, Cav Bloom and Starfall. That Cav Bloom putting in a lot of work for him in these final moments, Dobby.
Absolutely a good strike here overall. He's definitely having a really good set of soul blades here. A little bit low on some of the damage here, a little surprisingly, especially coming from the staff, which I really thought actually had a lot more. Which I really thought I had a lot more damage, to be honest with you, coming from that here. But it's all right, though. Coming through is JL. Able to successfully capture that first one here. You love to see it for some of these moments here. So he's able to get the shutdown. That's exactly what he needs to. And now, let's see if they're going to be able to keep that same energy going into game number 2. As we're going to leave Padoria, we're going to set our sights on an equally much more beautiful place, but a lot more sandier as we head to Holleroff for our game number 2. I got some sand in my eye already. Look at that. I talked about Holleroff. Look at that already.
Look, we do love a good Holleroff game here. It's going to be interesting to see. I want to see who goes to podium and contests it. I want to see who's looking to pick up that early game advantage, pick up that legendary weapon early. If they're going to play a hero where it has an impact on their ultimate, use it to fuel some of those early game eliminations, take it inside the realm of Yang potentially, and look to pop off super hard. It's already off to an interesting start, though, Dobby. JL's AS with a huge lead here in game number 1, able to pick up that 10.5 points. You know, Spider came in with 8 points today already. AIS was not at the top of the leaderboard, and off the back of this game, he moves himself all the way up into first place. T225 has a really good game as well, moves his way up into second. WBG Spider, a 2-point game for himself. He picks up a single elimination this game. And it's almost, I hate to say it this way, but it's a pity elimination, right? He's locked onto a player who's got Yang depletion, and he doesn't even get the kill on him. The Yang depletion is what kills him. Spider doesn't even get the final hit in. It's got to be a rough game for him. I'm excited, though, to see if he's able to bounce back from it coming to this next game. We talked about it at the beginning of the day, right? Game 1, very important for Spider. Yes, he does let stuff like this weigh down on his mental a little bit, but he is vastly improved, right? You know, if you took all the way back to the first season for Spider, when he had a bad game, that was it. His day was over. He let it completely drain his mental. He started putting up 0 points, 0.5 points. Like, he just could not find any more momentum to carry him through the day. Spider, since then, he spent a lot of time working on it. You know, we've had interviews with him where he's talked with his coach as well, you know, said how much he appreciates his coach and his coach walking him through those mental issues that he has. So it's something that he's aware of, that he has as a player, and he's constantly working on it. It is still an issue with him, but it's nice to know that as a player, he is making those adjustments. He's going in, he knows that it's a problem for him, and hopefully we see it come to fruition here in game number 2, and he doesn't let him weigh him down.
Let's hope that it doesn't here towards this, which honestly, you know, let's hope that it doesn't wear him down. Obviously, things like that do get a little hectic depending on the amount of pushes that really do come. But honestly, the third party was really hectic with some of these players and some of these play styles. And obviously, you know, with certain players in terms of where they was, you know, at first it was maybe just one, but in those certain situations, especially in Padoria, we were seeing like 2 to 3 at least trying to push off. Some of them end up catching them and they're getting crossed. They're getting pushed in this direction and this and that direction. I mean, it was a lot of different things that really were like super hectic. Some people were getting punched, you know, and it was definitely tough here. As we're about to get ready to lock in for our game number 2. I mean, it gets very hectic in certain situations here, so you have to be careful, you know, when things really get hectic here. And obviously, that's basically how that's going to go in certain areas. We're going to lock in for our game number 2. Expectancies.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see. T225, though, off to a really good start today. I'm not going to mention it, Dobby. We're not going to talk about it until the end of the day. You know what I'm thinking. I'm mental having that conversation with you right now. But T225, I hope to see him perform exceptionally well today. He's already off to a good start. Wu Fang here, another player I've got my eyes on. New player performing exceptionally well. He makes it to the very end here, is just not able to quite clutch it out the way he wants to, but still puts some good points up on the board for himself in game number 1. Heading on over to Holoroth, maybe he'll be able to do just a little bit better in our next game. And taking a look here, WBG Spider, man, he's looking chill as a cucumber right now. We were talking about his mental, we're talking about how he's definitely spent the last couple of seasons really working on it, and right now he's coming in, he's looking chill, considering how that game 1 went for him. But he came in 8 points at the start of the day. He can afford to have not such a great game number 1. Hopefully he comes into this next one and really pops off. We see that consistency we saw him have all week here in the finals. TE Star, another player I know you've got your eyes on, Dobby.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, so far here, it has been very hectic for certain areas and certain situations, but I do feel like it's only going to get better. And there's a lot of different things that really does start to really push outwards towards certain situations here. So it's gonna be good to see how they're gonna be able to lock this in here. We still have our second picks for our game number 2. Do you expect anything different for our picks coming in though?
I expect to see a lot of the same, Dobby. We've seen it kind of being locked in during our first bi-weekly, right? These players really have locked this down to a science. I'm still interested to see how things pan out with Liam, honestly. He has been the priority pick for the last 4 weeks. He is the pick everybody takes, and he probably has the fewest MVPs out of any hero played, which is really weird considering that he is such a priority pick that he is always banned out during phase 1.
Yeah, let's see if he's gonna be able to keep that same energy though towards that. See if they're gonna be able to put that together here towards this final push and this final find. There's still a lot to go, a lot to do. And it's only gonna get better, to be honest with you. Let's see how this works here, especially for a player like Pace here. Pace, he had some really good moments here inside of these games too. I really do believe that that Pace has a really good place to push towards this here, where he has an opportunity for a nice finish. Few eliminations, gets top place or at least top 3 towards this. So we're gonna get Orano and Spider that's gonna push onwards to our first round selection, really giving him a better opportunity for certain things here. Let's see if they're gonna keep that same situation going here towards this, and let's keep it rocking. What do you expect to see coming out of this game for at least the player lock-ins?
Again, I expect to see a lot of the same. I expect to see Liam in that first spot selection. Expect to see Kyan in that second slot selection. I expect to see a lot of Matari. I continue to expect to see Temi. Temi just brings a lot of consistency, even if he's more towards those late end picks. There we go. We're going to see Liam coming in for that. I expect to see Kylan being dropped in here by T225 and Fong. No, T225 is actually going to opt to go Hottie, but we're going to see Fong drop in on the Kylan, which means it's going to leave them open for our next round selection. So I expect to see a Hottie and a Kylan coming in, or double Kylan potentially. There it is, the double Kylan being locked in immediately by both, because why would you not? He's available. He doesn't get banned out in the first round, which means we're going to be left. Oh no, Verse might lock in the Hottie and get them banned out. There we go. We're going to see both of them getting banned out heading into the next round. Very interesting to see the split like that as we move in. AIS doesn't look like he's ready to lock in just yet. There, a Tessa pick. That's going to be very interesting if he actually locks it in. TE Star going to be locking in the Matari. No real surprises there in your round 4 selection. The Tessa is quite interesting, though. I want to see what AIS is going to do with that, as a lot of people have really started to understand how to play around Tessa, and she's been falling out of favor more and more each week as we get OUG Mike looking to lock in the Matari. We're going to see Jean Yuan coming in on the Justina pick. No, Mike also going to swap to Justina in the last second as well, and we're going to see Justina banned out for the final round. Haste and Shaw coming in for the final round selection. Maybe we'll see some Temi. Matari still available, though. We're going to see Paste locking in the Matari. GG Shaw looking to do the same. We're going to see no Temmie this game whatsoever. Very, very interesting. This played out pretty different when we got towards that later end because of the way those Kylan picks happened early on. We saw a lot of these people move away from the Batari, it move into that 5th round selection instead of that 4th round selection because it didn't get banned out the one before. So 3 Mataris coming in, going to be ready for game number 2 here as we head on over to Hollow Roth, Dobby.
Gonna head into Hollow. Let's see if they can keep that same situation going here with all that momentum here. See if they're gonna keep that same energy. It's only gonna get better. It's only gonna get kind of crazy. See if they can keep that rocking towards this, and let's see if they can run it up. As we're gonna see the picks lock in here. Expectancies coming into this next game. What do you think?
It's gonna be hard to tell. You know me, I don't like to give predictions. I don't like to cast or curse if I can help it, Dobby. But I expect to see no. I refuse. I do expect to see a lot of hotties coming in towards those final moments. They have got a ton of survivability. I would really love to see some Liams pop off again, you know, for being that 1st round selection, that hero that everybody prioritizes and goes, hey, if we get 1st round pick, we're taking Liam. We have not seen a lot of MVPs coming in from this hero. So I would like to see that change and see some of these players really lock it in. But Dobby, tell me about this map real quick.
Man, the map in terms of Hollow. So believe it or not, just like how you said before, you wanted to see somebody at least head towards that Salvation podium. Barely anybody. It looks like DRG might end up somewhat close by, but not necessarily there. Meanwhile, looks like that top right section in Nbpl Village is going to get a nice fair share of some people here. We got GG, we've got OUG as well, all the way towards the backstretch. Meanwhile, we got a few people towards center here. We got DRG, we got X1 towards that center of Plum Castle in the Hall of Ceremonies. Meanwhile, Cinnabar Valley is going to see JL, which is Game 1's winner, AS, alongside one of the other players as well towards this. And it looks like it's going to be some scatters around the left side and the right side. So Altar of Tranquility, the Quarry, also going to be in that situation as well. Very timed, super well placed, but not a lot of excessive action, I would think, immediately. But stranger things can happen. Let's see what happens in our game number 2 as we're about to lock it in. Let's see if AIS can keep that same energy as he's up in the lead with a 15.6. Meanwhile, trailing him, T225 with that 12.3. As we got eyes on T225 here, is in the middle of trying to see if he can catch Wolfang on the wrong side of the stretch here. He's going to catch him on the other side here. Beautifully timed exception here. Oh, almost catches the bear claw. Outside of it, nice little bit of a dodge towards that blue. Focus, trying to see if he can catch her with the spear, seeing if maybe he has enough time here. Oh, ends up getting juggled sadly by Wufong. Is going to catch him off the right side, right here in front, as T225 is going to go back on the inscourge here. And it looks like Wufong decides he's going to disengage. He's going to back off this, and he's going to look for better loot.
T225 here with the staff needs to be careful. Wufang able to find that upgrade into purple armor here. He's trying to come in. He's been able to land that charged RMB off the staff twice now, but Wufang with the fist blades, that early game favored weapon here. T225 it can't play this safe enough. Wufang still trying to break away, but T225 wants this early game elimination. He knows if he can pick up that purple armor, head in for that Realm of Yang, he's going to be in a really good position. Wufang trying to use that crouching LMB there off of the fist to keep T225 locked down, and he's going to find a little bit of success with it. T225 trying to come in, looks for the parry, doesn't quite find it. Will find the double LMB off of the staff though, just getting a little bit of poke damage there into Wufang. Wufang trying to give chase here, looking for the swap to the pistol. Will find just a little bit of damage there off of it. T225 now forced to break away, looks to come back in potentially for an armor swap. There it is. He's got the blue armor now immediately coming back into the engagement here with Wufang. Wants to lock him down. Needs to be careful though. Wufang 91% of the way to the ultimate. We're going to see the F2 invested on the side of T225. Wufang coming in. There we go. The ult is going to be online. Now T225 has to be careful about how much he commits there. There we go. He will find the staff hit in, but the F going to be invested. The ult going to be coming in from Wufang. T225 going to pop ult and return the favor. Wufang going to use that ult to try to give chase in the sky here. Is able to get a little bit of damage. He's going to find a second hit off of it as well. T225 needs to get away, create some distance here, look for a heal, but can't go too far if he wants to turn things around here with the ultimate. Speaking of which, the ult going to come through. It's going to DMX T225. T225, 8%, forced to end the ultimate here as the ult continues to come in from Wu Fang. Now, the favor heavily in Wu Fang's favor as T225 looks to break away, trying to just create some distance, but Wu Fang is going to keep the pressure up here. Of course, he does have those fist blades, so much movement coming in off of the scale rushes. The armor swap for T225 as he immediately turns around to look for Wu Fang, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to find him as we cut over to AS here, or AIS from JL. Paste also trading blows here. The Tessa going to invest the ult, but not going to be able, or sorry, the F not going to be able to hit anybody with it, and AIS is going to go down immediately here to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan going to go for the uppercut combo there, into the refreeze, off of the nunchucks, into the meter dump. Pace is going to take so much damage here. Zhang Yuan needs one hit. There it is. Zhang Yuan's going to find 2 eliminations off of the rip.
Yuan going crazy with the combos here. Really was able to read that so well here. Meanwhile, T225 caught on the wrong side of the tracks here as he's dangerously low. Wufong in the midst of it. Looks like Wufong and then both continue to fight for what we wasn't able to capture here. Let's see if Wufong has a decent amount of maneuvering to be able to predict where he's going to go and see if maybe he can capitalize on this and get this elimination onto T225 here. Slowly closing in the gap little by little here, but is unsuccessful in getting that last hit. So all he really needs is a decent combo, maybe catch him in the air, and just like that, it's over with for T225 here. So you have to go for the reset here. Oh, actually ends up getting him a nice little bit of a hit here towards him. Almost finds him here. Try to see if maybe he can come through with it. Oh, nice hits from the blue focus. Both of them waiting it out, trying to see if maybe they can time it for the parry. Unable to do much here. T225 is able to find a gray shield swap. Is able to shield this up. Finds another great shield swap just to be able to lose that one, unfortunately. As it looks like he's going to be able to push right towards it. Blue focus waiting to see maybe he can time the strike just well enough for Wufong to be able to come through. It looks like OUG's Mike is nearby. He's going to have to be a little bit more careful just in case if Mike decides he wants to kind of see what's going on here with that third party. Oh, T225 with the parry catches him with the turnaround and says, see you later, buddy. That's all I needed to do was stall you for a little bit more time. Appreciate you. I like this loot. This is nice.
Look, T225 playing his mind out right now. The way he was just able to keep that fight moving, sets himself up, scale rush into jump cancel parry, picks up the fist blade and kills the man with his own fist blades. Absolutely insane. Now looking to turn on to Mike here again. These fist blades, so much power in the early game here. Massive parry coming in from T225 on to Mike. Mike, no armor swap in the near vicinity because T225 has picked them all up, taken a little bit of the book away from OUG's Mike. Mike coming back for the purple armor, hoping he finds the opportunity to find a reset, but T225 keeps the pressure up, finds the grapple. JL's AIS going to show up as well. Mike with the freeze is able to stay alive, but the scale rush going to come through. T225 tries to get in, tries to get his hands there on the bloom, not going to find it. AIS will, but T225 still ult in the back pocket here. He's able to get away from that hit, able to come back in with the charged LMB there from the fist blades. Needs to be careful. The parry comes through. That could be it. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. T225, but he leaves AIS a little present with the poison splash.
Absolutely. You love to see it when it comes towards that poison splash here. Could be a really large benefit, especially if you're making sure that you know exactly what you're doing in these moments here. And obviously, it really does become that man's best friend in certain instances, especially with some of these players, their play styles, and how they're able to keep that same dynamic going here throughout all of these years. As WBG Spider has the name to the realm. Let's see if he's going to use it to capitalize on it, or if he's going to juke them maybe. It's really interesting to see how these players really do decide on whether or not are they going to push in on this? Are they going to actually make it worthwhile? Or do they just decide, nope, I'm ready to push in. Let's go. I'm not going to wait it out. I'm not going to give anybody a chance to eliminate me out of this. Sometimes those can be very, very hectic and very scary. I mean, it has me shaking. Has me shaking just a little bit, just enough for you to be like, hey, whoa, chill out. Oh, looking a little hasty here.
Yeah, Spider with I would say 6 seconds till he can head on into the realm of Yang here. So he's just trying to play around Sha and Zhang Yuan here. Zhang Yuan going to slip in, but so will WBG Spider. But he's going to be going head to head here with S1's Paste. Paste on the other side there with the fan Spider. Holding on to the staff, the fan, the purple, a little bit of an advantage there in terms of the gear disparity, but Spider looking to come in. They both go airborne here. They both go for the parries. Nobody able to land a hit just yet. Pace going to invest that F early. Spider looking for that charge R&B off the staff, not quite going to find it. Pace going to find a little bit of an intro there onto Spider. Spider still not able to connect onto Pace just yet. Goes up, looks for the potential scale rush, will find it, does not find the uppercut juggle though off the staff, goes for the charged R&B, finds the final hit off of it, but not all all 3 hits as he needs to back away. He's got to slow play this one into pace. He can't burn that ultimate too early. He looks to come in off of the spear staff yet again. There we go. We're going to see the ult finally coming in. Pace going to pop the ultimate as well, and Spider has to play around this. Needs to be very careful. Looking for a scale rush yet again. Goes for the chase there. Able to break away. Going to drop that down on the top of the pillar. Needs to be careful. Needs to lock onto the Matari before Matari can get that teleport in behind him here. We're going to see Spider just slow playing it. The ult, there we go. No, he's got the Pokeball, ladies and gentlemen. He says it's all good. He's going to go right in to the staff R&B, but he doesn't land it. Oh my goodness, this is going to be bad for Spider as now Pace takes control of the fight here. The teleport going to come through. Going to find a lot of damage there off of the fan. That fan disparity really coming through. There it is. Pace lands a clean one and sends Spider packing with the Yang depletion.
That Yang depletion definitely becomes a little bit more hectic here as Arano looks like he's in the middle of just trying to spin the block, trying not to get caught up here, as Wufong also doing the exact same thing, doesn't want to get himself caught up in a tough situation here as now he's just trying to time it just a little bit. Oh, beautiful bow to connect that towards it. Let's see if they can still keep that momentum just a little bit more better. Towards that is now Arano able to work towards it here. Let's see if he's going to be able to find the same momentum. Nice strikes towards this. Wufong dangerously low as Arano is going to be able to clean that up. Nice little bit of a finish here. Definitely had to be a little bit more careful towards that, but he was able to find it. He found his confidence. He found his footing. Found exactly the footing he needed. That's exactly what he needed towards this. See if they can keep that same shutdown going. Knows we're going to be able to lock in for a little bit more. And now Spider around the rotation. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. He's got to be careful. Definitely has to be careful in this game. Definitely cannot get eliminated this early. Knowing he's in 4th place. Obviously, we still have a few games after this. So it's not too massive of a deal. But still has to be a little bit more scarce in terms of how he plays. And knowing that he has to be able to capture this elimination. Gets that finish, gets that run around, keeps it going. Arano.
EW. Yeah, as you say, Arano here with the legendary nunchucks here onto ASC Zhanyuan. Zhanyuan, though, forced into the armor swap on the white armor, so Arano with a huge advantage in both the weapon and armor here. Zhanyuan looking to break away. Arano keeps things moving. Takes the full reset here. This is really smart on Arano's part. He knows the weapon disparity. He knows that he's got such a huge armor advantage over him as well. Even if they both take full resets, it leaves Arano in such a massive advantage. WBG Spider inside, trading blows with, I do believe, DRG's Fong. Spider here with the Yang depletions got to find himself the Soul Bloom soon. Paste also in both Fang and Paste trading blows onto WBG Spider. Spider just trying to get away here. Paste knows that he's at a disadvantage. Paste, of course, has that Vermilion Bird's Might trying to make something happen. He wants to pick up the second elimination onto Spider. He'll knock him completely out of the lobby. Spider trying to break away here, trying to utilize that movement as well as the ult. He's looking to grab the Pokeball on somebody. This is the thing. This is why you typically don't see people lock in with this version of the Liam ult. It's very hard to land. It's very easy for the opponents to dodge, and Spider here is just getting knocked around like he's a ping pong ball on the table, and sure enough, it's going to be DRG's Fawn coming in with a fist blade to clean up that elimination and send WBG Spider back to the lobby. S1's Paste here getting clutched onto by Wu Fang, trying to come in. Everybody fighting over the box here as we see Pace just keep it going with his legendary dagger onto Wu Fang. Wu Fang forced to pop the ultimate to have any chance of staying alive here. Pace wants to clean this up. He's got to be careful though as we see Wu Fang just ult to ult to ult, and it's Pace who's going to go down, but he's got the Vermilion Bird's Might, so he's going to be okay. Wu Fang just looking to break away from this. He gets an elimination and says, it's still in my game here. Wu Fang just trying to tap away though, as some of these players know his ult is gone. He needs to clear the vicinity really quickly now that he's picked himself up that elimination, Dobby.
Yeah, it definitely has to be able to get out of there in the best way possible here, knowing that we still have another player still roaming around here, as he has to be just a little bit more careful towards this, trying to see if maybe he can shut this down. Let's see if they can find that momentum and really keep it going here, as now Fang trying to take the time to do exactly what he needs to here is TE Star, trying to see if he can not get caught up by the parry, trying to see if he can rotate this out, as Star all the way around as well, also on the rotation. Vermilion's Bird's Might's gone in 3, 2, 1. And just like that, it is gone. And it's time for a new Realm of Yang here. Let's see if Arano is going to decide to put in on this. So I have a question. Why do people wait that whole time before they actually go into the Realm of Yang?
So it's the new ticket system that they implemented a while back now, Dobby. So the first player comes in, you see how they have that icon above their head?
Right.
That is their ticket that secures them their spot inside the Realm of Yang. Now, you have to maintain yourself inside the circle. If you step outside of the circle for too long, you lose that ticket and somebody else gets it. So that's why you see players coming in and chasing down the players who have that icon above their head. They're trying to get them low enough to force them out of the circle so that they can get their spot inside the Realm of Yang. And speaking of Realm of Yang, we're going to go back in, and it's going to be Paste in the Realm of Yang yet again, this time versus KLA's T225. Paste with that legendary dagger. He's coming off that first win inside the Realm of Yang with double eliminations here. Purple armor, a really good gear advantage here against T225. You see if he's able to utilize that into the Kai lane to make something happen. Needs to be careful. Those fist blades, though, he's able to teleport behind, get a little bit of damage off, but the Kai lane turns around and does the same here. T225 still, though, massively behind in terms of the armor. T225, though, massive combo coming in there off of the fists, already on to Paste. No armor left remaining for Paste here. He's going to invest that ultimate really quickly. The Hottie on the backside. I'm sorry, I said Kai Lin, but it's actually Hottie. Paste on the backside, looking to come up. There we go. Paste gets him to burn the ultimate here. T225, though, has the advantage. He just needs to come in with this V2, get some chip damage. There we go. We're going to see that burn tick start to affect Paste very, very quickly. T225, yet again, coming in. Doesn't go for the burn tick there. A couple quick swipes, though. The teleport invested on the side of the Matari. Paste holding out here. We're going to see the ultimate come down, and now it's just T225. He needs to find one more clean combo with these fist blades, and that could be it. Pace goes to 1 HP, gets to teleport behind. T225 just needs to find a clank, anything here. We're going to see the charged LMB mid-air coming in off of Pace, doing a lot of damage there, but Pace going to go for the jumping LMB, cleans it up as we move over to Front Plus Phoenix's verse versus X1's Wu Fang.
Able to time that and do such a fantastic job with it as we go back into the Realm of Yang here between Verse and Wu Fang. Wu Fang able to catch a beautiful parry onto Verse, but Verse with a nice reset here coming through as it looks like he's going to try to see if he can get some nice slashes here coming in from the pole sword, but sadly wasn't able to as he ends up getting catching that broomstick right at the bottom as Verse ends up getting caught up. Now looks like he's going to take his time here trying to see if maybe he can get some maneuvers. Oh, nice strike to connect right onto Verse, unbeknownst into this one here, as Wu Fang trying to see if he can time it nice. Able to do a nice strike here, just a decent amount of damage, not too much here. Both of them now dangerously low as now he pops open the ulti. He's going to be able to go airborne here. He's going to be able to take that advantage here towards this, but it looks like he's going to use it more so for heals than he would actually attacking towards this moment here, as Wu Fang is going to be able to try to see if he can connect any of them, but sadly he's unable to. As Verse is going to dive in, trying to time it on both sides here. 18 seconds left on the clock. It's not looking good for both parties here. Verse ends up getting caught. Nice slash to be able to connect it. 10 seconds left on the clock for this. Looks like both of them might not be able to actually finish this off here. Verse has to time it and catch it, clutch it up here. And with that pole sword, one last slash, one last finish. We are. And is able to capitalize on it the best way he could. Verse, a beautiful finish towards that. What a find, what a clutch. What a showing.
Yeah, huge upgrades for Verse here, too. He finds the second elimination inside the Realm of Yang as we come back over to S1's Paste. Paste with the Yang depletion, 3 minutes and 40 seconds here. The second Realm of Yang, of course, having a larger timer there on that Realm of Yang depletion. So you have a little bit more time to kind of play around, maybe play it a little bit safer as you look for that Soul Bloom to get yourself back into the game as we get over to KLA's T225. Absolutely tearing up TE Star. Star able to find the armor swap into the white armor here, but T225 just keeping the pressure up here. Coming in off of the Hottie, the Scale Rush going to find a hit. Star just going to overhold the teleport, though, so that they can get away, take a little bit of damage off of it, though. Now, Funplus Phoenix's Verse also coming in there with that legendary spear, looking to make something happen here. Verse T225 trading a couple of blows, but neither of them want to let Star get away. Star, though, able to find an armor swap into a purple set of armor. Absolutely huge here for TE Star. Star just needs to keep the game alive for themselves here. They're able to find that LMB off of the dagger, but not quite enough, as all three of these players now descend on. Wu Fang joins the party. TE Star just trying to scale rush away, is going to head into the zone. Hope it's enough to keep these players from coming in on him. Star is going to come on inside. He's going to be able to find most of a reset, but all four of these players now sitting on the edge of the zone, waiting for TE Star to come back on in, and Star is going to have to sit out here and take a lot of the zone tick, as we see Wu Fang even taking range shots here with the pistol, letting Star know that they are hungry, that they're waiting for it here. There we go. Star going to come in. Star on the back foot, still being chased a long way away from the ult. Wu Fang going to get sent flying into the zone, but luckily it is only that that zone 2, so he's not going to take too much stick here. Star on the backside looking to come in, trying to break away. The scale rush is going to do a lot of good for himself here as we see Verse coming in. Verse looks for the R&B. Star able to get away from it while this fight's going on. Paste will pick up an elimination on GG Shah. Star keeping it moving. Those scale rushes with the dagger really buying them the spacing that they absolutely need. Double cannon shots coming in as Star just continues to break the ankles of all 5 of these players back into the zone yet again as the players look for them. Star trying to find an opportune moment to break away and find a way back into the zone. Unbeknownst to these players, Wu Fang decides it is not worth waiting around. Is going to turn their attention on over to S1's Paste. He says, I've spent enough time, given that I've got Yang depletion, I've got to find myself an elimination. I can't keep waiting for you all day long, Dobby.
Absolutely. Towards that, Rune is Wufeng. I think he's going to be able to separate himself a little bit towards this as T225, AIS, and Fong is going to be right behind him here. Have to be careful. Meanwhile, Paste just chilling. Just chilling, just chilling, just chilling. Inside of the space here, let's see where that momentum comes from here. As Wufeng looks like he's going to be able to close in the gap here on AIS. AIS just waited on it here. Nice timing, trying to see if he can catch him on the parry, but sadly was unable to here. Ooh, gonna have to be careful for the both of them though, as they do end up getting caught on fire. The third party from all over the place, Wufeng and AIS decide they're gonna need to split off this, as all 3 of those players are gonna come in on an absolute massive frenzy here, trying to close in the gap little by little here. Have to be a little bit careful here. He's gonna try to time this out little by little. Gonna have to take the time to be able to do exactly what he needs to here. Trying to close this out as AIS trying to see maybe they can find it. AIS with that gray shield swap, unfortunate, was sadly losing out on their shield that they had originally. As K2225 is able to find somebody right in the front. It looks like it's going to be the face of Arano, but both of them decide not to take advantage of it and strike. Still a whole lot of momentum coming through here on both sides, both sections here. It's still going to take some more. Just trying to see if they can work towards it. Oh, man, nice strike to maybe connect onto this, but it looks like the cannon shot's going to be a little bit more lethal. Not looking good as the parry is going to be able to come through here. Not looking good as Pace ends up taxing elimination onto AIS. AIS loses out with 1 elimination, 17.1 on the top here, giving somebody else a chance and a shot at getting that dub. Oh, Wufeng popping the ulti here, trying to close this in here, not giving him the opportunity here really to get away. He said, no, you're going to fight me, big boy. You're going to fight me. It looks like it might be the worst decision Wufeng makes.
Oh my goodness, EWG's Arano going to pick up that elimination with a bow shot from downtown. OnePlus Phoenix is Versa looking for a reset inside here, but Arano wants that smoke yet again, comes in with the nunchucks, hits him with the 1-2, and Verse says, no, sir, I'm out of here. KLA's T225 going to pop that F2, looking to come over the wall and find himself a reset. When he gets an opportunity here, that legendary staff in the back pocket, legendary set of armor as well. Gonna break around the edge of the circle as we do have zone 4 collapsing onto zone 5. These players have got to be a little careful as we're gonna have yet another late game's Bane's Breath getting ready to come through once we see that zone 5 collapse down on it. T225 looking to put pressure onto DRG's Fong here and make something happen. T225 taking a lot of damage though, gonna be forced to pop the F2 to break away from this as he loses 3 ticks of the shield. Fong though with 2 ticks down as well. T225 gonna take the free reset as Verse decides that Fong is gonna be the target selection here though. Fong in the ult trying to get away, make something happen here. Goes on the inside trying to find a reset. Knows these players are going to be heading his way though, but it looks like the players do not want to head inside here with Fong's ult activated. So Fong is going to be able to find the reset, but needs to be careful. He's going to be quite vulnerable once that ultimate ticks down here. T225 continues to apply some pressure. The Bane's Breath is going to come through. T225 just barely misses walking into the Bane's Breath there as he grapples in and is able to cancel at the last moment with a jump. Fong going to break away. Fong almost grapples into one as well. And this is exactly what he's talking about. You have to be very careful heading into this stage of the game and taking fights as that Bane's Breath comes through. You can very easily find yourself getting caught out. Fong going to head back inside, hoping that the pressure from the Bane's Breath as he surfs it is going to keep some of these players away, because he is quite vulnerable without that ultimate right now as he just looks to keep the movement going. He swaps to a fan for some of those scale rushes, and it looks like Fong is going to live to see another day. Man, this dude walking very close to the sun right now with these Bane's Breath, Dobby.
Yeah, you have to be careful here for sure. He definitely has to take his time. You don't want to get caught up in those Bane Breaths. Those Bane Breaths are lethal. We talk about it so much. We talk about it so often in terms of how really scary they truly can be here. You definitely don't want to get caught in it, especially with a lot of people here, especially if they see you. You don't want them to see you get caught in that, for sure. As we look at Pace here from the replays from earlier here, nice fight to be able to catch him with the strike here. Beautiful connection with the combo here. It looks like he's going to pop the ulti. Catches him in the air. Beautiful finish. Absolutely decimates GG Shaw, barely giving him any time to really recover, recoup, maybe come back for the fight. He says, nah, I'm not going to let you open up that book at all, buddy. You're not going to have the time. We're not going to give you the opportunity for you to even express the fact that maybe you read it. Nope. That's fine. Meanwhile, Fung separating it. Ooh, nice little shoulder check on one of the players here. As both of them are going to be able to catch her on the outskirts here. Both of them getting caught on the combo. Now looking good for Fung here. As Fung almost gets caught yet again on the outskirts with a bow shot as well. As Fung's be able to capture a shield with it on the outskirts. Now looking good as Fung is going to have to try to rotate this out as best he can. Now looking good for him. He's going to try to see if he can block some shots, but it's not going to be able to do enough here as he ends up getting cornered. Star captures the finish onto Fung, and Fung is out. 4 eliminations deep, 12.7, top 3. Still really solid performance from here, though.
That is so unfortunate. Fong missed inputs twice. If you notice, he jumps and LMBs into the wall. He's actually trying to grab the wall and scale rush away. He fumbles it once, gets punished for it, goes back, tries to do it again, fumbles it again, and just ends up dying immediately because of it. You've got to feel so bad if you're GRG's Fong, and you fumble the scale rush off of the wall there, not once, but twice. As we are top 5 players left remaining alive, we've got Fun plus Phoenix versus EWG's Arano, TE Star, S1's Haste, and of course KLA's T225. Your top 5 players left remaining here in game number 2, as Zone 6 will be collapsing onto Zone 7 in the next 12 seconds. Pace looking for a reset on the backside here, though. Gonna take quite a bit of damage and get forced into the zone to be forced to use their teleport as well to break away here. Pace with 4 eliminations does not want to let this game end here, but the cannon shots coming through. Pace is taking so much damage. They're able to get a little bit of a pot off, but it costs them so much here as the rest of the lobby looks to descend on Pace. Pace, though, playing very patiently here, not looking to burn that ultimate too early. TE Star going to take the opportunity to take a reset here, does not want to try to pressure onto that and be the next one getting targeted out, as we see cannon shots raining through. Star trying to get a little bit of momentum, is going to head towards the other side here, is going to cancel the grapple mid-air, wants to play a little bit of that aerial game. Arano on the backside. Pace still trying to get the full reset here, will finally get back into this game here with the purple armor re-healed all the way back up, the attention turned off to him. Pace going to come in with the Soul Jade there on the fan, do a ton of damage to T225 and TE Star. Star regretting not turning on to Pace earlier when he saw him healing and decided to repair his bow instead. Star now without armor because of Pace's huge fan play. Star able to get a pot off, but is going to lose most of their health because of it, with the final circle getting ready to collapse in the next 40 seconds. Star not in a good place as the cannon shots continue to ring through. Verse looking to come through with the staff. Star going to go airborne here, trying to get on top of one of these trees. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. We're going to see T225 go down to Pace. Pace finds his 5th elimination of the game. Very unfortunate for T225. Yet again, 3 eliminations, and in the end there, we're also going to see Star go down as Verse comes in and cleans it up. It's now a 1v1v1 scenario here. Pace v Verse v EWG's Arano, and Pace in a really good position with that legendary fan, the Soul Jade as well, still holding on to their ultimate despite how much they've been chased down leading up to these final moments. Zone 7 is going to collapse right now, ladies and gentlemen, and this game is going to come to an end very shortly. Verse already popping that F2, trying to come in. He knows he's going to be able to use this ultimate to try to clutch this out. Oh my goodness, Pace decides to go in on him before he gets the opportunity to pop the ult. He's on the outside. He's got to be very careful about how he's going to play this out. He's going to go airborne, waits for the opportunity. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to pop that ult mid-air. Going to look for a little bit of a health reset here before he goes back in and charges up that V2, trying to come in. He's going to land it onto Pace. Pace is going to start taking that fire tick. We're going to see the teleport come through, trying to demech, and Verse gets demeched into the fan. Oh my goodness, it looked like it was going to come up Verse, but as soon as Pace landed the teleport, there it is. Pace finds his 6. Will he find the 7 here onto EWG's Arano? Arano going to come back around. The fan doing a ton of damage. The teleport re-come back in. There's no world where Arano comes out on top. The pistol shots, ladies and gentlemen. Pace finds 7. A first place finish and is your MVP for game number 2.
Pace really coming through with that clutch. He needed that. That confidence is, that confidence is going to come in absolutely soaring. Exactly what you needed, though. And I know he's going to be feeling good, being able to lock in his name on that face for the next game coming through here. What finish coming through here? Yo, he really was able to feed that super well. You know, he said, yeah, you know what it is. Number one, yes, sir. Talk to me nice. Talk to me nice. We like to see it, though, coming in from a player like Pace here. Like I said, he's had some decent surprises here, but that was a really thrown out moment here coming in from Pace here. As we see a lot of the players in terms of that play store towards that final ending moment here, you know, Pace being all the way up top, not really trying to engage too often. TE Star already dangerously low, and he ends up getting eliminated by Verse. Verse really having kind of the advantage really in that moment. You know, he had the gold shield, he had the gold weapon, obviously Pace had the gold fan. Like, you know, there was really a lot of moments here where he definitely had the advantage that really set himself different compared to Arano and Pace. But Pace was able to take the time, really capitalize on certain moments here. I think the initial pistol shots was really, really important on how he was able to close in that gap between him obviously having that lower shield and him having something even more greater. I think with that moment, he was able to do that, knowing that one of the other players, which was Arano, was able to capitalize on those moments, get some of those decent hits. And then, like I said before, I mean, the guy who had the gold shield was kind of the oddball out.
Well, what really clutches it out for Pace in the end here is his target selection, right? He knows that Hadi has a really strong final circle, that fire tick again coming in, the anti-healing on it, the anti-healing from the zone, the damage that comes in from the zone as well. But what happens is he target selects onto him. He just kind of completely ignores the Liam and goes, if I can get him out of ult, I win this lobby. And sure enough, that's exactly what he does. Speaking of which player killed OUG Mike in game number 2? Now this is a harder question. You really needed to be paying attention for this. Is it A, Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse, B, KLA's T225, C, WBG Spider, or D, JL's AIS? Lock in your answers now for a chance to win yourself one of those summer split random gift boxes. You don't want to miss out, ladies and gentlemen, because those boxes have some really good goodies. But back in to our conversation about Pace in the final circle here, how he really comes out on top is literally just, again, that target selection, right? He knows that Hadi has the superior ult for the final circle. He knows he can't afford to really focus Liam in those moments, because if he lets the Hadi go unchecked, the Hadi just absolutely clutches out the rest of that game. So what does he do? He waits for the Hadi to come in onto him. He pops his ultimate. He goes airborne. He hits them with a huge move, swaps to the pistol, hits him with those pistol shots, knocks him out of the mech, and post that, there's almost nothing Hadi can do. He lands into that huge fan, takes a ton of damage, and that's all she wrote. Pace here with 7 eliminations, gets the multiplier as well for 8.4, 3 ranking points for a game score of 11.4. DRG's Fong with 4 eliminations will take a 5-point game. EWG's Arana with 3 eliminations and a little bit better placement as well. We'll be walking away with a game score of 5 as well. Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse a 4.5, and KLA's T225 a game score of 4. An absolutely explosive game number 2 as we get ready to take a look at the overall standings. WBG Spider, who came in at the top of the day, finds himself all the way down in number 9, and OUG's Mike walks away with another 1-point game and drops all the way to the bottom of the leaderboard. This is not what we expect from our 2 number 1 players in the league. Spider, 2 bad games back to back. I don't know if he's going to be able to bounce back from it, Dobby. This is not the position you want to be if you're WBG Spiders. You take a look, though. Pace moves into the first place position with an 18.9, but JL's AIS 1.8 points behind, sitting at a 17.1, and T225 not too far behind, keeping that consistency going, combined with his 7 points that he brought over from the regular weekly, sitting at a 16.5. Any of these players could find themselves going over that 30-point threshold heading into game number 4 after game number 3, and we could see somebody end it all pretty quick as we take a look back here at our replays for the day, brought to you by Thunderbolt.
Yeah, these replays, though, really kind of show how different some of these players have really been here. As we look at Yuan, as he ends up catching that Arctic Wraith here, is able to capture the freeze on both players, but he still continues to keep that combo going. This is that combo that you were talking about earlier here that absolutely destroyed Pace at the beginning of the game. But it definitely goes to show you that just because you have a rough start doesn't mean that you can't have a strong ending here. As we saw Wufong getting eliminated here. Look at Pace. He ends up coming back strong, captures that elimination. He goes inside of the realm of Yang. Really does start to really see the amount of moments here in terms of how much he dodges and really stays away from certain strikes that really can be lethal as a player. As Arano Tries to see if he can time it as well here with this. Really is able to do it through the invisibility. Doesn't matter. Pace able to play this well, and this is the one where he just, I mean, he does Shaw so dirty. Doesn't give him the time, doesn't give him the energy, doesn't even give him the placement to even try to escape. He's just like, nope, you're stuck right here with me. Pace is able to capture another elimination in this moment here. Here comes Star, who ends up swiping that elimination away here. I mean, look at Pace. Pace just able to, just like you said before, taking that target and really knowing when it's the best time to strike here. And that's exactly what he did in some of these moments here. Able to capture the dodge, is able to push through on the outskirts, dangerously low. Arano is able to hit him with the pistol, knows what he needs to do, is able to capture the finish, and comes away with a massive amount of eliminations and a #1 finish. What a game. 11.4. Heck of a score for him, putting himself up in the top, right under AIS with that 17.1 and 26,000 damage. Actually insane.
Yeah, take a look at this. 7 eliminations, 26,000 damage, 19,000 coming in from the melee weapons, 11,000 alone from the fan. Absolutely massive. He's got Phoenix Blast, but huge here for him. He's got those Deado rounds, meaning that pistol gets the extra delayed damage even after he lands those shots. This comes in clutch for him in those final moments and allows him to secure that extra elimination, which brings him up to a huge game score of 11.4. But the real MVP in terms of Soul Jades for him here was that Windy Trinity. We see him catch out 2 to 3 players with it multiple times in those final zone situations, and with the legendary fan, it just does so much damage. It's actually what ends up doing Hottie in the very end there, right? He gets the teleport up behind him, hits him with a huge move, hits him with the pistol shot. The pistol shot DMX him as he's falling. He sets up the Windy Trinity, so he falls into that Windy Trinity at the very beginning of it, because the Windy Trinity comes out in a cone, right? It's got the 3 blades. If you're point blank, you take all 3 hits from that. You take a ton of damage off of it, and what we see happen is we see him fall right into it. He sets it up. That's all she wrote on the Hottie, and then he still has ult charge to take onto that final player. Pace immediately gets behind him, sets up another Windy Trinity, does a ton of damage onto him. They trade blows yet again. They both get equally low. The other player tries to break away. He turns around with the pistol, lands the Deado rounds. Those Deado rounds really clutches it up. That extra explosion is just enough damage so that the tick kills him first. Pace gets the other elimination and gets the first place finish. Speaking of getting a first place finish, we're going to take a quick break before we come back and see who gets first place in game number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your Weekly 2 Solos Finals. I'm your host and your cast with the Roomkeeper. Joining me today is my main man, my boy, Dobby Air. As we get ready to head into game number 3, we've had 2 very explosive game number 1s, and there's a little bit of an elephant in the room, Dobby. And of course, I'm talking about the performance of WBG Spider and OUG's Mike. Mike, of course, starting out all the way down in 10th place today. Spider starts at the top of the leaderboard. Spider has dropped all the way down to where Mike once was and is sitting in 10th place now. And Mike has not performed at all today with 2 one-point games back-to-back. He has dropped all the way to 12th place, Dobby.
That's a far drop. I will not lie. That is a very, very, very far drop. I think with a lot of different things that really has been happening so far, it definitely becomes a little bit hectic with certain things. But obviously, it really can, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the end all be all, knowing that we still have, well, let's see. We have 4 games left. Could be more, depending on if nobody actually ends up hitting the 30 points. And then on top of that, if no one ends up catching the dub after that, it's going to be I feel like it's either going to be a super long night or this night end up going real short. Knowing that we're already close to 20 points already for our overall leaderboard for top 2. Right now, it's looking really good. By game 3, game 4, it's looking pretty hasty if those same players are keeping the same energy that they've been keeping in the first 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it pays to being very, very close. He needs 12 points, very easily doable for him given his performance in the previous game. He could easily find himself going into game 4 in 30 points if he continues to perform like he just did. We've got a lot of players, though. T225 is bringing in a lot of consistency with himself today. EWG's Arano, a player I've been talking about all season, also doing exceptionally well, bringing that level of consistency with himself. I expect by the time we go to game 5, if it does go to game 5, that all 3 of these players are going to be above the threshold just because of the consistency of the previous 2 players and because of how big pace popped off in the last game. It's going to be very hard for them not to be above that threshold as we head into game number 5. But speaking of games, we still have to head into game number 3, which means I hopped in the boat and we're heading on back to Moore's Isle.
Very classic map that everybody is used to here in terms of where people go, in terms of where people land. Definitely a very well traversed and very thought out map that everybody knows of. But look at the difference. 9, almost 10k damage average, 1.8 kills average, 10.2 kills average, points 3.3. It's definitely looking good here for Pace here, as Pace takes it takes 1 game, and just like that, it's changed for him. Just like that. You love to see it, that amount of momentum and how it's been pushed out so far here. Meanwhile, T225, ever since that first game, he's been a little rough around the edges. Definitely a little rough around the edges, Vern.
Who? T225? T225's just been doing very consistently all day. I mean, his game 1, he had 4 eliminations, was in top 4. Yet again, he was in top 4 this game, had 3 eliminations. He's putting points up every single game. He's sitting in 2nd place right now. I really wouldn't call that a bad place for him to be there, Dobby.
I'm sorry, am I tripping?
T225's in like 2nd or 3rd place right now, Dobby. He's been in top 5.
I don't think he's in 2nd. 3rd, maybe. I could see 3rd. I was about to say, wait, I don't think he's in 2nd. Hold on.
The top 3 players are all within like 2 points of each other. They're doing exceptionally well today. Both him and EWG's Arano have been consistently putting up points every single game, and they've been in the top of the lobby. They're doing really good. Pace just had such an exceptional game. He skyrocketed to 1st place. Spider here is who I'm really worried about. Again, we talk about how the mental impacts him. You can take a look right now. You can see the look on his face. This is not a Spider who feels like he's on top of the world. He's had 2 very bad games back to back. He came in at the top of the pack today, and now he's all the way down in 10th place. Spider has got to find himself a really good game here in game number 3, or I'm afraid he's not going to be able to bounce back from his mental, Dobby.
It'll be tough to see here, as we're going to see Verse and Wufeng go for the 1st round selection here, and Star and AIS is going to be taking it over for the next game. next game's pick as well here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going here. But you are right. AS is in second with that 17.1, 16.5 for T225. Maybe it's just because I haven't really been seeing him hit eliminations. We've been so focused on seeing AIS. We've been seeing Pace. We've been watching Verse, and especially Wu Fong, which even though isn't in top 6, still is somebody who we've been really seeing like put a lot of energy and pressure onto some of these play styles, but sadly just hasn't really been able to connect and get those finishes the way that he wants to.
Well, you know, it's been an interesting day in general. We've seen a lot of things flipped on their head. Paced here, gonna be picking up Temmie in round 4 hero selection. Oh no, okay, he's deciding.
Oh wait,
he's playing with me, Dobby. He can't decide whether he wants to select Temmie or Akos. We are gonna see the Temmie come through. I love to see it. Again, I don't think Temmie ever falls out of the meta, right, Dobby? I think he's such an exceptional hero. He's always going to find value. And again, all this season, we've seen tons of Temmie MVPs coming through. I think it's an excellent choice. EWG's Arano Spider are going to be locking in those Matari choices coming in and going to, you know, Matari been really strong lately, constantly finding good value, constantly finding MVPs. I'm very surprised she's not higher up during this hero selection priority, right? It is that constant Liam pick, and we have yet to see that Liam MVP come through again yet today. T225 going to be locking in the Akos. DRG's Fong looking to lock in that Justina pick as well. Justina coming through has been very interesting. I've always had faith in the hero. I think she's one of those heroes that can always find a little bit of value in the Pro League no matter what. But I don't think she's in such a great place right now. So it's interesting to see her continue to come through. I think the most shocking pick I've seen all day was that Tessa pick, as we've seen her continue to fall further and further out of favor. People just know the timing on that ultimate. They're very easily able to maneuver around her. You know, even though she can get that second usage out of her ultimate back up very, very quickly, it's still very hard when players are just able to tap dodge away from it to get out of it. I don't think in that last game where we saw Tessa get picked, actually, we saw a single player actually get snared by the Tessa ultimate. I think it was missed every single time it was thrown out, Dobby.
See what some of these players really can do here in terms of this, especially people down maybe towards the lower section here. I'd love to see Star really try to see if he can make a little bit of magic happen here. Obviously, he's not in that top 6. He's been kind of struggling a little bit towards the ending circle. Same thing with Mike and same thing with Spider. You know, this is the most this is the least, sorry, not the most. This is the least we've talked about them throughout today so far with some of these games. Definitely surprising to see just a little bit here. I mean, it's just like you said before with terms of the mental coming in from Spider here. Knowing that last game, he got no points at all. I mean, it's definitely rough to see coming through here. For Star, he's at 11.3, 11.1 for Shaw. And Spider's at a 10-point even deficit here. I mean, he's still got a long way to ride and a long way to run here. Meanwhile, some of these players we never would have expected to end up in the top place, like Pace, AIS, Verse, Fong. Well, actually, not Fong. I'd say Wu Fong. Actually, I'd like to say Wu Fong. Really surprising towards that. But let's see if we can get back towards it here. As we're going to head back to the very classic map of Morris Isles. We're going to see SS1, main champions, going to heading straight towards it with a fight across the river near Servants' Grounds, kind of in those little hidden huts over there. Meanwhile, EW looks like he's going to be headed straight into the center of Shadow Jade Mine, try to see if maybe find some stuff. JL also going to be a little bit past that, a little towards Gamma Mine, as we see everybody else kind of heading towards Dragon Spine Yard, Sigma, Mohesive. We have one person headed towards Desert Graveyard, but it looks like everyone else realizing there's not really a lot of cave sections. It looks like everybody's expecting to find some decent loot in some of these broken huts. They're going to fight this out immediately, and they're going to try to see if maybe they can get a little bit ahead of the game and getting that first elimination. But the first fight we're going to see is SS1, Pace, and Spider.
Yeah, Pace here with the fist blades. Both players on him, but Pace with those blue fist blades. They're going to go for the whiffs. Spider walks into it here. Goes for the teleport. Not quite able to make it happen. Pace able to use the overhold and the range on that charged RB. Then Spider going to come in and lands the parry, though, onto Pace. Pace with no F. A little bit on the back foot here. Now gets the F back online, but no place to go. He's stuck in the hut. Spider finds the uppercut and will claim that first elimination for himself. As we move over, we're going to see OUG's Mike, GG's Shaw, DRG's Fong here, just to the north of Shadow Jade Mines. Mike trying to come in here with the staff. Early game here, looking for that R&B. Now going to try to find the scale rush off to the side as these other two players trade blows ahead of him. FunPlus Phoenix's Verse and Jean Yuan here on the side of the cliff. Verse on the nunchuck. Jean Yuan there on those dual hallies. The headshot coming in from the bow. Verse not going to let it happen again. The parry coming in from Verse. Jean Yuan going to get sent flying. Now Verse with the weapon as well. Jean Yuan now onto the white dual blades. Not quite a great place. They're going to hit the clank there, but Verse going to drop all the way to the bottom here. Going to give Jean Yuan time to move away. Verse not quite able to land the grapple, but EWG's Arano sees Jean Yuan on the back foot and comes in to capitalize the F2 on the inside of the building. There we go. He gets his ankles cut off, tries to go for the scale rush, and Arano with the teleport will come in and clean up the elimination. The parry from Verse from the turnaround. Now Arano is the one on the back foot as he gets juggled up there into the clip. Then the follow-up, and FunPlus Phoenix Verse will find the elimination there and clean one up for himself.
Fantastic finish here, but it's not over yet as Spider looks like he's going to try to see if he can close in this gap here between him and 2225. 2225 trying to see if maybe he can get away from it as well here. Definitely does not want to get caught into it. He says, no, I don't want to do that as well towards this. He's going to try to see if he can capture a strike here. Sadly misses out on the Tiger. Spider also missing out on the grab as well. Both of them getting caught on the wall here. A little odd. I don't see it a little too much. See if they can keep that same momentum going here. Is now Spider trying to see if maybe they can time it just a little bit more. C225 able to work and run towards it. Oh, nice parry. Trying to see if they can close in this gap little by little here. C225 going forward with the chase. Definitely making it a little bit harder. Oh, Spider, nice uppercuts here. Looks like he's going to back off that towards the slam here. C225 trying to see if maybe he can time it just a little bit better, but Spider just struggling to try to find it here. Looks like he is going to successfully. Looks like he won't be able to fully finish it as the grapple comes through. Finds the gray shield, at least right next to him. Might be able to potentially take, and here is KLA. T225 is able to find one. Oh, nice strike all the way down towards the bottom here. Misses out on the bow. Oh, nice finish towards that. Almost was able to get a nice little finish, but sadly was not able to do what he needs to here, as both of them just trying to dive in and dive out as much as possible. I mean, they very much was able to do exactly what they need to here, but sadly it's not going to be enough. As now, Spider just trying to just stall just little by little here. As he scale rushes out, he's going to take it out. Absolutely insane here. He's going to try to time it just a little while longer here. It actually ends up catching him airborne just a little bit here. And just like that, he's able to put him inside of a wall here. This might be the moment here for Spider. Spider finally able to maybe get an elimination here. I take that back. I take it all back. I'm so sorry. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Paste risked it all on the overhold there for the charged R&B there off the dual hallies, and the risk pays off as we cut over to JL's AIS here, trying to clean up the elimination of the Wu Fang, but it's EWG's Arano who shows up yet again to clean up that third party and is able to pick up a huge damage there. Now we're going to see AIS looking to clean up Arano if he can. Arano going to go for the teleport here. AIS going to head on inside. Looks for an armor swap there. Just a little bit more HP on the armor than the previous one. AIS topside gonna go ahead and repair the bow here. Doesn't want to pressure too deep here. Verse looking to come down on top of him. AIS gonna come do some swapping here for some pots off the body. S1's Paste, our MVP from the last game, off to a slower start here on the Temi with the blue staff, blue armor, not quite willing to go in just yet. He's playing around the outskirts here, looking for a little bit of better loot. So he's going to swap the bow there for the pistol doing him a lot of good in the previous game there with the Deado rounds. Maybe he's looking to make a repeat performance of his previous game as we move over to JL's AIS, who's heading on over towards Graveyard. Going to do some repairing there for his dagger. KLA's 2225 in money spot right now, getting himself up some much needed money to keep his game alive here. Currently holding on to 7,000 Darktide coins, and he still has mid money spot and upper mini spot if nobody's been able to clear him. And sure enough, he's going to get all three and sit on the edge of the zone to make sure he does. S1's Pace now on the chase here with EWG's Arano trying to break away with the fan. He's going to miss the wisp here as Arano just keeps things moving, and Pace decides he's going to turn to the fight on the other side over here with JL's AIS and look for the third party. The cannon shot's coming in, doing a lot of damage there on AIS, but he's able to get the pot off, and now Pace is going to fight here. He wants to come in. He wants to be the one who heads inside the realm of Yang Pace with the ticket. He was first to come in and touch the portal, but is going to be forced off of it by Verse. Verse is going to come in and lock down that ticket for himself. Pace on the back foot. If he wants to head into the realm of Yang now, he's got to send Verse out of here like Verse did to him just a few moments ago. The cannon shot's going to ring true on both sides as they pick up some tick damage, but Verse still maintains his position of power inside the circle for Yang. Pace underneath, gonna grab a couple of pots and other items there and decides he's gonna let Verse have it. He doesn't want to waste time trying to fight him over the ticket, Dobby.
I mean, I wouldn't want to fight him over that ticket as well here. Knowing that, I mean, it's JL. I mean, AIS has really been playing super well in both games here. So obviously, if you know that going into these games, I wouldn't necessarily want to fight him either. Mind you, this is GG Shaw. And GG Shaw's not afraid to poke the bear a little bit. And it looks like he decided to do a little bit of a poking. He said, hey, you got it. You got it. You got it. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Yeah. You ever have siblings and they just do something like just a little minorly annoying? You're like, I'm just playing. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It was a joke. I wasn't. Relax. Not that serious.
I wasn't ready.
It's not that serious. Like, it's not that serious. Chill out. Meanwhile, back inside of the realm of Yang, it's a little bit more serious. As Verse, I don't see if you can time it a little bit here. Sadly, the AIS missing out on the bow. Both of them ready for it with the blue focus. Not able to do a lot here. Trying to close in the gap a little bit here with the dagger. Oh, and able to capture him inside of this nice kick towards it. Trying to scale rush it a little bit closer in towards it. As now he's going to pop the ulti here. And he's going to try to see if maybe he can capture him inside of the sky. It looks like he's able to. Oh, nice counter towards the strike. He's able to do exactly what he needs to here. And it's not looking good for AIS as he does end up getting juggled here. He's going to take his time towards this. He's going to try to see if maybe he can push towards this. Oh, waiting it out. He catches him in the air. Oh, but it's not enough to get the finish. I actually thought that would have been it right there. Dangerously low. AIS is able to turn it around and capture the finish just in the nick of time. AIS, you scared me. You got to be careful, bro. Don't do that. Don't play with your food. You almost lost that.
I mean, Liam there plays that really, really well. He's baiting AIS to come in off of the ultimate. Every single time he actually does land a hit from the ultimate, he gets maximum damage out of it. AIS almost loses that fight, but in the very end, he's able to break away there from the final moment and turn things back around with the usage of the ult as well. Pace now on the run here from KLA's T225. Of course, Pace not able to head inside the realm of Yang, so doesn't really want to fight anyone here because they may have that buff. But T225 hungry to come through here. Pace, half armor, doesn't have the opportunity to stop and take a reset just yet. He's trying to find it. It's T225 and GG Shaw both on the hunt here. Pace still trying to move away. T225 will land the grapple there. Pace does not want his game to end here. He needs to put up a big performance here so he can go ahead and get above that threshold as soon as possible. A little bit of an armor swap there will save him some pain as the fan comes in. Unfortunately, it is a white fan that Pace is using right now just to try to keep the movement alive. GG Shaw looking to lock down onto him. They must know that he does not have that ultimate, so he's vulnerable right now. Shaw coming in. Oh my goodness, the fire tick from that scale rush going to hurt pretty bad onto Pace here. Pace now on the inside eating yet another scale rush there. Will throw the Wisp down, trying to find a good opportunity to get a reset, get outside of the tower here as Tower Watch begins, Dobby, our favorite game. Pace still on the inside, just trying to use that fan to get away, but T225 is going to come in, threaten the space with his nunchucks. Pace forced to come outside. No shield left remaining. Shaw keeping the pressure up as well. The F going to be invested here. Pace moving top side here. Does have the Wisp available. Shaw going to come in. T225 going to grief him out of it just a little bit, though, as Pace is able to slip back outside yet again. He needs to be very careful about how he plays this one out. He does have the F in the back pocket there. He's going to slip down, and it looks like he's going to be able to find most of a reset as T225 turns his attention onto GG Shaw. T225 heads back down, but it's going to be a little too late as it looks like Pace will find most of the reset that he needs here. OnePlus Phoenix's Verse now trading blows with DRG's Fall.
And in those blows, trying to see maybe they can capture it as Verse, is trying to see if he can close in this gap. Same thing with the other player here as Arano. Trying to see if they can just get just inches closer, trying to see if maybe they can capture this elimination. And you know, when it comes to third parties, they're not going to let up anytime soon, and it's not looking good for Fung. Fung has to do an absolute miracle in order for him to have the opportunity here. It looks like he's going to capture the Frost. Going to be able to pop a little bit of some heals here towards this. At least able to stall for a little bit of some time here. Because now he's going to try to see if maybe he can go somewhat airborne, maybe towards the tower. First, maybe overshooting technically. Oh, nice little turnaround strike towards that area here with the dagger. He's gonna have to take his time here and be just a little bit more careful, because he's gonna be able to go for the Arctic. I mean, look at him. He's just right next to him here, just waiting for the opportunity to strike here. just waiting on it. Nice hit towards that. 3 people right in behind between. Fung, you're in the worst situation to be in this moment here. It's not looking good for you. You can barely go anywhere, barely do anything, can barely maneuver. Fung trying so hard just to keep the game alive for himself here. He only needs 1 to 2 more strikes. He goes all the way down to the bottom. He goes for the Arctic Strike, just trying to see if maybe he can pop a little bit of shield as he does, and he's not able to do a lot, but he's able to just do enough to get away. He's gonna go inch by inch, but it's not gonna be enough. As Arano is able to capture that elimination, gets the finish off of Fung, and Fung is out of game number 3. Just like that.
T-Star here on Kylan with the ult active going right now, trying to make something happen here. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to secure that elimination he was looking for, and he still has 1 minute and 10 seconds left remaining on that Yang depletion. The ult going to burn out. He's going to have to find an elimination very quickly, and without his ultimate, he turns very aggressively onto EWG's Arano. He knows this is his only chance to make something happen. Unfortunately, Arano is just cleaning it up. Star breaks away here. He's going to have to yet again look for another reset, and only has 50 seconds to find that Soul Bloom to keep his game alive. Tries to come back in, wants to go back in onto Arano again. This is a player, he knows where they are. He misses the scale rush in, misses the parry as well, and now tries to get away. Arano on the outside. Star able to find a little bit of damage, but not a lot, as we see Verse coming in as well from Fun Plus Phoenix, finding some cannon damage onto Star. Star, yet again, more cannon shots coming through. Star, 26 seconds. I don't know if there's anything he can do here. Tries to go in on Arano. Arano doesn't have that ultimate. Star knows it, and he needs to take advantage of it. He's going to invest the F there, but it's going to be Verse who comes in, turns the attention onto Star. Star, no place to go, no time left to make anything happen. He just needs to break away. He needs to try to keep anyone else from hitting him so that nobody gets that elimination. He's in the zone. He knows what it is. Star says sayonara, ladies and gentlemen.
It takes the time to do exactly what he needs to here. I mean, he really was able to find his own type of momentum here and do what he needs to. And I feel like with this could be really, really helpful and somewhat hectic if definitely, you know, obviously not paying attention. As we look at Yuan going inside of this, it's like he was almost able to capture him with the blue focus, but sadly was not able to, though, with the dual halberds. Trying to see if he can work towards this. Oh, Tomb Raider skin. I love the Tomb Raider skin. It looks so good. It actually looks exceptionally phenomenal. So we're going to go right back towards it here. As he's going to try to see if we can catch up towards him. Trying to get at least a little bit closer, trying to mend the gap. Not able to do it, as, I mean, he's just flying, making it super unpredictable for Spider to try to see if maybe he can counter it at all. For any which way, shape, or form here, not able to do a lot. And Yuan just making it harder for him to really be able to collect, connect, and finish off of anything that he's able to have and provide for him.
Oh, so unfortunate for Paste here. He gets caught out even though the ult goes out. Shaw at full health here, gonna go through. He's gonna just go for the dash immediately. Oh my goodness. Paste wanted that Realm of Yang so bad he finds it, but unfortunately, GG Shaw on the Justina just comes through and cleans up shop on him, ladies and gentlemen. Shaw here gonna find himself a legendary set of armor as well as a legendary staff in the back pocket, and he's going to hold on to a purple set of fist blades, setting him up for a late game super well here on that Justina pick. We're going to move over to Pace now. 5 minutes remaining on that Yang depletion. No eliminations to his name. If he wants to maintain that first place position, he's going to have to come through and find himself a Soul Bloom, find himself an elimination very, very quickly. He's going to head over. He's going to do a little bit of shopping on another player's body that he knew where it was. Spider in the wings nearby in a very similar situation with 4 minutes and 22 seconds left remaining on that Yang depletion. Both of these players need to find a Soul Bloom to keep their game alive. And, you know, it's Spider desperately needs this here. This is the first game where he's shown any signs of life today. He's got 2 eliminations under his belt. He needs to make the most of this game if he wants to get back in here in the finals. Pace on the move, just moving around the edge here, looking for a potential pick, looking for those players who are coming in from the edge of the circle and trying to hug the circle as well. Wu Feng and JL's AIS over here. I don't think either player knows that the other is there. AIS might know that Wu Feng is there, but Wu Feng definitely doesn't know that he's there sitting in the backside in that invisibility bush. Paste, not going to see anybody here. Needs to be very careful about which fight he does pick. He's got 3 minutes and 55 seconds, so he's going to head back, maybe look for a way in as we move over to WBG. Spider here He's coming in looking for the action. He's not going to shy away from a fight whatsoever because this is, of course, WBG Spider. As we head into Celestra, Spider knows he has the best opportunity of picking up elimination here, or at least picking up a Soul Bloom to keep his game alive with 3 minutes left remaining till that Yang depletion sends him back to the lobby for a third time, Dobby.
Third time is really, really unfortunate here towards this, but still have a lot of momentum left here. But obviously, the amount of time that you have is slowly dwindling away. Knowing that we're at the third game, we're close to the half mark. We still got a lot of playtime left, but you just have to be a lot more careful in these final situations here. It's about to get a lot more hasty, and you got to be careful. You got to pay attention a little bit more towards this. Is now it's only going to get a little bit more hectic, a little bit crazier too. Towards this final finish and this final push. Realistically, not the best. And that's fair. Because we do see the grapple start to come in, though. Ace trying to see if maybe they can rotate this out a little bit. And it looks like there's so many people inside of Celestra. It's about to get real hectic towards this fight here. Let's see how hectic it really can be here. As they start to see what type of development and dynamic they have, truly. See if they can keep that same momentum going, though. Slowly start to close this in more and more. Paste. Trying to see if he can find an elimination here. He needs one. He's got 2 minutes left on the clock here before the Realm of Yang takes him and says, you are good for at least this game number 3. You need to relax and chill out. Meanwhile, T225 has the opportunity to overtake here as Yuan ends up absolutely destroying Spider with that pistol.
To see it. This is not going to leave Spider in a great place. You know, he had 2 really bad games back to back. He needed to have a good game here to get his mental together, to start picking up some momentum to get back into the day. And unfortunately, you know, he finds 2 eliminations early, but now he's going to find himself sent back to the lobby. This is not the game Spider needed to find for himself. Hopefully, OUG's Mike can do a little bit better. He's on 2 eliminations as well. He's been at the bottom of the leaderboard all day. So he, too, needs to find a really strong game for himself here. Paced with 1 minute and 12 seconds left. Also, after coming off of a huge game in the previous game, needs to find himself a Soul Bloom very quickly. But everybody in the lobby just playing keep away from S1's Pace as we head on into Ballista Watch. This is exactly where you don't want to be if you're Paced. Paced on the outside here, trying Ballista to bait, right? Paced moving to the outside here. Doesn't want to be inside that Bane's Breath. Also does, oh my goodness, speak of the devil, the Bane's Breath going to come down as he tries to pop a pot, and now Paste is completely on the back foot, but it might draw one of these other players in as he only has 36 seconds left remaining, but the Ballista comes in. He's only going to get the fire tick damage there because he does have the F up, but still the Ballista, always good for 1, comes through. Pace taking a lot of tick damage there as he walks right into KLA's T225. We're going to see the ultimate invested Pace going out into the zone. He knows what it is. He knows there's no time left for him to find the elimination. He has got to head on out here and hopefully deny somebody else that point. But there it is. Yeah, he's going to deny it. I didn't know if it was going to be enough time. T225 doesn't pick up the elimination. Pace will be heading back to the lobby. Rounded out, still sitting at that 19.4. KLA's T225 with 2 points and 19 score currently, leading the lobby. EWG's Arano with 3 eliminations, though, closing the gap, sitting at a 15.5 as we get ready to head into Zone 5. Zone 4, 10 seconds till it collapses.
Definitely does not want to get caught in that, though, towards this, as Mike definitely has the advantage so far with that really insane Soul Bloom here. Absolutely throwing out all the spirits as much as possible and telling everybody, listen, if you want to come by and party with me, we can party, you know? I was going to say something along with the most recent news, but obviously that would be crazy. But even with everything going on here, it definitely has to be just a little bit more careful, a little bit more safe towards this. And obviously it can be super, super hectic, especially towards the end of this. But let's see where that momentum lies, where it strings together, where it makes sense. Let's see where that advantage comes from here as Mike's fighting this out here with T225. T225 was just trying to do a little bit of a drive-by and just says, hello, how are you? But looks like T225 wants, not a drive, but Mike wants some of the smoke. He wants some of that energy here as you know, the other player doesn't necessarily want none of it at all, which is completely fair.
Oh, the
Totally
ballista
understandable.
shot onto T225 is brutal, Dobby.
You gotta run. Gotta get out of the way of it. Meanwhile, Arano cleans T225 up. So I'm telling you, you gotta get away from that, man. That ballista is not your best friend at all. Not friendly to you whatsoever in this moment here as Mike trying to take his time here.
That's super sad to see that. There was every chance that T225 breaks away there if it wasn't for that ballista shot, but now he's on the move and his health is constantly ticking down. He tries to go for tower watch there to make something happen, but when you're so low, it's so hard. Mike gonna come back in here, pick up that legendary armor that he secured for himself. Jails AIS on the backside here. AIS with one elimination this time around, just trying to maintain his position in the top of the pack. But Arano climbing deeper and deeper here with 4 eliminations right now. 7 players left remaining in the lobby as we get ready to head into Zone 6 here soon. We're going to see that final Bane's Breath of the game going on in the background right now. 30 seconds until Zone 6 starts to collapse down. Mike now with that legendary dagger as well as the legendary set of armor, looking to make something happen for himself. So we're going to head on over here on to Tower Watch as well with that Bane's Breath just nearby. Mike with the legendary staff in the back pocket, going to pull it out, looks to make something happen as all of these skirmishes just start to break out between every single one of these players. Verse in the top side, getting some healing down for himself. Wants that reset. EWG's Arano more than happy with his place in life right now. 4 eliminations. He's on that Matari. He doesn't need to make himself a target, so he's just going to play the long game on the outskirts of the zone here. He's already secured himself a place in that next zone. He doesn't need to push anywhere. Somebody up top on the ballista looking to find some shots onto somebody. AIS here taking a lot of damage. Some cannons coming through onto him. Mike going to clank with him around the corner as well as we are yet again on Tower Watch. AIS trying to find that charged R&B with the legendary staff on the side of the tower here. Not quite able to find it over the top. Looks for the reset. Comes in off the staff. Needs to find it. But no, Mike's not going to give him the opportunity. Pistol shots coming in as well from the backside. Bow shots. Everybody in the lobby turns onto AIS. He's forced to burn the ultimate here. He's going to come through. He catches out onto Zhang Yuan here, but not going to be enough. The ult isn't going to buy him any protection here. The cannons and the bow shots ring true. Zhang Yuan cleans it up. Wu Fang up top on the ballista. Going to find a couple of shots down there, but not do a ton of damage here. And he's going to take a lot of health from the zone tick as we are now down to your top 6 players left remaining alive here in game number 3.
Time strike towards that is very good, obviously. But same thing with Pace, T225, and AIS. Both top 3 players are out of game number 3, which means that this is going to be huge for Verse, Fung, or Arano being able to take that first place slot, depending. Well, mainly Verse and Arano. Arano has obviously a very close shot. Verse, if he ends up catching maybe 2 or 3 more eliminations and then a first place finish, he definitely has a shot at taking it all the way up to the top slot as well towards this. Let's see if he takes his time here and really trying to see what type of maneuvers he really could do here, and maybe even catching one oddball out of this equation here and see if maybe he can XYZ someone else towards this, but only time will tell. We're only going to start to continue to close in this gap little by little here. Yuan trying to see maybe he wants to strike towards this as Mike and Yuan having the same soul blooms here.
Different ones. Zhang Yuan's got the nunchucks. Mike here with the staff.
Oh!
So you've got the Dragon's Roar and the Merciless Havoc coming through. Rano there with the other Soul Jade looking to get the silence off on a lot of people. Doesn't look like he's got the Merciless to follow it up though. If he could pick up the elimination on the Mike and get that Merciless, he would be in a really good position to close out this game. But Mike right now with that golden focus there on the Merciless Havoc, just holding so much space. He's going to catch out Zhang Yuan and just send him flying into the zone. Zhang Yuan immediately comes back in looking to hold that space. Of course, he's got the Dragon's Roar on the nunchuck, so Mike's got to be very careful about how he approaches him there. Mike looking to set up the Merciless again, not quite going to be able to find it as the scale rush comes through and stops him from coming through. GG Shaw with the freeze, going to buy himself a little bit of space here. Mike still trying to find up the perfect position to set up that Merciless, see if he can send somebody flying again like he did previously. Shaw in the top side of the tree here, going to go airborne, looking for some pistol shots now, just sitting topside in the tree. He wants to play that long game as we have 40 seconds until Zone 7 collapses. 6 players still remaining alive. Zhang Yuan there with the Dragon's Roar throwing it in Mike's direction. Mike now on the Merciless Havoc, trying to do the same. Doesn't quite hit Zhang Yuan at the maximum distance there. He's going to go down bot side and just continues to buy himself some space, as if you guys want to come after me, you're really going to have to want it here. Verse just looking for a reset on the top side of the hill here with that Fan Soul Jade, that Windy Trinity that we saw paced with last game. Wufeng on the top here, gonna find a reset for himself as well. Pistol shots ringing out from the tree above. I do believe it's gonna be GG Sha. Yes, it is. Zhang Yuan down below looking for a reset as well. Mike gonna eat a little bit of that other staff Soul Jade there, but more than happy to just keep holding space with the Merciless Havoc. But ladies and gentlemen, this is it, your final moments of the match. Zone 7 completely collapsing down now. Mike just holding his space down below, really wants to make the most of this Merciless while he has it, but he's gonna get hit with the uppercut there, knocked into the zone, looks for a reset. Mike really slow playing this out. He's got the ult, but he wants to make something happen with the Havoc rather than feeling first to burn the ultimate here, but he's gonna have to make a decision soon. There it is. Mike's gonna go the ultimate. He's gonna go up. He's gonna look for the full reset if he can, but no! Mike gets sent flying. He gets demech. This could be it for Mike here, ladies and gentlemen. He's gonna remech back up. He's gotta find some clean hits here. He looks for the reset. Oh my god, there's so much damage going out. Windy Trinity coming in. Zhang Yuan finds one. Mike finds one. Sha finds one. Mike goes down to the zone. Nobody picks up the elimination. I'm not sure who comes away with it, Davi.
I'm not sure either here with that amount of timing. I mean, everybody was able to at least successfully get a pick in some way, shape, or form, but it looks like it's going to be Zhang Yuan who ends up catching the dub here. I mean, he played that really exceptionally well throughout the entirety of this game. I think there was a lot of hiccups with certain different players, but I feel like Zhang Yuan was definitely one of those where he did not have a lot of issues. There was definitely some well-timed planned eliminations in terms of him, and obviously his execution has been so well, deemed so well throughout the majority of these games here. It's really fantastic to see a player like him really come through here with a beautiful clutch the way that he's been doing so far here. I mean, he's definitely been the talk of people kind of paying attention and kind of going, hey, like, this is a guy we need to, like, at least a little be, you know, just be a little wary of in some way, shape, or form here. And clearly, he's showing us why y'all need to be paying attention to the man himself.
Yeah, Zhang Yuan here. Man, what a game. What a game. This was a tight one, man. 6 players left remaining alive in those final moments. So many eliminations going so many ways. Like, this is going to be a very, very close leaderboard for all these players. I think it's going to come down to him being the last player left alive, right? He gets that 1.2 multiplier on his kills. I think that might be what pushes him over the edge here in the end, Davi.
Pushing him over that towards it. It's still going to be really good, though. But Yuan. Listen, this has been a very diverse group of people who have ended up taking that first dub of the day. Currently with the standings in terms of how that is, it's been really good for some of these play styles and some of these players. Yuan, definitely somebody we've been saying y'all need to pay attention to him. He's been playing super well. His defense is just as good as his offense, but also his timing, his predictability is also really good when it comes to reading these players and knowing where they're going to go at what time, at what small increment centimeter on when they're going to strike and when those nice hits are going to land. And clearly it's showing forth little by little here throughout these games here. But Yuan, definitely a deserved one for sure.
I mean, this game really came down to the wire in the very end. It's a super fun game to watch. I feel really bad for GG Shot. He holds on to that ult till the very last minute. He tries to set something up. Somebody locks onto him. He gets demeched and just sent flying into the zone. He takes so much zone tick. He is able to get it back online in the final moments, come in. He's able to, you know, land a single elimination for himself. He also crucially keeps somebody else from picking up the elimination onto him. But if he hadn't been demeched in the position he was, I think he could have very easily come out on top with that Hottie ultimate if he was able to land that V2 on so many players there in the end. But there you go, Zhang Yuan with 5 eliminations. He is going to get sorry, he didn't live to the very end. It was actually Sha. Wait, I thought I saw Sha go down to the zone. Sha does get the kill multiplier, but it's not enough. He gets to 5.4. Zhang Yuan with 5 eliminations will be walking away with a game score of 7, but OUG's Mike and EWG's Arano, 4 eliminations apiece, come in with a game score of 5.5, and Mike desperately needed this game. It's not enough points for him to climb super high back up on the board, but it gets him in the game, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely. It gets him in the game. especially with everything that's been happening here. Some players are struggling as we're going to look at the standings here. Let's see if we can keep going towards this one here. Feng and Yuan needed that 7 eliminations, put himself in 8th place, 14.4. Still got a long way to go. A lot of hectic space for him to do what he needs to, but he was able to find it. In reality, in some of these situations, that's genuinely all you need sometimes. Still look at the top of the leaderboard here. Ace still able to hold strong here. T225 with that 19 and 19.4, literally a 0.4 difference between first and between second. And look how close it is for everybody else. Good googly moog.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to get really tight towards the top here. EWG Arano, though, this was a game he desperately needed, as well as GG Shaw. Shaw able to climb up into the top 6, and Arano also able to move up into those top 6 positions, put him within spitting distance of being in that first place position where they're able to get to that 30-point threshold. Kaylee's T225. This is a little bit more of a consistency game for him. He doesn't put up quite as many points as he does in the previous 2 games, but it keeps him in that 2nd place position, right? It keeps him holding on to the dream as we head over to take a look at the replays brought to you by Thunderbolt in this early fight here. WBG Spider versus Pace. Pace tries to break away here. We're going to see the F come through, and unfortunately, he's just trapped in the hut, so Spider cleans up the elimination. We're going to see the same thing happen here to Jean Yuan, and now cutting back over to T225, WBG Spider. T225 here takes a huge risk on that. He has to go for the overhold, let it all go, let it all hang out, and because of it, he is able to come out on top. As we cut back over to this, AS almost goes down here, 1 HP in a dream. He's able to clean up that Realm of Yang. Over to OUG's Mike here with the staff, gets huge hits here, or sorry, spear before he turned it into the staff, is able to clean up the elimination as well. Arano here goes for the teleport, looks for one more, will find it just on the edge. Man, he goes so far, so fast, and picks up a huge elimination for himself as we head back to the Realm of Yang. Spider getting cleaned up early, and then Spider yet again, this time by Jean Yuan with the pistol shots from downtown. EWG's Arano here coming down and will clean up that elimination of the T25. That's right after he got hit with that ballista, that fire tick, putting in absolute work for him here. Shaw in the end on Justina, able to just hold it together and go out with that first place. As we take a look at Jean Yuan, who walks away with your MVP here for game number 3.
He's flying. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Hottie. And Hottie kind of cute too. As we look back at 11,000 damage here. Numchucks with the 3,700 and a Plumbade with 3,358. Meanwhile, he's got the Dragon's Roar, Velocity Untold, and Trigger Suna, Warrior Piece, and Inferno Slash, damage reduction, and a health Soul Jade number 2, 6,000 healing. I mean, Yuan really was able to take that time. His 5th MVP so far of NARAKA and the Nbpl for this season. He's been taking his time and he's been playing it super well so far here. So it's really good to see that he's been really matching the same momentum in terms of what's really needed, and obviously does a fantastic job of it overall here, especially with some of the shutdowns, what we've been seeing so far. I mean, the timing has been absolutely phenomenal, and you can't really just that off anybody, especially when it comes to Yuan. It definitely has read a lot of situations, and he's been able to dictate it very well. And let's hope that he keeps that same momentum to put himself in that top 3 in the next 3 games.
You know, it's been very interesting. It's been a very diverse 3 games. But speaking of interesting, we're going to throw things over for a quick interview with one of our players before we come back and lock in for game number 4.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with Mo Tingfeng, and let him say hello to our audience. OK， 霆锋先来跟我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是第2期的mo tingfeng。
欢迎峰峰来到我们的赛后采访。OK, that we know today again bi-weekly, and for you, last week you already. Just a little bit and you can get the championship. I would like to know for this week, how many % you think you can achieve the championship? 我们也知道，其实上周对峰峰来说是非常有希望，但是也是最终非常可惜，真的就差一点点了，对不对？那对于这周目前现在前3把打完之后，觉得自己现在离这个周冠大概%多少的目标？
这个不清楚，反正看运气吧。
看运气，自己有没有揣测一下？觉得大概，比如说50%以上，可能今天能拿到这个冠军，还是说觉得自己没有太大的希望
？50%以下吧，希望还是有的。
Okay, I think for me, to be honest, that like less than 50-100% that maybe I can get the championship. And I think it will depend on the luck, but I will try my best. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，来看一下今天我们的题目是什么。那我先来给大家公布一下规则。Okay, so you guys can see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, let's see today's question. How many kills did SZDRG 风 get in Game 3？ 好的，这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中啊，峰到底拿到了多少的这个击败？哎，峰自己知道答案吗？我们先不说，知道 OK。那我们先来聊一聊，我发现一个非常有趣的现象。OK, so before we get out the answer, I found a very interesting things. Yesterday, I interviewed in the post-game interview, we interviewed DRG. And like for both of you, whatever the trolls game or solo game, like you guys always be chasing by other players. So I would like to know why. 我这边来问一下，我发现很有意思的一个现象。昨天也在这个位置，我昨天也是采访了你们3排的选手，你知道吗？然后我发现整个 DRG 的风格就是很容易被其他队伍给盯上，然后被追。哎，这是什么一个情况？如果当时拿到了自己擅长的这个短兵器，第3把那一波有没有机会逃脱啊？
有点吧，但是逃脱了，我还有个杨旭。
就是即便是逃脱了那波能生存下来，希望还是比较渺茫的，对不对？那可能已经当时做了自己最大的努力了。Okay, so in my opinion, I think if I have like weapon, like dagger and like fan, maybe I will chase successfully. But because I have the Young application, so I don't have too much hope that I can survive to the end of the game. So it's the best I can choose. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 应该峰已经准备就绪了，那接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时，用英文说一个3, 2, 1，可以吗 ？OK, 来准备。
3, 2, 1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请峰给我们公布一下刚才这道题答案到底是什么呢
？2个 B.
Yeah, the correct answer is B. Okay, and congratulations for our lucky guy. Okay, we know that MTF, Modinfeng, you are the old Nbpl player for us, and a long time. You are always very strong in a lot of audience opinion. And I would like to know, so what type of the esport player you really want to be? 那我最后再问一个问题啊，因为我们也知道峰是我们的元老级的选手，其实大家也是看着你一步步成长走到今天，也有非常多的忠实的粉丝和观众朋友一直在追随着你的脚步。我在这边想问一下峰啊，你其实对于你而言，这么长时间一个电竞选手之旅，你最想成为的是怎么样子一个选手？
纯粹一点吧，然后就纯粹一点吧。
哎，这个纯粹一点是什么意思？是纯粹在哪个方面呢？
各种方面。
就是单纯的想打好比赛，然后拿到一个好的成绩，是不是？
是的。
Okay, so to be honest, I think I want to be a pure player. And what means the pure is like, I just want to focus on my skill and ability in the matches and really want a high score. 哇，其实听完峰的采访，我现在也真的是有被你触动到。那虽然说今天你也说，目前看起来只有50%以下，但我们也说了，后面我们还有几场比赛，到底能不能超过我们这个分数线？到底能不能夺冠？接下来我们继续加油，好不好？祝你好运。Okay, good luck to MTF, and you know you really move me a lot. And what I can say is just good luck to you. Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're 3 games deep and we're 3 games ahead, or could be less, depending on how well these next players go, as we still have 3 of the top players already close to 20 points deep, and we still have 3 games left to title somebody a bi-weekly champion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I am your host, Nbpl, alongside RuneKeeper TV. And so far, some of these plays, some of these players, some of these games have been really phenomenal. And for others, not so much. Surprisingly, Spider being one of those people where a little bit of a doozy. But for other players like Haste, like Yuan, slowly climbing the ranks. Meanwhile, everybody else is chasing pace right now. And so far, the games have been phenomenal so far. Just in terms of clutching, timing, defense. Well, I feel like defense has been huge, but in terms of also defense, let's make sure you put your defense up so that way you can secure your account and make sure it's also connected to your NARAKA BLADEPOINT so that way you can get these free Twitch drops. Did you say free? Yes, I meant free. All you got to do is keep watching. Make sure you're paying attention, because not only do we have these Twitch drops, we also have these questions that we do after every game. So that way, when y'all answer it, you have a chance of winning some extra drops on top of that. So who doesn't love free stuff? I know I do.
Right? I would absolutely love to come in and get some of these amazing drops, and I am getting them because I made sure I've got my Twitch account linked with my NARAKA BLADEPOINT account here, and I'm watching, hanging out with the chat as we get over here and cast these games. But enough about the drops. You guys know what the deal is. We're getting ready to head into game number 4. It's going to be exciting as we get ready to jump the boat and head on back to your favorite map, Dobby.
Padoria. I love it. I love Padoria. Padoria and its beautifulness. And I'm still waiting to see somebody surf. That's really what I'm aiming for.
We got to see a little bit in game number 1, but he got grappled out of it in the end there. It was Shaw while he was being chased around that corner there. He started the surf, but unfortunately he wasn't quite out of grapple range. So they grappled onto him and he was forced to break away with the nunchucks. I need
NARAKA to send me like a non-copyrighted, like very surfer aesthetic sound. So that way I can play it whenever like someone actually starts to surf. Like I need to have like a very surfer aesthetic type of sound that breathes in Cali type energy when they're surfing. Cowabunga it like type energy. That's what I would like specifically for that. So that way whenever I see it, I actually get a chance to click the button and it's just it's a party for like those few seconds, and then they got to get off and it's back to it's back to crushing the rest of the lobby of solos and putting it together. I mean, you know what I mean. I don't have to explain it that much. You know what I mean? You're looking good, though.
Appreciate you, Dobby. Not as good as these games have been, though. We've had some phenomenal games so far. Pace, like you said, holding on to the top of the leaderboard. T225 very close behind him, only 0.4 points behind, sitting at 19 points right now. As these games continue to get even more and more explosive, game 4 is going to be very interesting. I'm excited to see how things go as the rest of the day continues. Nobody yet quite breaking that 30-point threshold, but again, we have Pace and T225 very, very close. If they're able to lock themselves down an 11-point game, that could be all she wrote as we head into game number 4. Let's see if they're able to lock it down and get themselves past the coveted 30-point threshold, Dobby.
See how well that threshold is really going to be there towards that. They take their time. They'll have a lot of momentum to make happen here, especially for a player like T225. He's a little behind, but he's not that far behind. If they could figure this out here towards this, and it's only better for some of these players. So here's my question for you, obviously. I mean, you're really deep into this game right now. You're a little behind. You're not that far behind. You're Yuan. You're playing your game. You're doing exactly what you need to. But you need to get them. But you need to get up a little bit higher. What do you do?
Look, you just gotta look to play good, clean NARAKA, right? If you're Yuan right now, you can't really be trying to like grief out any of the top competition or anything. We're taking a look at DRG Fong right now, and that's somebody who has cost themselves bi-weekly championships because they, instead of looking to play their game, they kept looking to lock down onto players like OUG's Mike or GG Shaw and try to grief them out of the game. and they stopped doing well. They stopped finding consistency in games and never saw themselves going over that 30-point threshold. I think if you're Zhang Yuan, you need to do exactly what you did in the last game. You need to come in, you need to play good, clean NARAKA, you need to get to that final circle, and you need to make the most out of being in that final circle, Dobby.
Being the most in the final circle. Meanwhile, for Star and AIS, they're going to be right back to the first round selection, picking it out here in Padoria. Let's see if they can make this work here towards this situation here. I think this was going to be a close-knit fight in Padoria. I think it's going to be super, super action-packed. A lot of craziness. I think it's going to get super hectic. I'm excited to see how this all plans and pulls together. Honestly, I think it's going to be pretty good. Pretty good fight overall. Just in terms of timing and being able to really pace it together, I think it's going to be a good look. You do see the first picks come through here. Rune, what are we looking at so far?
I mean, so far, no surprises, right? We've seen the Liam come through. We've seen the Kylan come through. We're going to see Matari coming through. This is kind of actually where I predicted coming into the season, Matari would be sitting in terms of like pool selection right around here during that third round selection. It's nice to see her kind of moving up from 5th to 4th to 3rd now. Players really realizing how much value they can get out of playing Matari. Then, of course, we see the double Hottie pick coming through, being locked out. We're going to see double Akko's pick as well. Not going to leave a lot of pool open for these players. Probably going to see some Justinas and Temis coming through. Looks like it's going to be double Temis. It's going to be double doubles across the board for every single round of hero selection. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing crazy to see here, Dobby, as we get ready to head into game number 4. And that's exactly what we were talking about with Zhang Yuan. You just need to come in. You need to play good, clean NARAKA at this point.
They say it's good, clean NARAKA, but how clean is it there? How clean are we talking? Are we talking like Mr. Clean Clean? Are we talking bald head man clean? Are we talking like, you know, oh, just play smart type of clean? You know, are we sure you sure we can't get just a little dirty?
I mean, if you want dirty, you just got to look at DRG's Fong. That man loves to come in and free players out of a lobby.
The grief expert, just as much as GG Shaw. Let's see if they can figure this out here. But you're right, back to the doubles though. Arano and Spider. Ike and Yuan. Shaw and Paste. Wufong and Verse. AIS and the Star. The only person that's really going to be singling out themselves really, no, Fang and T225. Also with duos as well. Look at that. Duo on. Nobody's really locked out. Nobody's really held out in this situation though. This is where things get very, very hectic. Let's see how this goes. I'm excited to see how they can put this one together. Because in reality, it's only gonna get better. Especially with this amount of timing. But let's see where players are gonna land here in the wondrous place of Padoria. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. Padoria.
Here we go, Dobby, your favorite time. Tell us about where our players are going to be landing.
Padoria. There we go. That's the one I wanted. I want a little bit of echo in there for that dramatic effect here. As we're going to see them land immediately here. We're going to see some people heading towards at least more so the center section. A little bit less, but it's still at least one player. It looks like it's going to be headed towards Imperial Hold. Meanwhile, the right side is going to be kind of favored towards a lot of these players. It looks like there's definitely some cave entrances that people are going to prioritize going into immediately here. As you do see KLA heading towards, at least that looks like that's where Sword Tomb is potentially, all the way towards the back section. And meanwhile, Heaven's Watch, no, actually it's not going to be there. That's going to be near, yeah, that is going to be Sword's Tomb. Right towards the right side is everybody else is going to be towards the back side of Arcadia. So Springs Enclave, Moongaze Terrace, Verdant Chasm, Woodhaven, and definitely Shrine of Waxing over in Arcadia. Arcadia is definitely going to be the prime time spot for this game. And so far, game 4 is already looking to be a very strong case of absolute destruction. And let's see what happens here. Just like you said, good, clean NARAKA fun.
Paste here off to a start in Jail's AIS here with those fist blades. Gonna land the jump parry into AIS. Absolutely huge damage coming through over the top side there with the jumping LB from those fist blades. AIS will find the armor swap into the white armor, trying to find his way into this fight. The F gonna be invested on the side of Paste, looking for the charged LMB. Not quite gonna connect. AIS gonna lose the armor yet again. He's gonna walk into it a second time, forced to burn the F. Pace keeps the hunt going here. Needs to find a good clean scale rush. But now TE Star comes through. A parry in, and it's going to be a jumping LB to clean up the elimination. Star, though, will be the one who gets the Soul Bloom. But Pace very quickly rips the armor off of TE Star. Star finding a huge entrance in there with the Hong Sword into the aerial combo. But the armor swap for Pace into the F with the damage reduction is going to be clean here for Pace. Pace looking to find a second elimination right here off the bat. 10% away from that ultimate. Pace been fighting a little bit longer. He's going to find it before our boy TE Star does. Now looking to go in. Star keeping the tap dodge away. The ult's going to come in. Star's going to find his very soon, though. But Pace needs one more hit here. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. He's not even going to burn the ultimate. He's going to come through very clean. Double elimination for S1's Pace right off the rip, Dobby.
Wow. Pace, I don't know what's going on. Maybe you caught the first taste of blood, and now you're just blood hungry. But goodness gracious, I'm a little scared. As we're going to push in towards this here, GG Shaw trying to see if he can capitalize on this moment here as KLA C225 is a little bit low here. It looks like he's going to take the opportunity here to pop one of the smaller shields to let his heals heal up over time. It looks like he's finally going to be able to catch up to him, though. Almost was able to capture him with the dagger here. And it looks like now it's just about scale rushing it, trying to see if he can escape and try to get as far away as possible here. As KL ends up getting grappled, which is unfortunate. Trying to see if he can get away just little by little, but nice little flick to be able to try to connect to it, but it looks like it's not going to be able to do a lot there. Ends up finding the gray shield just to be able to do enough here. There's no way that they miss him while he's hanging. Oh! T225 finds him. Meanwhile, back inside on the outskirts, headed towards where the rocks are, near the Shrine of Waxing inside of Arcadium. It's going to be Arano fighting this out with. It's going to be Yuan. Yuan was playing exceptionally well last game here. Looks like he went for the repair there on his blades here. Looks like he's going to take his time here, trying to see maybe he can capitalize on that moment here. Arano just trying to see if he can time it right, at least for the parry, but Sally was unable to here. Trying to take his time as he ends up popping the F key just so he can be able to just try to fly out of here. And Yuan is like, yo, where you going, buddy? Where do you think you're going? Nice little swipe. Gets the finish, sends him flying like team. Prepare for the speed of light. Say yes, prepare to fight. Yeah, that's right. Anyway.
AC Jean Yuan here, picking up his first elimination, trying to carry that momentum in the next game. KLA's T25 going to find one on to GG Shaw as well, but now X1's Wu Fang coming in at T225, going to use teleport very quickly to just break away here, wants to break the ankles of Wu Fang. Wu Fang not quite sure where he went. T225 going to look for the full reset here. Wu Fang will lose T225, so T225 going to take the opportunity to take a full reset, repair his weapon, and everything. We're going to hear the bell pop from the side. Wu Fang going to take some pistol shots, this time from T225, who's looking to aggressively come in here onto Wu Fang. Wu Fang trying to scale rush away here, knows he doesn't have the advantage anymore and wants no part of it. So he's going to break away as we take back over to S1's Paste here. Pace still holding on to that ultimate from that first engagement, setting himself up for success, looking to head into his next fight here. Just doing a little bit of looting up for himself. He does have 2 eliminations right off that rip, so setting himself up for big success here in our game number 4. Jail's AIS looking to come down. See Star down below with those purple nunchucks. Maybe he's going to find a way into this fight. Decides not to, as he starts to break away. We're going to go over to DRG's Fong and WBG Spider. Fong being forced here out of the zone, trying to use that teleport to create some distance. Fong coming on over to the water here, will get a couple of hits in. Spider not too scared to keep the pressure up, though, just continues to chase over back to S1's Paste and X1's Wu Fang. Paste and Wu Fang gonna trade blows here. Wu Fang with the ult active here will catch Paste out, but Paste, though, has the ultimate, will pop into it. Wu Fang trying to come in, get some pressure up. Pace dashing away, goes for the V2, not quite going to find it. The ult going to come through, but Pace going to be able to armor through with the jumping LMB. Now Wu Fang comes in, going to get caught out here by Pace. Absolutely huge as Pace follows it up with the double jump LMB. We're going to see Wu Fang send Pace into the zone. Wu Fang trying to play gatekeep here, but Pace looking to come in, trying to find the Tiger Leap to close it out. Wu Fang going airborne. Pace with the grapple follow-up though. Now Wu Fang on a huge back foot here is able to find some huge damage there on to our boy. Pace will find the elimination, and Pace goes down with just enough time before Zone 2 collapses to resurrect and keep his game alive. DRG's Fong on the back foot here. Spider chases him back into the zone. Wu Fang nearby as well. Not sure where Fong is going to go. Forced to use the teleport. Both him and Spider really low. Spider's got to play this very carefully. If he goes too hard for this kill onto Fong, he could find himself getting eliminated at low health by Wu Fang here. Wu Fang going to turn onto him. Spider hasn't taken the time for the reset. This could be the end of Spider's lobby if he dies. No, he has just enough time before he goes down. Oh my goodness, Spider risked it all there. It could have been really bad for him as we head over to JL's AS and Fun Plus Phoenix's verse, fighting it out for the realm of Yang.
Which I'm curious as to why, but that's okay. As they end up scattering here, it looks like T225 is going to remain victorious and being able to get inside of the realm of Yang here. And it looks like he's not going to be, well, I mean, at least that patient. At least I don't think so here. Ooh, no, there's a little bit of a Goldie right there. Question is what's the magical question now? Does he go inside? Yes, he does. He's going to take his time going in there, too. He's going to take his sweet nilly-dilly time, too. Goodness gracious. God, he would never, ever going to get up in there. Never going to get it. SKTLS T225 is going to go airborne here, trying to see if he can get some shots here. His versus maybe he's going to try to connect onto that. Unfortunate, though. Towards that, trying to see if he can find the LMB. Not going to be able to push forward, though, as he does try to scale at least closer onwards towards it. Does the quick switch for the musket, ends up missing both sides. Nice charges on both sides. Ends up getting shoulder checked, though, as Verse is going to be able to catch him on this side here. Nice little blue focus to be able to capture a beautiful strike here. Try to see if you can hit him with that same musket. Ends up missing it. You might have to drop the musket, buddy. I don't know if that's necessarily for you. T225 tries to see if he can connect, tries to see if he can disconnect towards this, maybe trying to get some shields. Oh, ends up doing a nice little turnaround on the Verse here. Beautiful combo in the midst of catching him midair here with the dagger. Ends up coming around here towards this. Nice shoulder check to be able to counter it again. Nice Q to be able to counter that as well. Trying to see if maybe he can time it right towards it as he ends up popping the ult. T225 trying to see if maybe he can capture the finish here. Get this going. 53 seconds left on the clock here. It takes one move. It takes one switch. Oh, and just like that, the amount of the pattern. T225 is on the wrong side of the tracks, and just like that, Verse captures the swish, catches him off the backstretch, looks right behind him and says, "Ooh, that thing, nah," and just gets that finish and says, "See you later, buddy."
OG's Mike here now inside our other realm of Yang, using that ult to create some distance here, trying to find the wisp. Of course, the Temi off here between Zhang Yuan and Mike. Zhang Yuan going to come in and find some clean hits there off of the fan. Mike trying to find something here, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Zhang Yuan now on the back foot, fan v fan here, but Mike with 1 HP and a dream. Both of them with 1 HP. It's going to be down. No, the clink. It's just a little bit more damage for Zhang Yuan. He has just a little bit more HP. He comes out on top as he sends Mike back out with Yang depletion. Zhang Yuan finds an elimination inside the realm of Yang. Gonna find some serious upgrades for himself as well. He's gonna pick up his first legendary weapon, being a spear, as we get ready to head into Zone 2, collapsing onto Zone 3 in the next minute. He's also gonna pick himself up a bounty. No way, was Mike also his bounty? Oh my goodness, his bounty target. He meets him inside the realm of Yang. He's able to come out and get himself yet another bounty. T225 out here with the Yang depletion, doing a little bit of breaking some pots here, looking to get as much Darktide coins as he can. He needs to find any advantage he can to keep his game alive here. He needs to go find an elimination for himself and a Soul Bloom very quickly, as we're going to see him head back top side, ring the bell, see if anybody's nearby, and head on out there as we move over to OUG's Mike and Zhang Yuan. The rematch between both of these players here. Zhang Yuan, of course, with the buff, so just a little bit of advantage here on to Mike. Mike, though, going to take quite a bit of damage there from that legendary spear. Mike is going to break away. The whisk comes through, though. This is huge for Mike. This could be exactly what he needs to keep the game alive. The re-ult from the side of Zhang Yuan Now Temmie v Temmie going head to head here. The fan comes through, but the uppercut coming in from Zhang Yuan. So much damage. Mike goes so low. The parry, there's no place to go. Zhang Yuan picks up the second elimination, comes out on top, and that's going to be it for OUG Mike as he gets sent back to the lobby yet again here in game number 4.
Such an unfortunate finish, though. Tries to dive in as much as possible, but sadly was not able to successfully get that finish. Like I said before, it's really surprising to see some of the top players that we talk about so consistently, both Spider and Mike, struggling in these games here. You know, like I said before, it was definitely a turn, and seeing something different that I was not expecting was seeing him really struggle to capture, counter, and everything else. Usually, you know, we see such confident Mike here where he's really kind of like not necessarily goofing off, but he really does have that energy like, yeah, I can do what I want to. And in these certain games here, they're trying to show Mike that no, like, you're going to have to work like everybody else. Meanwhile, if you look back inside, it looks like we're going to be headed straight towards Imperium here as GG Shaw is in the midst of fighting this out here with so many different people here. Everybody just kind of scouring around, trying to see if maybe they can capture a free pick. Meanwhile, Fang and KLAC225 also trying to figure this out as well here. Nice strikes to be able to come through with that finish. Oh, KLAC225 ends up catching with the juggle. And it looks like he's going to be able to catch him in the juggle yet again as well with the gray shield. Oh, and he ends up turning him around, led again. Dangerously low. T225 ends up catching the beautiful whisk from the nunchucks. Captures the finish with the blue focus in the LMB and is able to say, see you later, buddy. I appreciate you. The crazy part is they both really had such a different dynamic, but still was able to end it almost the same way.
Yeah, absolutely huge there. The turnaround with the nunchucks was really clean on his part, holding there for that R&B off the nunchucks as well, knowing that the tech chase on stand-up is there. Really clean stuff coming in from T225, able to just get himself a clean soul bloom without having to worry about a third party. Very rarely do you come back out with Yang depletion and just find a good, clean 1v1. That's exactly what T225 needed to find to keep himself alive in this game. It also gives him his second elimination, which sets him up for success here. Zhang Yuan looking for his 5th elimination, though. He's already got 4 going in on GG Shaw. Shaw turning it around, though, with those fist blades coming down from the top. But now Zhang Yuan in a little bit of trouble as TE Star looks to turn on him, and T225 trying to turn on to GG Shaw. The white shield swap not going to do him a lot of favors here as T225 comes in with those nunchucks, finds the uppercut combo. We're going to see Wu Fang trying to come through the window, but a little bit of movement grief there as he just decides, all right, maybe this wasn't the fight for me. Shaw comes in with the F, will land it on to T225. T225 going to go for the teleport there. Will find some damage there onto Shaw. T225 backing off to take a reset as Wu Fang comes in, and Shaw with yet another white armor swap, but a parry this time by T225, knowing he doesn't have anything to get away from it. GG Shaw with another white armor swap comes through. Who's going to pick up the elimination, though? Will it be T225 or Wu Fang? We're going to see T225 trying to come in, trying to clutch it out here. Wu Fang also trying to make it happen. Shaw needs to break away, and it looks like he was able to break the ankles of both of these players, keeping his game alive. But Shaw and T225 on the hustle, keeping it moving here as we head on into the realm of Yang. It's going to be S1's Pace versus Fun plus Phoenix here. Fun plus Phoenix with the ult coming through. We're going to see Shaw get eliminated, unfortunately, to the Yang depletion. Nobody picks up the elimination. Pace trying to keep the game alive here. Will be able to land that jumping left click, but the ult continues to come in from Verse. Verse trying to make it happen. The F comes through. Pace, nothing he can do here. He's got no ult charges left. Wait, he turns it around. Pace finds his 3rd elimination and comes out on top in the realm of Yang.
What a finish as Pace able to play exactly how he's been playing so far here, really keeping that same momentum and that energy the way he's been doing here. And with that gold shield and those gold dual halberds, I mean, he's able to continue to do exactly what he has been doing here. I mean, what a successful push, a successful find. Man, it's been doing good for him here. Pace playing the game of his life here, and it's only game 4. He's really good clutching. His timing has been phenomenal. His executions have been amazing. I mean, he really has been able to find it. And that's kind of the beautiful thing about this game here, is when you really do have that momentum and you just have that confidence pushing into it, you know exactly what you can do with and without. Let's see if they can continue to find that same rotation here and see if they can rotate it towards something equally, if not even better.
You're getting your surfing, Dobby. You're not even excited.
Oh, man. Finally. And sadly, it does get cut short, which is unfortunate. That's the thing. See, I want to see them actually ride it. You know what I'm saying? Like for a long period of time, not like a couple seconds, and then somebody tries to like throw them off the waves. Man, quit throwing me off the waves. The waves are what makes me poor and keeps me sane, man. Meanwhile, back at it, AIS trying to see if he can hold strong here and trying to see if maybe he can find it. And it's just sadly, oh, nice heads trying to catch that. Not trying to get caught up with the third party, though. It's really not going to be a good look for him, though, especially with that bow hitting him from the back. Oh, as AIS ends up getting caught in the corner. He ends up getting away. Oh, not for long, though, as now Pace is now caught on the wrong side of all that fire, as the fire attack damage is going to cause a lot of damage. And now it's not looking good, as first trying not to get caught with the cannons as well towards this. Not looking good for him, as AIS trying to capture something, but sadly it's not able to here, and he knows he has to escape, but it's not going to be good, as both of them end up just duking down right in front of him and captures the elimination, man. That's tough for him. AIS says cowabunga, bro.
Oh my goodness, S1's Pace here on to FunPlus Phoenix's Verse. Verse in a bit of a situation here as his ult's about to run out. He's going to get a couple of hits here on to Pace, but Pace going to keep the chase going. A clean grapple coming through from Pace on the chase to Verse. Verse has got to find a way to break away. He's extremely vulnerable to a fight here with Pace. Pace canceling the grapple early, doing a really good job of sticking with Verse rather than following through the rest of the way. Able to get some clean hits in. Pace, though, with some movement errors here, might give Verse the space that he needs to get away. Pace not quite sure where he's gone off to. Those movement errors might have just cost him an elimination. KLA's T225 on the backside here sees Zhang Yuan, who is off to another rip of game, by the way. He's moved all the way up into third place. He was our MVP last game, and he already has 5 eliminations as we get ready to head into Zone 4. We're going to see our first late game Bane's Breath get ready to come through, and Zhang Yuan already has 5 eliminations under his belt. This could be a huge game for him if he's able to keep that momentum going forward. Rano, topside here with those legendary nunchucks, legendary armor. 1 elimination for himself there inside the realm of Yang, and it really serving him well. Really gets him set up for that late game with that equipment he needed. WBG Spider keeping his game alive here. Double eliminations is going to come through, find himself a bounty scroll. It looks like it is going to move on to, is that a Rano that it's on? It may be EWG's Rano that's on. Paste on the outs here. Legendary dual blades, legendary armor. Not quite sure if he has the Cav Bloom or not. He does have the Cav Bloom. This is what he was just talking about over in chat as well, right? You have these early game weapons like the Fist Blades that are really strong just as a raw weapon, right? Like if you were just a weapon to weapon, Fist Blades pretty much are the meta right now. But once you get those legendary weapons under your belt, they're giving you more damage. Once you get those soul jades, we talk about it all the time, those soul jades of destiny, right? Cav Bloom being one of them is you switch things up very quickly. You drop the Fist Blades behind unless you've got the soul jades. Speaking of soul jades, Arano here with the legendary soul jade there for his Fist Blade, so he's not going to be leaving him behind anytime soon. And again, as we talk about the soul jades of destiny really dictating the pace of the game. We saw it in the last game, right, with the merciless havoc, with the dragon's roar on the nunchucks as well. It just buying so much space in the final circle. Those soul jades really just controlling the pace of the late game. And we're gonna see a lot of players here looking to not engage right now, because again, we talked about that early game's Bane's Breath, or that first late game Bane's Breath that's getting ready to come through. So these players trying to play safe. They don't want to get caught out in that Bane while they're stuck in the middle of a fight. There it is. You can hear the Bane roaring in the background as all the players move away and look to set up for the next zone, Dobby.
It's like even with that too, it still could be like super hectic with certain instances, and obviously you do have to kind of time it just to be just a little bit smart. It's a little bit smart. And now even with that, let's see if they can qualify for it, and let's see if they can be just a little bit more smarter towards this, since they're going to be able to capitalize on it. In terms of what makes sense here, now it's all about reading into it as much as possible here. Let's see if they can find stretches towards this and take his time. As Arano, it looks like he's getting caught up with so many pellets, trying not to get caught up into it too badly here. Gonna have to read towards it a little bit more. It's Verse trying to see if they can separate themselves as well towards a lot of the hecticness here. It really can go really insane depending on what type of vibe it's really going with here. Obviously, it can get very hasty with all this, as you do have to kind of pay attention. Verse, Pace, T225, everybody just within that drawstring here. Trying to see if they can close it out just a little bit more here. A little bit more on the hectic side here, but can really clutch this up towards the final stretch as Pace Trying to see if they maybe can get a little bit of some action inside of it, but not able to do a whole lot. Now with that timing here, they still have to kind of prove it together here. Spider, he popped his ulti. Oh, but it's not enough as he ends up getting...
Oh my goodness, T225 with the snipe there, picks up his third elimination and sends WBG Spider back to the lobby. Yet again, the Titans, man, WBG Spider and OUG's Mike struggling today. And Spider came in off such of a good week. He was #1 seed coming into the tournament today. Super unfortunate to see our two top players just struggling to make it happen today. Verse on the back foot now. Arano keeping the chase up here, coming in with the pistol. Not going to be able to land the shots he was looking for. He's going to go for it there off the fist blades, but not going to connect onto it. Arano might need to back off. No, he's going to come in with the scale rush. He's going to be able to get that fire tick onto him as well. Arano, though, wants to keep the pressure up on to Verse here. Trying to come in and lock it down. Will find a couple of hits there between both Wufang and Verse, but Verse on the outside just trying to break ankles, keeping things moving around these buildings. Arano ends up in the Wisp, though. Oh my god, so many range shots come through from Arano. Arano, though, only going to take that one musket shot, going to come over and look for the reset as the other players continue to try to break away. We are down to your top 6 as Zone 5 will be collapsing on to Zone 7 in the next 60 seconds. We are going to see your last Bane's Breath of the game getting ready to come through, and many of these players smack dab in the middle of it. Pace trying to stay on the edge here. Wufang on the other side as we're going to see Arano coming in, trying to get the fire tick off onto some of these players there from that grappling Soul Jade. Not quite able to find it. The cannon shots coming through. John Yuan almost eats a Bane there. Is able to avoid it at the last second. Arano coming through. You've got to be careful with these grapples as you pass through these Bane's Breath. You can get caught out any single second. Wufang being the first of which who gets caught out here. It's going to cost him all of his armor, and Verse wants to capitalize on it. Verse, though, forced away as the Bane's Breath comes down, almost doing the same to him. Wufang trying to find something at range here, breaking away. Verse giving him a little bit of a break here inside the Bane's Breath. Pace moving across here, looking to put some pressure onto Arano. T225 just trying to play at range there with the musket. He was able to, of course, snipe that kill away onto WBG Spider, and a really good game for him. This is what I talked about. T225 playing for consistency until he gets over that 30-point threshold, and sure enough, he's been very consistent all day, still maintaining just a 0.4-point deficit behind Pace, who's in that first place.
223s. It's definitely starting to close in that gap a little bit more. 23.4 to 23. It's going to be good to see if any of that is going to be very, very helpful for them towards these final fights here as we slowly start to close in this gap here as Arano trying to see if maybe he can capture another elimination onto maybe somebody, depending on what they could potentially do. Oh, as Arano ends up getting sent back, says, see you later, buddy. You thought you had the opportunity, but not today. As he slowly starts to squeeze this in little by little here as Yuan all the way towards that, tries to see if he can ricochet just a little bit longer. You'd love to see exactly how they can try to do certain things here as they try to close in this gap little by little here as they're just trying to see what type of vibe everybody else is doing here. As you just see from Verse very much paying attention here as some of those bouncing cannonballs aren't necessarily helpful for you sometimes. As Verse trying to rotate this out, they're definitely paying attention to, oh no, he ends up getting caught by everybody at the same time. The small tornado was able to capture him inside of that. He ends up floating like a nice fresh piece of straight chicken straight from the grocery store. And he ends up getting
Wufang is still alive here with the double eliminations. Zhang Yuan also in here. Zhang Yuan, 6 eliminations right now, off to an absolutely crazy game. If he keeps this up, he might find himself going in the double digits. If he picks up every elimination in the lobby, he could be the first to 10 we've seen in a long time. Wufang here taking a lot of range damage, and Zhang Yuan looking to keep the pressure up here, coming through. Wufang trying to turn it on to Zhang Yuan, but the cannon shots all coming in on Wufang. Wufang, no place to go. You can bet Zhang Yuan gonna try to come in and capitalize on it. No, Pace just trying to make it happen. Wufang with the ult into the zone, and thankfully the tick doesn't apply. He's in yet again. No tick again. Wufang keeps it alive, but it's T225 who cleans it up, and now Pace so close to death. The Cloud Weaver, though, gonna save him here as he tries to come in with the V2. Oh my goodness, this all come together. Cloud Weaver on Arano, though, gonna absolutely rock Pace. Pace just trying to keep it alive. 1 HP in a dream. He needs to land this V2 if he wants to live. He's not gonna catch anyone with it, and it's Arano who picks up the elimination here. The Cloud Weaver going in yet again, gonna slide in, pick himself up the Soul Bloom, and just like that, we're down to your top 3.
Top 3, Arano, T225, and Yuan Able to time this out. This is going to be really good for both play styles here. 21.9 for Yuan currently here as we keep it in on him, as Arano is going to be able to pop his ulti here, using this for his opportunity for him to be able to scatter away, just so he can get some heals going and make it harder for all the other players to try to capture him here. And it looks like they're going to be both heading towards a nice reset here. 24%. Trying to see if they can close in this in just little by little here, as we have 47 seconds left on the clock before the circle tick starts to close in here. Knowing that they're in the back stretch here, trying to time with the parry, not going to be able to do a lot. Looks like Yuan just trying to see if they can capture it towards something here. Nice cannon, trying to see if they can connect, and it was able to. Oh, catches Yuan mid-air here. Nice little bit of a swipe. Not able to do too much here, especially with that pistol. Trying to see if they can create a little bit of some damage here, but it's not going to be a lot. Oh, nice cannon. Maybe to technically connect onto that one, but not too much. It looks like it's going to be real tight. Rune, expectations. What do you think about this top 3 roster right now? I think this is a really good roster. It could go any way.
Ooh, Arano getting knocked to the edge here. There's nothing Arano can really do. Oh, no, he's got the gold armor swap at the side, but no HP. If they can keep him in the zone, it's really bad. Cloudweaver coming in from T225. Oh, my goodness, T225 just sets it up. The parry from Arano, though, on the Cloudweaver, though, was absolutely huge. T225 gonna pop the ult here, trying to land that Cloudweaver again, but Arano really on the back foot here. T225 forced to burn the ultimate, though. Yuan in a really good place, has ult. The F here, trying to land the Wisp here onto T225. Arano, though, with the scale rush down, is not going to make it happen. Arano, though, will catch Yuan with the scale rush. Finally, T225 trying to come in. The ult going to be locked in there from the side of Yuan. Yuan is a great place, but we will see the Hadi ult invested. T225 just trying to get back in. Can't. The Wisp going to lock him out. T225 in. He's got 1 HP in a dream, but it's Arano who picks up the elimination. Yuan trying to make it happen. Arano, though, going to come in here on the Hadi ultimate and no! Oh my goodness, Yuan has the Soul Jade, ladies and gentlemen! No way! He clutches it out! Oh my god, he's had it in the back pocket the entire game!
Took his time with it, really holding strong for it, knowing he had a perfect time for him to be able to pull that out. And ladies and gentlemen, he pulled it out. He pulled it out to let him know, hey, listen, I got that stick, and it's nice. It is dangerous on me. We can turn this into a party. Absolutely insane. What a monumental finish here. Just to be able to get that shutdown here. Does a fantastic job on how that looks towards the very end here, and says, hey, listen, you have the opportunity. I do too. Let's make some magic happen here. As like we say before, we say it all the time. You love to see it. You love to see it very much here with this final feature. Able to get that shut off though. Ladies and gentlemen, Yuan catches his second. I like that. I really like that.
Bro, I can't believe he had that Soul Jade in the back pocket the entire game.
And then he comes out with it in.
You get one use out of it. Nobody got him low enough the entire game to pop that, so he just has it in the back pocket. There's no way you expect somebody to be holding onto that all the way to final circle. That is absolutely insane. And Yuan popped off this game. It's not like he wasn't fighting. It's not like he was like, cool, I'm just gonna not fight so I can carry this Soul Jade to the final circle. No, he was out here hands with everybody. Man had 6 kills going into final circle. He was just like, these hands ready to eat for everybody, baby. Come on, you can get some.
He did say that. He said, come on. He said, right here. We can make this work. We can do a lot of magic with this. Come on, right here. Come on, big boy. Let's do it right. That's exactly what happened towards that one, though. Heck of a shutout, though, towards that, just to be able to get that finish and follow through here. As we're going to look back, and before we do that, let's say how many players chose to mulch in game 4. Now, this one you had to pay attention. Just a little bit. Is it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Put your answer in chat. Your chance to win something real nice in the DMs. It goes down in a DM. It go down. It go down. I'm telling you, you have to be paying attention to this one. This one is a doozy right here. And like we said before, and we say it all the time, you love to see it. You just love to see it. And after all of that as well here, like I said, the back-to-back coming in from Yuan really shows how substantial of a player he really can be in these moments here, and how he can shut down with everything around him, kind of going against him.
I mean, look, he had everything going for him. Like, it looked like it was going to be bad there in those final moments, right? But he knows he has that in the back pocket. Oh my God. Like, when you know that, when you go back and look
really
at
shocked by
that
that
fight, you just don't see that happen in pro play, right? Because you see a player pick that up early game. That is an O button, if you will, right? Because if you get low enough to kill, that pops, you get your full HP back. That is one and done. There is one in the entire game, and you're talking about a player who took fisticuffs to every player all game long. You're gonna tell me he didn't get low enough to pop that Jade, and he picked up 6 eliminations? He killed half the lobby and never got low enough to pop that Jade. The confidence he's got to have going into that final circle, knowing he's got that in the back pocket. And there's no way as a player in the Pro League, you expect somebody to still be holding on to that. You just absolutely do not expect to see that coming. When that popped, I lost my mind. The hottie had to be so mad when he saw that come through. And yet again, John Yuan, 7 eliminations, first place finish, gets the kill multiplier, goes to 8.4 plus the 3 ranking points, and another 11.4, 2 11.4 games back to back, Dobby.
Absolutely phenomenal. Just to be able to see that momentum happen towards that, and was able to see how you can like really put that together here. I mean, he was able to really read that for a lot of different things here. And I mean, like I said before, obviously, that really became to be the best feature. The best feature that was really, really important towards this here. As you look at it with that 11.4, I mean, the difference is astounding. It's 5.5. I mean, it was just a genuine good look overall. Arana with the 5 points in general. I mean, it was just a good finish. But man, they knew what they were doing. A 5.5. There's a 3 point. There's a 3 points, 2.5. I mean, they read it well for a lot of this stuff. Definitely well. As we look back at the standings here, and let's see how these standings really go for a lot of this. As we see Star at the very bottom with that 12.3. Very unfortunate. Wasn't able to really clock in on it as much as they needed to. They still was able to find something though towards it. If we look back at that 15.7 and that 17th, Shaw. I mean, man. We were able to make a little bit of some magic happen, but let's go to that top. Let's go to that top. All the way up to the very, very tip top of how good these games have been so far. 25.8 coming in from Yuan. 24.5 coming in from T225, and Pace with that 23.9. We're slowly closing in on that 30 points, ladies and gentlemen. Slowly closing in.
What a game here for Jean Yuan. Another huge explosive MVP back-to-back for him. He ties Pace for his best game earlier with an 11.4. That's 7 eliminations in the first place finish. Absolutely huge. Pace, unfortunately, though, losing some of that consistency. He's able to put some back on in this game, but it's not enough when you have Jean Yuan absolutely come through and set fire to the stage. And again, holding on to that Vulpine essence all the way until the very end is absolutely insane. I'm telling you right now, I did not expect that for a second. What I did expect are some sweet replays, though, brought to you by Thunderbolt, Dobby.
Nice. And it's like just like with Thunderbolt, we are made for gaming. Meanwhile, looking into this, just like they're made for gaming, so are these players and some of these play styles in terms of pace. I ended up getting caught by Wu Feng here and Yuan inside of the realm of Yang here with one of our top players. OUG's Mike, you know, that MVP here, really trying to hold strong here. Nice little bits of defense, almost loses out on it, but that timing, that strike could have been any closer, couldn't have been any better, as Yuan actually ends up fighting him yet again on the outskirts of the circle here. Ends up catching him on the nice switch. Beautiful parry, gets the finish. See you later, sayonara. Senor. As Verse trying to see if he can calculate it just a little bit more here, trying to see if he can close in that gap, but sadly wasn't able to as often as we look at T225. Oh, and that's the shot coming in from T225 that we ended up seeing from Spider's point of view. As he was in the midst of fighting that as much as possible. Same with Pace. Pace was just trying to jump and juggle. Everybody was missing. But sadly, doink. Not able to do a lot here towards that final. Unfortunate. But still was able to make some magic happen for some of these things. And they were able to work in his favor. For a lot of things, realistic.
John Yuan here in the very end, man. Look, both of these guys think they've got it. He comes through. Look at this. You've got to think if you're the hottie in this situation. You have got this on lockdown. You come in, boom, that Volpine Essence pops. He's able to get the Soul Bloom on top of it. Dude, if you're a Rano, you are crying over that. And look how close he is to still killing him anyway. But man, Volpine Essence onto the Soul Bloom keeps the game alive. Temmie MVP coming in the back-to-back for our boy here. Oh my goodness, John Yuan with his 6th MVP of the season, 20,000 damage, 7 eliminations, 14,000 damage coming in from the melee weapons, 5,647 coming in from Spear. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Spear hasn't been meta in ages. Gotta love to see it happen. John Yuan rocking out another huge MVP, Dobby.
He said, let me show you why the Spear is still nice to this day. I know y'all be questioning things a little bit, and sometimes y'all be not necessarily believing me when I tell you this stuff be nice. Let me show you why it's nice. Just for you to know that it'd be crazy over here. And just like that, that shutout couldn't be any better with that, especially with another 20,000 damage to him and another MVP for him to sit here and be like, yes, sir, I am nice with that Assault, Rampage, damage reduction, Soul Shatter, and Nether Step, Juggernaut, and damage reduction. I mean, the man himself, like I said, he's nice. Said he was nice. He meant it. He meant every word of it. Yuan, able to do exactly what was really important to be able to get that shutout and get that finish here. And just like that, we're going to be back at the top of the order here to get even more towards that. And man, we still have 2 more games left, but in reality, we could really clutch this out and see a finish here. We could. Well,
he's not over that threshold yet, right? So we have at least 2 more games. But I mean, John Yuan, if he keeps this pace up, man, now obviously Volpine Essence out the door now, right? There's no more Praedoria, no opportunities to pick that up. So he's not going to pull an out of the pocket miracle out of his butt again in any of the next games. Miracle. No, I mean, honestly, like it's the song all over. Like you look at that position and you're just like, all right, cool. John Yuan, you know, he's got the eliminations. He might still have that opportunity to get first place, but like as soon as you see that Volpine Essence pop, you're just like, bro, really?
You're cooked. You're
like,
cooked.
yeah, you if you're a Rano in that, you're just you keyboard slam. You're just like, I gotta give it to a Rano, man. That Volpine Essence popped, and I'd have been, nah, I'm good. I'm just pushing my keyboard away. All right, you got it, fam. Arano fights it out to the very end. He gets that man to like a sliver of HP, but it's just not enough. As Arano just still loses there to the Volpine Essence. Again, everything had to go right. He had to have the Volpine Essence. He had to be able to slide in. He had to be able to pick up the Soul Bloom as well. And Rano comes in, he gets him once, twice, 3 times, and it's still just not enough. The healing off the Volpine, the healing off of the Soul Bloom, it clutches it out for him in the end, and it's crazy, man. I tell you what, that's a clip for the year right there, right? Really? Nobody expects somebody to have Volpine Essence. If you go back, we watched those replays brought to you by Thunderbolt, and inside the Realm of Yang, he almost touches the threshold to pop Volpine, and he just doesn't quite get him there. If if it had popped there, he doesn't win that game, right? He still wins that Realm of Yang, obviously, but in those final moments, he doesn't come out on top of that fight. He just gets eliminated. Yeah, crazy. How crazy it is for him to be able to take that all the way to late game is just, you know, you see it every once in a blue moon in the Pro League, and you're like, oh man, that sucks for the player on the receiving end of it. You usually see it pop like zone 2, zone 3 tops. Right. You never zone 7, right? Like absolutely insane. And
but again, that's kind of the perfect example of like, I got something up my sleeve. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's exactly what it was. But you would expect that from a player that has like 2 or 3 eliminations tops, right? You don't expect that from somebody who has literally been all gas, no breaks the entire game, is out here throwing hands like they rated E for everybody. Nah, John Yuan, that clip, that is easily a top clip of the year, in my opinion. You just don't see it. It's crazy. But you know what it is? That game's over. We got to move to the next one, and that means we're heading straight into game 5, Dobby.
I mean, game 4 was a really exceptional one, but I think it really did give everybody a breather to be able to go for a reset and see how good it's going to be for the next sets of games here, which obviously are very strong for a lot of different reasons here. So let's see if they really do keep that same momentum going overall. Because obviously, I mean, I see it as like so far it's looking really good for a lot of different things. And I think now it's about if they can really handle a lot of different avenues of like different things just in general. I think at this point it's getting really, really hot. And it's only going to get crazier, to be honest with you.
I mean, absolutely. That you can feel the desperation setting in, and you've got two of the top players still who are all the way down at the bottom of the list. Mike is not a player. I don't care how far he's behind. Look, WBG Spider, when he gets like this, he falls off, right? When he has so many bad games back to back, he lets it get to his mental. Mike is a player right now. When he gets behind, he just keeps swinging. He doesn't stop. He says, I didn't hear, you know, Mike comes out, he says, I didn't hear no bell.
I didn't hear the ding. I don't know what y'all talking about. Who said what? Time out. For who? Not for him. Not for me. He's gonna have to sit there and take it. Pause. Anyway, so far though, these games have been extraordinary and absolutely exceptional. Let's see if they can keep that same energy going into these final sets of games. We still have 2 more games ahead of us. They still have a lot more really coming towards us. So obviously, it's going to get a little bit better. But with a 1.6 on the average, I mean, looking pretty good. Can't say that that's not in the realm of possibilities.
I mean, look, it's still anybody's game, realistically. We have people who are close to that threshold, but nobody's over it yet.
Nobody is over it. No. You're totally right. Still doesn't mean that it's not possible, though.
Oh, I mean, after this game, I'm almost for certain we're going to see somebody over that threshold. We have multiple people over 20 points. We've got somebody at 25 points. He just needs to play a consistency game. And we're going to see Jean Yuan being over that threshold, heading into the next game. Like, 100% going into game number 6. Somebody's going to be there. Maybe multiple people. I mean, you know, Paste is still really close. T225 is very, very close as well over that 20-point threshold. We could see a couple of people heading into game 6 sitting right at that threshold, Dobby, or above it.
In there with it or above it could be absolutely astounding. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going, but obviously it's going to be heavily tough for a lot of different situations, though, towards this final stretch here. I mean, so far they've been doing a really good job of it. So let's hope that with that continuation of what we've been seeing thus far here, we'll really see who captivates in these final games here. Because like we said before, the game isn't over until we say it's over. And obviously within those next sets of points that we have, it's only going to get a little bit tighter towards those last few games.
Oh, yeah. It's, again, these people are coming in. These are not the type of players to leave anything on the table, especially Mike, man. Mike is that player. He will fight tooth and nail to the very end. We've seen him come back from worse than this, absolutely, and come out on top, take championships. Mike is going to come in. He's going to keep swinging. He's not going to stop. He don't hear no bell. Paste right now, also ready to come in, make something happen. Jean Yuan really popping off as well, and T225 in a really strong position as well. These 3 guys right here, all 3 of them, looking to come in. They want to take that championship bad. These games are only going to get more and more intense. And so we take a look, your first round selection is going to be Jean Yuan and OUG's Mike. We're going to see them locking in that Liam. Dobby, I want a prediction. Do you think one of them are going to be able to take away and finally get us a Liam MVP today?
I don't know. I think there's definitely a lot of Liam haters for sure. So I don't know. I don't necessarily know. As badly as I want to sit there and be like, yeah, I can see that happening and how certain things are going. Like, absolutely, I can see that kind of becoming the thing. I don't know, man. Looking real rough, some of these players. Especially when it comes to when they get a chance to pick them and they come through and they're like, yeah, nah, we're not gonna let you have that luck. Not today. Not today. Sometimes you got to take it with a grain of salt.
Here we go. We are going to see both the Liam picks come in. We're going to see both the Kylan picks coming in from Paste and Shaw as well. Absolutely no surprises there. Let's see, Akos and Spider locking in Temi on the round 3 selection, and Arano locking in Akos. Very interesting to see these guys above that 4th round selection. DRG's Fong gonna be picking up Tessa as well. Again, we watched Tessa earlier. TT25 on Tessa as well. Whoa, okay. This, not expecting this at all. Tessa not doing basically anything this season, and players still locking it in. We're seeing her get banned out here before we even go to round 5. I haven't seen TT25 play Tessa in a hot minute.
Got to get him with the test. You know what I'm saying? That test. Make it the best. See if they can rotate towards it. It's only going to get a little bit better here towards that scope.
Wait, whoa. Is that a zipping? Whoa, chat, hello?
Wow.
Are we back in 2023 right now, Dobby?
Where'd that come from?
Yeah, we hit the time machine. I know we're going to
fight. We love a good classic battle.
I know we're going to Hollow Roth, but zipping Ying? What?
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the classics. You about to watch the class. They're about to lock this in and shut it down. Let's see if we can figure it out. You know what's so crazy though?
What's that, Dobby?
That, you know, out of everybody here, you know, obviously that's watching, obviously there's a massive event that's going on that sadly we are unable to attend. And to everybody that is outside having a good time in San Diego, we hope everybody's having a fantastic TwitchCon. While all this is going down here, so we're about to get ready to lock in here, but there's not one person that I would rather miss TwitchCon with my boy Rune.
I mean, absolutely, buddy. You know, there's no place I'd rather be than right here with you, cast in the finals for NARAKA. I'm still in shock over TE Star locking in zipping again. Look, I know it's Hollow Roth.
On that one.
Look, I know it's Hollow Roth, all right? Zipping has been the Hollow Roth go-to for a long time, right? But again, did we get in the time machine? Is it 2023? Because we've seen zipping's been out of the meta for a hot minute. I got to see what Star's cooking with here. I want to know what the strategy is, what the thought process is. You know, if we can interview after this game, can we please get Star on this interview production? I need to know why he chose Zipping Ying for this game. I've got questions.
He's got more questions, and he does trying to figure this out here. As it looks, ooh, excuse me. It looks like we're gonna head back towards the map here. Trying to see if they can figure this out inside of Holleroff. Excuse me, chat. And production. Goodness gracious. As Yushan Ruins is gonna get absolutely filled to the brim. Mostly with a lot of players, as we see WBG, and it looks like we're gonna be seeing another player heading towards the Altar of Tranquility. Nobody in Infrio Village. Nobody in City of Tang. Nobody in Metab at all. And it looks like the very center circle looks like it's finally going to be able to find somebody at the Salvation Podium here. Hopefully for a decent fight and a decent amount of loot. Let's hope that they get something really good here. Rune, I'm going to need you to take it away because I need a moment.
I got you,
buddy.
Water. OUG's Mike here on the back foot. Pace already pressuring in. Mike, unfortunately, not off to a good start. There we go. No, he's found some armor, but Pace is going to keep him away from getting to it. There we go. He's going to slide in. Finally, get his hand on it. Pace going to come through. Pop the F immediately to get away there. The slap from Pace, the disrespect, the crouch under the horizontal from the longsword. Pace absolutely putting the brakes down on OUG's Mike. What a crazy fight already off the rip. Pace coming in with the catch uppercut. Mike into the armor swap, and I don't think it's going to be enough as Pace just continues to get the read left, right, and center on Mike. Mike trying to come across and find himself another armor swap. Going to go for the double freeze, catches Pace out. Might keep him alive here. Pace needs to keep the chase going, but he's got no grapples here. Mike trying to pressure away, will find a reset, and Pace going to take the time to do the same here. Needs to find some grapples if he wants to keep the chase up. Mike with 12 in the back pocket here, looks to potentially turn things back around here onto Pace as he finds a little bit of a reset here. Unfortunately, he needs resources, he needs armor if he wants to keep this fight going. Tries to go in for the scale rush, not going to quite make it through the window like he was looking for. Will go through. Pace with the clank though onto Mike. Mike yet again getting pushed into the corner, forced to pop the F immediately here, and Pace now trying to come through. He's going to get frozen by Pace off of the pistol shots here. He will find an armor swap for himself, but Pace comes in, cleans it up with the R&B there off of the staff. Mike gets sent airborne. Pace with the follow-up R&B off of it. Mike, 1 HP and a dream goes away, and Pace sends it home. He had the read every single time on OUG's Mike as we head over to Tessa versus Zipping Yang.
It's going to be a really nice feature towards this, though, especially being able to get such a dynamic finish here off of this one. Trying to see if he can read it as KLAC225 is able to get a nice combo, but sadly wasn't able to continue on with that combo here, as Star was able to find at least a gray shield swap here towards this. Might be able to find that blue potentially. Oh, beautiful parry. Is able to push him right towards the offside here, towards it with Star off the wall here. Has to be very, very careful here as he ends up catching him off the scale. Oh, beautiful scale. Beautiful combo. Is able to catch him on the outskirts here. Not able to do too much as he ends up going back up on the ceiling. Oh, he ends up catching him with the stun, the blue lock, the blue finish, but he wasn't able to finish it off as much as he absolutely needed to here. He's going to be able to rush right on in towards the inside here. He's going to be able to throw it right towards the wall here. Star ends up getting bullied right towards this. He says, hey, Zipping, how you doing here? The difference, though, is that when you're Zipping, it's really, really hard to get this elimination. He said, good luck. You thought. He said, maybe not, maybe so. I am the reason that you might go. Meanwhile, and look, just like that, Star is able to turn around with that, gets the finish, gets the elimination, and he's back in the game.
Dobby, I'm having Vietnam flashbacks, buddy. As we head on over to S1's Pace and EWG's Arano. Trading blows here. Pace trying to keep that pressure up right now. He does not want to slow down one bit. No old zone in play here, so all of these players just taking it to the neutral. Arano gonna get sent up into the ice block and stunned into the combo of Pace. Pace now, though, being put in the corner here by AIS from Team JL. Pace got to be very careful. He's got ult available, but unfortunately the no ult zone's going to lock him down, and JL's AIS is going to pick up the elimination.
Even with that towards it, let's see if they can keep that same momentum going here. Trying to see if they can find it as Spider. Oh, ends up getting caught with 3 beautiful combo strikes here as he's going to be able to force the ulti here. Trying to see if he can time it as Star. Just trying to see if he can close this gap out, and it looks like he was able to just in the nick of time. Just for him to be able to struggle to try to get the heals here as Star. Looks like he's going to keep that same momentum headed towards Spider here. Nice hits coming through as he's going to be able to dodge him right towards that right section here. And Spider just trying to separate and just trying to get away as best as possible here. But here comes that chase that we talk about all the time here. When you have the opportunity for a really nice chase, he's able to capture the double grapple towards that. He's able to find a great shield swap, at least able to find something towards this, though. The question is that going to be enough as he does end up getting destroyed by those dual hellboards? Forcing him to decide, you know what, maybe this isn't the place for me to be. Maybe I should dip out of this. Maybe I should call it. I don't think this is worth it. And just like that, he's able to scoundrel up as much of that materials as possible here. Captures the finish and keeps it going. Meanwhile, with Yuan, able to get the finish from what we just missed onto AIS.
Star caught out in the Wisp Spider, able to come in here. He did pick up the legendary weapon there from the puzzle, trying to turn it here onto Star. Spider looking for the scale rush as we see the F and ultimate invested on the side of Star. Star just able to keep it going. Like I said, Vietnam flashbacks here. Seeing the zipping with a massive parry, though, is going to go for the R&B. Doesn't go for the follow-up of the parry. Really smart there on the side of Star, knowing that Spider has that F potential still available. Spider going to take quite a little damage here, though, off the uppercut there. Spider has a wisp in the back pocket, but Star cleans up the elimination, is going to pick up that legendary spear and finds his second elimination of the game. Zipping is taking people to town, Dobby.
Zipping giving him a nice spring vacation. Very mindful. Absolutely insane here. We're going to look back here, seeing as Pace is going to be rotating. Trying to see if maybe they can close in the gap in some way, shape, or form here. Let's see if they can figure this out. For a lot of different things. It's not just kind of one thing. It's more so for the others. Let's see if they can work towards it and maybe be able to just be good enough to pick it apart. Just with time and everything else that's been going on here, trying to see if they can rotate it around. And it looks like now you're going to be able to try to close the gap more and more. Here's GG Shaw. Going to try to reprimand this as much as possible. GG Shaw trying to find it little by little here. Meanwhile, Shaw working towards it just to be able to clutch it towards the corner. Nice little push. Trying to see if they can capture the shoulder check here. Pops the ulti just to be able to maybe throw him off a little bit more here. Oh no, ends up catching him off with the stun here. And it looks like he might be able to stop him just before the stun really commences here. Oh no, it's not looking good for Shaw. He ends up getting absolutely shredded by it. Question is, can he get inside that just to be able to maybe be able to get out of it? It's not looking good for him. Shaw's
2
gonna try to close
seconds.
in. Oh, he actually ends up missing it. And he ends up coming in just in the nick of time. The clutch couldn't be any better for him, and a little sigh of relief.
Yeah, oh my goodness, Shaw there, riding everything on making it into the Realm of Yang there. If he wasn't able to make it inside, that could have been his game right then and there. You see Zhang Yuan, though, not the player you want to see inside the Realm of Yang, given how much he's been tearing it up the last couple games. Already 2 eliminations under his belt. Shaw, though, with those fist blades, trying to make a play here, waiting for the scale rush. Both players waiting for the other to make the move. There we go. It's going to be Shaw who makes it first. Zhang Yuan very patiently just holding onto the space there, tries to make some pistol swaps. Will find the charge R&B there off of the longsword, and Shaw, even though he's got the weapon advantage here, still on the losing end here. Zhang Yuan just in another space will come in. The F going to be invested by Zhang Yuan here. Liam, no ult invested just yet. He's waiting for that opportune moment. There it is. The ult's going to come out. We're going to see the space come down. He's going to lock it down, but Shaw's able to avoid it here. Zhang Yuan, 1 charge left there on the ultimate's got to play it safe. Unfortunately, there it is. He's going to lock it down. Will he be able to clutch it out on Shaw? He gets the uppercut there off of the ult. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. The re-grapple. There it is. Zhang Yuan. Wait, why is Shaw not taking like any damage? Hold up. Shaw goes so low here. 1 HP in a dream. Zhang Yuan just needs a clink, anything. Gale Rush looking for the pistol shot. Zhang Yuan, 1 HP in a dream for Shaw. Shaw gets the clip, and there it is. Zhang Yuan comes out on top for his 3rd elimination inside the Realm of Yang.
I think I know why. He might have had that one soul jade where, you know, if you're dangerously low, it gives you a little bit of a boost of health towards the final end of that section, you know.
He might have. He was up in the air where we couldn't see him, so it could have popped.
That's like the only thing that I could really see in terms of how is he still alive towards that. I think it's something like that mostly. Even towards that here, Yuan. Trying to see if he can get some nice shots here to maybe be able to work towards this. Oh, nice parry to get that work towards it and gets that finish. Beautiful, beautiful moment here. Yuan trying to see if they can work towards it as well. Sadly not able to do too much here as he was able to capture that combo. Oh, nice pistol and a nice strike to be able to capture it now. Looks like Pace is on the wrong side of the chopping block here. Because now they're going to try to close in that gap little by little. He pops his ulti. He also pops his ulti. And now it's about who's going to be the fastest. Oh, Yuan ends up getting absolutely thrown into Flourition here. Not looking good as now he ends up getting scale rushed straight towards the next fight here. Ooh, almost had him towards that next hit. Actually ends up juking both of them as Pace actually is going to be able to fight this out with him. Oh no, he ends up getting striked. He ends up getting the shot. He gets finished. Oh, that's unfortunate as Mike comes through out of nowhere here with that next strike, though, trying to see if they can capture it. Oh, and he ends up catching 2.
Yeah, this is huge for OUG's Mike here. He needs both of those. Zhang Yuan, though, still in the game. He's got the Vermilion Birds Mike. He's going to keep that game alive. TE Star here on 3 eliminations on Zping as well. Not only does Star have zipping, the ultimate, I'm not going to die, I have infinite healing. Instead of taking Vermilion, he takes White Tiger's prowess to get even more passive healing. Star being an absolute menace on the Zping pick right now, as we see WBG Spider wanting nothing to do with that. He is going to break entirely away from this fight. It says, okay, thanks, bye. On over to OUG's Mike here. Looking to trade blows with X1's Wu Fang on the bottom side here. Also, Zhang Yuan nearby having respawned. Zhang Yuan with 3 eliminations right now. Shaw so low as we cut over, though. Forced into the ultimate, trying to lock it down onto Spider, trying to get any healing that he can to keep it away. But TE Star going to come in. The armor swap for GG Shaw. Shaw just trying to keep his game alive right now. The Yang depletion, though, means he's going to be in a bad position. He's got 1:46 to find himself a Soul Bloom. And everybody in the lobby locks down onto him. Shaw uses an ult charge there. He's got 1 left in the tank. He's going to send it flying. There it is. Shaw, 1 HP in a dream. No ult in the back pocket, just an F available. There's so many players looking to capitalize on it, but Shaw finds a little cubby hole. He's able to get one pot off, but Star comes in on top of him. The F comes through. Shaw, no place to go, and Verse picks up the elimination.
What a finish. What a find towards that, though. Only can get that making look even better than before. Trying to see if they can maybe finish off this combo here as AIS, trying to see if he can not get caught up as well. Very dangerous situation for him to be in as Wufong. He's going to be able to dodge out of that just for him to be able to glide out nice and fast. Has to be careful towards that one here as you look at Wufong. It looks like they're going to head towards it. Oh, no, but the Scale Rush is going to be able to stop that movement here. Make it a little bit harder for him to be able to clutch it up just a little bit more towards that. Tries to see if maybe there's any type of advantage that he could get here as he's able to try to read it. And he's able to read that towards Wufong here. And it's not looking good for him here as he's waiting for the Scale Rush. The Scale Rush is able to do it, but who gets the elimination? It is going to be Yuan. Nice. Question is he going to be able to do the same thing for AIS here? 4 eliminations deep. Is in the lead with that 30.3. This could be huge for him here to be able to go into the second half of this game here with these extra set of kills here, really able to just capitalize on that importance of how good this he can be. I mean, it's absolutely dangerous, though. I want to see how far he can go. Get all these people, Rune. There's so many people inside of this. There's a whole tumult tornado happening inside. The circle is closing in towards this. People are taking damage. What is going on, Rune?
I mean, look, the aggression is always good. Star here, though, on the zipping, just able to keep it alive here. The ult burning, buying them a little bit of space. They also have F available in the back pocket. All these players want the zipping out of this lobby. Nobody wants to go to a heal off in final circle with zipping. T225 going to get caught out by the Whisper there, but Spider is the one who's actually going to get locked onto there, even though it was his Wisp who catches out T225. And unfortunately, we're going to see Fong come in and pick up the elimination onto WBG Spider, sending him yet again back to the lobby. Man, it is not Spider's day today. He is struggling so hard. T225 still alive out here. ZTE Star also still alive, managed to get back into the circle as well. We're going to head on over to the realm of Yang. It's going to be OUG's Mike versus EWG's Arano inside the realm of Yang. Liam here versus Arano. Mike with the nunnies on the backside wants to find that Scale Rush into it. We're going to hear the pistol shots coming in from the top side there from Arano. Arano going to find a little bit of tick damage, but not a lot here onto Mike. Mike with the swap between the nunnies and that musket, looking for a way into the fight as well. But it is going to be Arano who opens up with the nunchucks of his own, able to come in with that RMB. The F being invested here on the side of Arano, getting that damage reduction. Mike now trying to go for the overhold here. Will get a little bit of damage. We will see the trigger come through, though, from Arano. Mike feeling pressured here, pops the F, trying to keep it going. Arano, though, still not popping the ult. Mike forced into a situation where he's got to make it happen. There we go. The ult going to come in there from Arano. The Tiger Bite. There's no place for Mike to go. He's going to take a hit. He's got 1 tick of HP, and then the follow-up cannon shot. Oh, my goodness. What is up with Mike today? I have never seen this man lose neutral like this time and time again. Somebody get me an interview with Mike. I gotta know what's going on.
I'm telling you, he's been feeling off ever since the last game. Like, even though it was warm-ups, I was like, yeah, it's warm-ups, you know, there's no real importance to it. But even then I was like, I don't like how he's playing. He's letting too many simple things like really get him finished here. As we look at AIS, and AIS is struggling towards this here dangerously low, as Star ends up catching the elimination onto AIS. But no, there was something about Mike that I could just really tell from like how he plays. I'm like, this isn't his normal play style. This isn't what I usually am used to when it comes to my man Mike. I don't know what's going on, but something's not adding up here. That was what I felt. I felt like something was off. So it's interesting to see that even now you're looking at it and going, wait, there's something off here. This don't make no sense.
Yeah, man just doesn't give up neutral like that. Something's definitely off with him this week, but you know what? It's OUG's Mike. It's the first bad week he's had in 3 years of being a pro player in NARAKA. The man's allowed 1. Come on, you know what I'm saying? Like,
the man is allowed 1. He's allowed to have 1 off day.
Yeah, right. EWG's Arano over here. OUG's Mike. T Star, man, the zipping with 4 eliminations, but ASE's Jean Yuan with 4 eliminations as well. By the way, Jean Yuan has moved above the 30-point threshold, which means he's going to be on that game point as he comes in here. TE Star, Mike, trading blows. EWG's Arano also going full at it here. Arano with that one elimination. Unfortunately for T225, he still needs quite a few points if he wants to go over that 30-point threshold. And we see him on the backside here still. Little Blueberry here, T225 with that blue armor, just trying to keep his game alive here. Mike trying to come in. Mike with 3 minutes and 30 seconds. He's going to make something happen. There we go. This is what I talk about with that Tessa, right? These players know how to avoid it so well. We see the ult come out, doesn't connect. You know, we have seen at least 2 ults connect this time on Tessa. In the previous game, we saw every single Tessa ult not connect. So nice to know that players are still able to land it, but it's very difficult into this roster of players to land that Tessa ult, especially when these players know that it's coming. T225 on the backside here, just trying to go ahead and get healed up again. Still on that Blueberry status. The one little lone Blueberry left in the lobby, trying to keep his game alive. Jean Yuan now trying to turn his attention on to Mike. Mike going to come through, go ahead and pick that up. This is going to give him a little bit of information that he needs. You know, he's got 2 minutes, 45 seconds. He cannot afford to lose track of a player if he gets them low. Trying to come in on to Star. Star, not the player I would want to lock onto if I'm Mike right now. Like, you have to desperately pick up an elimination, and zipping is just going to kite you for the next 5 minutes until your Yang depletion kills you, Mike. Mike, though, yet again, locking on to Star. Again, I know you're desperate, Mike. This is not the player I'd be going for in here, but you got to make it happen. Mike, though, you got to get parried. Luckily, the F going to keep him from being punished on it here on Liam. Liam just trying to make something happen, and now turning his attention onto DRG's Fong. This is better target selection, Mike. Let's make something happen here. Let's close in on somebody. You got 2 minutes to make it happen, my boy. Otherwise, you're going to see yourself heading back to the lobby, and I hate to see it. You're having a good game. You're 3 eliminations deep. Let's see OUG's Mike wake up here, man. Kaylee's T225 now being locked onto here by Mike, the only Blueberry in the lobby. This is the best possible target selection for Mike, especially with some of these other players looking to lock in as well. Mike trying to go through. The ult will connect on to Mike this time, though. Finally able to find it, and Mike is going to be the player who gets caught out here. He's not able to break it either, and Mike goes to no HP, and Mike gets sent back to the lobby by DRG's Fong.
Oh, that's unfortunate, though. That timing is really, really rough for a player like him. He's been doing so well over time and realistically overall here, but sadly, all good dogs have his day so far here, especially with players like Mike, from what we've been seeing so far here, having these really struggling performances from what we're usually not seeing from him in terms of how he plays, how he plays when it's around other people. I mean, he plays phenomenally well, and then we just go into these certain situations and he's struggling. So it's really interesting to see here. Meanwhile, a player like ASC's Yuan, though, unlike them, Yuan is playing the game of his life, and he's feeding into it, and he's loving it every minute of it.
Look, he's over the threshold now. He doesn't really need to do anything else this game. I mean, the extra points will be nice if it goes to game 8, right? But if he's looking to find an MVP,
if he gets an MVP, the game's over.
No. You have to go into the game already over the threshold. Since he was not over the threshold before going into the game, he cannot take everything right now, which is why I said he can afford to play passively now, right? He's over the 30-point threshold. He just needs to have a good rest of the game and then go and look for the MVP after this. That said, those points are still potentially matter, right? Because if it goes beyond, if it goes to game 8, nobody's able to find the MVP, it's going to go to the player with the most points under their belt. So right now, that is Jean Yuan. He needs to maintain that lead as much as possible in case it does go to game 8. Oh my God, Arano, though, from the top rope. Goodbye! There's no place for Jean Yuan to go. He comes in with the legendary Soul Jade there on the Hong Sword, gets the silence off on him. It's a legendary Hong Sword as well. So much damage comes through. Arano also going to be picking up this sweet, sweet loot for himself. Got a set of armor in the back pocket as well. Oh, that was nasty.
That was a little dirty, too.
Yeah, I would say I think I need a shower after that, Dobby. That was
he had to do
disgusting.
That. He didn't have to do that. That was a little rude. I would ask for a refund. He didn't pay me for nothing, but I want a refund. Meanwhile, Thang was caught up in between 2 different bodies as well as he was getting hit by the slashing. As Fang's going to be able to go for the separation here, decides to be able to come back maybe towards this as he sees Arano. Nice little grapple. Goes for the reset. Hits him with the musket. Definitely a really quick turnaround here towards that as the KLA C225 does end up getting targeted as he ends up catching the stun here onto Verse. And here comes the Justina. He's going to be able to pop the ulti so that way he can separate and get away from the stun as far as possible here. As the Bane's Breath does get started, he's got to be a little careful here, as you definitely do not want to get caught airborne in the middle of all of this with the Bane's Breath and then end up getting hit. As it looks like KLA C225 is going to decide he's going to rotate this around just a little bit longer. Oh no, T225 ends up getting juggled. He ends up getting swept. He's outside the circle. Fong ends up catching the elimination onto T225. Oh no, it's looking pretty hasty for him. Top 4 closing out the game here. Arano Verse and Fong. It looks like both of them are being able to go for the chase here. And Star. Oh, it's looking hasty though as the chase starts to come through here. Mind you, Fong has a decent amount of shields and heals. He really can turn around and really make this a problem for everybody else here, but obviously he doesn't want to be the person that ends up getting mincemeat. Understandable.
Oh my goodness, EWG's Arano here with the pistol, trying to play here onto DRG's Fong. 4 players left remaining alive as Zone 5 starts to collapse onto Zone 6. Here to hear the Bane Breath ending. That means no more Banes for the rest of the game, and it looks like it's going to come up TE Star right now. Fong trying to make something happen, but he's getting locked onto here by the rest of the lobby. Star with 4 eliminations under his belt here on Zipping. I'm having Vietnam flashbacks, Dobby, as we see Zipping dominate a lobby here in Holoroth. Fong on the chase here, getting absolutely punched down here by these cannon shots at long range, trying to keep the game alive for himself here. The only Tessa left still here in the lobby means they are going to be targeted out by everybody else. Nobody wants to see Tessa ult in that final circle. Fong taking cannon shots, bow shots left and right as they try to heal on the edge of the circle. A little bit of a rock left there, but the cannons are going to make it obsolete. Fong, almost no armor left, half their HP gone, more ticking away here from the fire tick coming in from those cannons. More cannon shots coming in yet again. Fong able to get a shield pot off, but it's not going to be enough as the cannons continue to ring through. They're, of course, hitting that fire tick damage onto them as well, and Fong just wants to keep the game alive. The ult going to come through, will catch on to Verse. Fong gonna go topside, but it doesn't look like it's gonna buy him a whole lot of respite as Arano keeps the pressure up. The F gonna be invested. Fong 40%. They need a little bit more if they're gonna pop the ult again, but I don't think it's gonna make it. Another cannon shot coming through, another one landing as well. The fire tick continues on. Fong, no place really to go here as the entire lobby chases him down. Another cannon shot, 2 more. The fire tick, TE Star steals it away with a bow shot and goes to 5. I don't think there's any world where somebody can take it away from TE Star. We're going to see a zipping MVP, Dobby.
A zipping MVP, especially in this game, in this meta. Not only is that phenomenal, but I know you were like, I'm having Vietnam flashbacks. I'm having I'm having the flashbacks currently here. And it's amazing to see. Sometimes one of those very rare and sometimes odd picks could really be the deciding factor. And obviously, look how that goes. In between it towards the final edge of the circle here, still trying to piece it together here, but still, I mean, those amount of eliminations here, able to do enough, especially with a player like Star here, who really has been so phenomenal when it comes to really shutting it down, putting a lot of that excavation towards it here. I mean, he's done a lot towards it, though. Still got more to do, but man, what a shocking turn of a surprise so far. And obviously, it's still going to get a little bit more crazier as we still have Arano and Verse. And it would be really good, though, if Star ends up getting the dub, though. And that's the one thing we do have to pay attention to and kind of keep watching out for, just in case here. Just in case if they decide, you know what, let's just give it to him. That's the thing you have to watch out for. And that's the thing that makes it a little bit better for Star here. He still has to get the dub. Still has to get the dub. He has to.
I mean, I think Star's there. I don't think... unless Verse
no, I'm just saying it would be better for him in terms of points.
Oh,
if
yeah,
he did get the
absolutely. Dub. But I mean, there is a world where Verse kills both of them and gets a first place finish. He could bump out TE from taking that MVP, but it's very unlikely. Arano here, by the way, with his legendary Soul Jade, just He just gets to sit here and buy so much space. The cannon shots, though, this is smart. Versus and Arano realize that they do not want to go to a heal off here in the end versus TE Star, so they are just pummeling Star with the cannon, making them burn as many resources as humanly possible. But Zone 7's collapsing down. I think I just saw Star try to pop 2 Na there. That could be really bad for these other 2 players. But again, they're going to try to keep the focus here. They do not want to go to a heal off with Star here in the end. Oh my goodness, Star almost gets knocked down into Arano there, but not quite. Star still keeping the health super high here in a really good place. Arano, though, going to cut off the entirety of the middle of the circle here. Star able to avoid a little bit of the damage, but not a lot. Going to get knocked away, but the ult going to make it very hard. Arano still holding there with the legendary Soul Jade, making this very hard for every single player left alive. If he can pop it one more time, no, they're not going to allow it. Star keeping the game alive here. Arano needs to land the V2. There it is, but Star with the ult just healing so much here. I don't think they're going to be able to make it. There we go. Arano finds the elimination on to first. Star will go to first place, and it's going to be TE Star who comes out on top with the MVP. I'm sick to my stomach. It's Zipping Yang on Hollow Rock.
It's sick to, oh, you hate it so much. Oh, you can't stand it. Anybody but a Zipping, huh?
Anybody but a Zipping.
A confirmed,
Let me get a
Zipping
Tarka
hater coming through from Rune. Confirmed, known, it's a fact, state it, everything else in between. Write it down, take a picture, do the whole thing. Confirmed hater of the Zipping. I mean, mind you, I'm also a confirmed hater too. I'm not really the biggest fan when it comes to that as well. But I also understand why some people use it, and obviously, I think that was a prime example of why you should be using Zipping in some of these metas. Just be glad it's one rather than the whole lobby.
Yeah. Never again could I live through a 16 Zipping lobby, Dobby. I would, I don't know what I would do. It would not be nice, though. Worst meta NARAKA has ever seen, in my opinion. So happy that it is gone with the days of everything else. Goodbye, Zipping. You can get out of here. You get one. Everybody gets one. Enjoy your one TE Star on Zipping. I hope nobody else locks her in ever again.
Not Rune giving Zipping a 1-star review. How you going to give the player named Star a 1-star review? Like, how you going to do that?
Look, not giving Star a 1-star review. Star came in here on Zipping, an off-meta pick here, made it happen for themselves here in this game. Huge congratulations to Star. Really good player. Happy to see them actually find an MVP here today and perform really well. Just sad to see that it's on Zipping Yang. I lived through that meta. I played competitively during that meta, and I hated every single second of it, Dobby. Never again do I want to take a 5-minute fight chasing a Zipping who constantly resets, and you spend every resource in there ever again. But we're going to take a look at who's there on the match point, and it is one player. It is ASE's Jean Yuan, and he is on a tear. If you can find an MVP in our next game, that will be where the series ends, Dobby.
I mean, still so much to be had here towards these areas here, and obviously we still got a lot more to do here. But I mean, he's currently within that match point, man. If Yuan ends up shutting it down, ladies and gentlemen, we can go home. It'd be a wrap. So Yuan has got one game technically to do it. He's got one game, but if somebody else ends up stealing it away from him, that'd also be just as disheartening as well, which we'd love to see that.
Oh my goodness. We got a quick question for you guys. Which player used Akazui in game 5? Is it A, EWG Zerano, B, AC Jean Yuan, C, S1's Paste, or D, KLA's T225? Lock your answer in for a chance to get yourself a summer split random gift box, and you don't want to miss out on the goodies that come in because they are quite a lot of goodies indeed, Dobby.
Oh, very much. Good stuff. Good soup. In certain situations, and obviously just really going back to the same thing here. I mean, there was definitely some players here that used kind of close towards that game here, which in reality was nothing was nothing of anything insanely explosive, which I actually thought we'd end up kind of seeing a little bit more towards that. And obviously just trying to capture it towards the very end here. I mean, it really does get hectic. I mean, especially when it comes to a player like Star. And let's look back at the scoreboards here. Let's see how this looks. 9 points coming through from Star. Yuan is definitely going to keep that lead with those 5 points here, but Verse and Fung slowly closing up the leaderboard here with that 4.5 for each, which is the impressive part. Each. And obviously, we still have a lot more towards a lot of these, but T225 with that 1 point, Wufong and Shaw with 0 points. A little unfortunate, but we've seen them go up and down. Trying to see if they can work towards it though, but man, oh man. It could definitely get even more crazy as we look at the standings here. Overall, Wufong down at the very bottom, sadly, not able to really get many points on that game 5. 12.7. Star with a 21.3. 21 towards 0.3 towards those games though. Spider, just like you said before, in his head, definitely not hitting the way that he should. Putting Spider in that 10th position with 16 points, but Yuan with a 30.8. And look who's trailing right behind it. Paste, Arano, and T225 with 26 points and a 25.5. All they really needed to do is get a decent game in this final game. And just like that, we're going into overtime. And we have a 4-way potential. One of these players are going to end up catching this dub.
I mean, yeah, this is going to be absolutely insane heading into the next game. I think post this next game, if Zhang Yuan doesn't lock it down, we're going to see 4 people above that threshold, and it's going to change everything. But speaking of changing everything, Thunderbolt coming in here to change your guys' lives with some quick replays, man. This right here, Paste, just had Mike's number in this early fight, man. Mike just constantly getting read there by Pace. As we cut back to TE Star, I still can't believe Star wins this fight. He's dead every single time and then just comes back and goes, I'm zipping, I heal forever. So I'm not gonna die. Arano there, by the way, this was rough. Getting knocked up by Pace there into the icicle, and then AIS just puts Pace in the corner, goes, cool, you've got no ult, we're in no ult zone, I got fist blades, all right, I'm gonna send you back. As we cut over to TE Star yet again here onto WBG. Spider was able to get that uppercut and clean things up early on. Mike coming down here on to Pace though, returning the favor from the early game. Zhang Yuan here though, very surprised that he was able to slip away here. And then Mike comes back in and does finally clean it up. But inside the realm of Yang, it's Arano who turns things back around onto Mike and repays the favor yet again as we cut over to TE Star here, coming in to clean up the elimination onto AIS very shortly after they clean one up there onto Pace. We're going to see now Wu Fang trading blows with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan with a massive parry comes in with the follow-up cross to clean up the elimination. There we go. We're to see that Cloudweaver coming in, but it's not going to be enough. Star able to clean up the elimination there onto Fong here, and we go. Star, this is why we saw everybody focusing Star in the end, right? Star able to avoid everything, able to hold on to that ultimate, just means they win the heal up, means they take the MVP, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen, 2024. Zipping Ying standing on the stage with an MVP, and it's going to be TE Star first MVP of the season, 16,000 damage, 5 eliminations, 15,956 coming in from melee weapons. It's going to be the Fan with 6,827. He's got 2 Nah Starfall, Soothing Boon, Martial Arts Tai Chi, Fan, Twin Shots, Bounce Shell, and Poison Splash to round it out. Coming in on the F1v1 zipping. We haven't seen it in a hot minute, Dobby, and hopefully we don't see it again.
Yeah, I know you definitely don't want to see it again. Yeah, I know you don't, for sure. No, in terms of how these games been, you like, I hope to never see this again. I hope to never hear about it again. I hope nobody accuse it. I hope nobody tips it. Now watch, ever since that happened, I promise you, we're about to see more. Just because you said that, just because you jinxed yourself a little bit, we gonna see more of it. Watch what happens. Watch this next lobby. More people are gonna choose zipping. It might not be a full zipping lobby, but just watch. See what happens.
Look,
yourself.
It's not Hollow.
Congratulations, you played
so
yourself.
I'm really hoping we don't see any zipping because it's not Hollow Roth. You know, decided ages ago that Hollow Roth really is the map for zipping, right? There's just so much terrain for her to move around and escape and stuff. The problem for zipping is if she gets caught out in the open, it's a very bad situation for her. But we're gonna find out after we take a short break and come back and lock in for our next game, Dobby. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your summer split bi-weekly 2 solos finals. I'm your host, your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me is my main man, my right-hand man, Dobby Air. We're 5 games deep. We're getting ready to head into game 6 with our first player above the 30-point match threshold, and it's going to be Zhan Yuan. This man's been off to an absolute tear today. We're going to see whether they're able to lock things down and end the whole series right here in game 6, or the other players are going to target them out of the lobby in hopes and dreams of keeping their game alive. And if we head into game 7, I'm fully expecting to see at least 4 people above that threshold if we head that direction, Dobby.
Be a lot towards this one, especially that pressure is going to be really strong on Zhan Yuan technically. So you said that you can't just like necessarily hide in a bush and wait for it. How many points do you need to have in order for you to like actually secure it?
Look, you have to be MVP, so you've got to do better than every single player in the lobby. You've got to take it all the way. You know, we've got to see Zhan Yuan do what he did during his 2 MVP games, which is these hands rated E for everybody. We out here, we throw in hands, we take in every fight we can, and I hope to see an aggressive pick coming out from him. The problem is now he's at the top of the leaderboard. He's going to be on those bottom end picks. He's got to find a really good hero for him to go in where he can aggressively secure what he needs to. As we take a look at the match point again, it is Zhan Yuan right now sitting at 30.8, the only player on match point. If this man walks away with his 3rd MVP of the day, that will be it. That will be where the series ends here on game number 6. I'm interested to see what hero he's going to lock in, Dobby.
All eyes on. All fries on me. Anyway. I mean, it's going to be exceptional. It's going to be exceptional to see how he's going to be able to put this together, pinpointing with everything and what he's been doing. I think it's going to be a phenomenal display in terms of just how they're able to like rotate this. I think Yuan has a fantastic opportunity. He's been doing really, really well so far here. So let's see if he really takes that advantage, knowing what he has and knowing that he could really, really knock out the competition if he really decides it's showtime. Game time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make it hot.
Yeah, I'm very excited again. Zhan Yuan, again, going to be on that back end of the picks. I want to see where he's going to lock in, because this is the game, right? I think if you're Zhan Yuan, you gun for it this game. Nobody else can potentially take the championship away from you if you get MVP this game. I think with the momentum you've been carrying from every 3 games, because he did get MVP last game, like he didn't get the triple, the back-to-back-to-back, but he still had a really strong game last game, right? He was top 3 in terms of score there in the very end. He had 4 eliminations going into those final moments. I think you keep that momentum going. I think you carry it in and you go hard. You're going to see S1 Paste here, another one of those players very close to that threshold. There's no way after this game I see Paste not being over the 30-point threshold. He's had an incredible day. He had a really strong game, an 11.4. Man's absolutely knocked it out of the park today as well. Zhan Yuan has got his work cut out for him if he wants to lock it in and take it all home right now, Dobby.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on him here inside of this final moments here, as things can really get hectic for him here if he's able to really capitalize on the importance of this game here, or if he really does decide, you know what, it's time for me to finish it off. Let's get this going. And it really could be fantastic just to try to see if maybe he can clutch this up even better. But we'll only know until the very end of this game here, and that's the thing that we really appreciate. You know, we like to mess around and find out. We like to mess around and find out. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum as we're going to be able to push towards it. Only going to get better. It gets more hectic as we're in the patch version. We even got a cool little countdown here. But let's check what's going on with these votes. Let's make it hot.
Yeah, no surprises to see double Liam's coming in. Little surprising to see a Tessa being picked in round 2 there. I think that's going to come down to their hero point selection. Double Hottie being locked in by Paste and Shaw. No surprises here. Here we go. Zhan Yuan. This is the pick that I think matters the most right here and now. You can see him stressing this pick. He's not sure what he's got to lock in, but he's got to find something that allows him to play early, allows him to play aggressive, and allows him to scale into the late game here. And he does have the pick there for the Kai Lin. He's able to lock that in. That is a huge pickup for him, making it all the way to round 4 for him to lock in there. This could be it. If Zhang Yuan can play aggressive, he can play early, he can find the MVP this game, we can see the series end right here, Davi.
See if the series maybe can exceptionally end, though, especially with the way that things have been going so far here. Obviously, it can only get crazier. Certain instances as we're going to be able to look into what is going to be the importance here in this moment, and what's more, and how are they going to be able to capitalize on these moments to really push inwards and make sure that they capitalize on these final moments, because this is where things get really hectic, but this is where things get really good. Really good. Really good. As like I said before, you love to see it as we're going to be able to lock this in and come down with it. Only time will tell. But is he going to be able to clutch it, or is the rest of the players down in that second, third, and fourth place going to put themselves in that 30-point deficit as well? So that way they have a chance of clutching the game up too. Ooh. Only time, ladies and gentlemen, will tell as we're going to be able to lock this in. Let's see what's going on.
Same brain cell, Davi. Same brain cell. Here we go. To take a look. Zhang Yuan. This is crucial, right? This is his first character he's played twice today. After this, he cannot play the same character again, but it's the crucial game, right? It is game 6. He's the only player above the threshold, and even though he's 4th round pick, he's able to pick up one of the most coveted heroes right now on the Kylan. He's going to be playing the F1V2. This is a huge, crucial moment for him, Davi. Again, I think he needs to come in. He needs to do what he did in the last 2 games. He needs to throw hands from the second he drops. He needs to utilize those resources, that early revival. He needs to take those Realms of Yang. He needs to apply pressure. He needs to take as many isolated 1v1s as he can get his hand on, stack some points up, and take those eliminations to late game. He might be able to do it.
Oh, let's see if he can, though, as the time is slowly going to tick as we look back here, headed towards one of the most classic maps, the Moorish Isle, as it looks like everybody's going to be nice and spread out. Not a lot of contention happening for a lot of these players. It looks like we're going to see OUG's Mike way on the backside of Eventide Temple, away from everybody. Doesn't want no smoke, wants none of that energy. He says, no, I need to start off with something strong. Meanwhile, nobody else really is everywhere else. It looks like it's going to be right in between where Isla Craters, Victims Haven, Meadow, all the way from east to west. It's going to be more so of a sideways type of element. Meanwhile, nobody's in Shipwreck, nobody's in Shadow Jade, nobody's really in Sunwing. KLA could potentially head to KLA. KLA could potentially head there. We'll see what happens. Did he just get groped?
Here we go. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. ASC's Zhang Yuan with the immediate Firefly, meaning he's 72% of the way to ult. The aggression going to be coming in hot as we move over to OUG's Mike and X1's Wu Fang. Wu Fang trying to catch him off of the staff R&B, not quite able to find it. Mike going to go topside here, looking to find it. There we go. The charge LB coming in there off the dagger. Going to send Wu Fang flying. Mike backing away. He's playing really safe here. Verse going to come in, though. Looks to turn on to Wu Fang. We're going to see the Wisp immediately invested. Wu Fang maybe a little too early with that Wisp as we see the charged LB come through. The Test going to be forced to use the F to break away from it. He's going to find the charged R&B there on Mike from the staff, though. Mike with the F going to come through. Not quite able to come in with the uppercut on the LMB there. Mike trying to hold that LMB, looking to break that status there. Wu Fang, though, looking to come through onto Zhang Yuan here versus JL's AIS immediately. Zhang Yuan, though, with the ult available, is going to put AIS in a really terrible situation as they go ult for ult. We're going to see the F being invested. Zhang Yuan yet again keeps hitting the ult. Going to come through yet again. The ult finally going to be available there. This is going to be terrible, though. No, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be heading back to the Soul Altar. That's very unfortunate for Zhang Yuan. He needed to pick up that elimination before the Justina found their ult online, but it looks like the Justina was able to find the Firefly as well. Their ult comes up just in the nick of time, and Zhang Yuan is going to have no safety net as he comes back in, looking to respawn on the Soul Altar here in our Zone 1 as we head back to the fight here between Mike, Wu Fang, Still going at it. Wu Fang trying to keep the pressure up here onto OUG's Mike. Man, Mike looking for the armor swap, and he just doesn't have time to find one. Mike on the inside here. Verse trying to lock it down. The ult going to come through from Verse. Going to connect on to Mike as well as our boy Wu Fang. Wu Fang going to use the F to go airborne to break away. If you're unaware, you can actually time the Temi F to break out of the seduction there. Once you've been hit by it, you just have to time it perfectly, and we see Wu Fang use the iframes to get away from it there, but Verse does not care as he takes control of the neutral, goes into the weapon swap combo there off of the spear. Now the ult gonna be invested. Wu Fang not quite able to break away. No, he does. The re-wisp into the re-wisp into the re-wisp, coming back through time and time again. Gonna go for the uppercut combo off of it, doesn't quite find it though. Verse still has a chance to win this. Wu Fang's got to take control of the neutral, looks for it, and he finds it. Wu Fang comes out on top against the odds.
So what was that? The re-wisp after the re-wisp after the re-wisp? What'd you say?
The re-wisp, baby.
After the re-wisp after the re-wisp?
Yes, sir.
After the re-wisp?
Wu Fang hit him with that remix. You know
Oh my goodness, that's absolutely diabolical. I'll do say so myself. Anyway, back to the main section of this moment here, as we're still going to be able to really patch through a lot of these different types of energy here from some of these play styles. As Star trying to fight this out with AIS, it looks like he's going to get hit though, as the Justina's going to be able to pop the Arctic Wraith here, and it looks like it might be a problem here if he is able to get at least one towards the freeze. That might not look good as he ends up popping the ulti. AIS decides to maybe back out of this and ends up almost catching him though. And sadly, was able to catch him the first time here, and it looks like he's able to put him towards the combo. AIS was able to capture the finish. Star gets shut down, unfortunately, here. What a heck of a play coming in from Sha in that moment.
Dude, AIS on fire. This game is cut over to GG Sa. KLA's T225. T225 here on the nunchucks, trying to put in the business, but Sha with the ult gonna come through. This is gonna be really bad for T225, unfortunately. Sha though getting caught up on a little bit of a terrain. T225 though still just trying to play ring around the rosy. Sha though with the ult really in a bad place. T225 has got to get away here. Sha comes in, he gets the misread. T225 breaks his ankles. Sha's ult's gonna end. T225 has the chance to survive here. He's got to take control of the neutral. The F comes in to save his day, but it's not gonna be enough. Sha finds the hits he needs, and that's gonna be it for T225 as he heads back to the soul altar. He's not out, but his safety net is gone.
Unfortunate though, with that safety net, not being able to do that, but it's okay though, as long as he lasts, that's all that matters. Got to be able to last towards the end, though, and able to get the MVP here, so he definitely has to put in some work and keep that momentum going here. But this is what happens when it's that pressure. The pressure is where it really gets interesting. You got to be able to work towards that pressure. You got to be able to build towards it. Not only that, you got to have that confidence. And I think when you lose that confidence a little bit during your battle, and you're not necessarily as confident as you was when you first started, it gets a little scary. Not gonna lie, it gets a little bit scary.
We take a look. Our first Realms of Yang come through here on game number 6. Looks like Zhang Yuan trying to decide which Yang he wants to head towards, as he desperately needs to take a Yang if he wants to keep himself in the running to walk away the MVP here for this game. And he definitely wants that, so he can walk away with this whole tournament and end it all right now. EWG's Arano heading up towards a Yang as well, looking for a little bit of a reset before he heads in to contest it. Zhang Yuan heading this way as well. Looks like it's going to be GG Sha. No, wait. Yeah, Sha is going to be the one who picks up the ticket here. Zhang Yuan decides better. Is going to break away here. He does not want to have to contest it and end up being on the back foot here, because that could leave him in a really bad position. He's going to come across. There is another Realm of Yang right here. Zhang Yuan looks like he's going to go uncontested. Paste is going to come in. Zhang Yuan not able to get the ticket. Paste is able to hit him. And Zhang Yuan, now if he wants the Yang, he's got to fight for it. He decides he's not going to go for it. And Paste is going to be the one who gets this ticket to head on in to the Realm of Yang. You need a ticket to ride, baby.
Ticket to ride, ticket to slide. Obviously, that does get very, very hectic, though, as looks like we're going to be able to see how that momentum starts to make sense with certain types of gameplay, but only time will tell with this. His pace is going to be a little bit more patient, as he does end up going inside. Looks like he's going to be fighting OUG's Mike. This is going to be a rematch, ladies and gentlemen. We love to see when the rematch comes through with some of these games, especially with powerful teams and powerful players, you know, like Mike Self. Same thing with Pace. I mean, this has been a really strong fight in terms of rivalry so far here. So this is going to be very fun to watch here as we immediately see them start to push onwards. Both Blue Focus is ready, trying to see if the LMB is going to be able to connect, but sadly not enough, as now Mike forces the ulti coming through from the Echoes. Same with Pace. Pace is going to be able to pop the ulti as well here, making it harder for them to still hit him. He does end up catching him, though. Looks like he's going to take his time here, as he knows he's going to be around, as he starts to back off this. Try to see if he can waste Hadi's ulti as much as possible, making it harder for him to be able to reuse it again. Towards this, he might be able to get a free strike, but not enough, as he depletes the rest of his ulti. Nice slam coming through from Mike, as Mike trying to see if he can close in the gap. The dual blades just putting in so much work as he slashes and dashes. Same thing, almost waiting for the parry, but sadly was not able to. Is a little bit short off of the connect here. Obviously still being able to run it back here. Both of them waiting for the blue LMB, maybe to be able to take advantage of it and strike it. And it's not going to be enough, as Pace ends up catching a gorgeous combo and gets the finish onto OUG's Mike in the realm again.
Oh my goodness, Mike not happy about that as we move over to GG Sha versus X1's Wu Fang. Sha in the Hadi ult though, stuck inside the Temi wall. Just looking for a reset. Now going to come down, trying to find the hits. Will make the connection on to Wu Fang. Is going to get that burn tick and that anti-healing through Sha. Ult going to come to an end now, though. It's all going to come down to the neutral between these two players. Wu Fang, though, on the back foot is Sha. Just keeps the pressure up. Sha with the F2 still available. Mistimes the parry. Goes for the overhold. Not quite going to find it. Will get parried by Wu Fang. Wu Fang not going to go for the follow-up, so he can't use the F there, and then turns into the immediate pistol shots and cleans up the elimination. Man, what a clean elimination by X1's Wu Fang inside the realm of Yang. Absolutely going crazy, and he's going to pick himself up a legendary set of dual halberds and that Vermilion Bird's Might. Absolutely crazy. X1's Wu Fang as we head over to KLA's 225 and JLA's AIS here. AIS putting the pressure here on to T225. T225, unfortunately, majorly on the back foot. AIS has been having a really good game as well. Is going to step away to take the full reset before looking to come back in. T225 also going to do the same. Knows AIS is going to be coming back, though. He's got to be very careful. He does have the ultimate here. AIS wants to keep this pressure, though, swapping it to the fist blades just to get a little bit of movement for himself here. Will come in with the scale rush, only going to do a little tick of damage as we see the overhold there from AS to keep themselves from getting stunned out. Now the F going to be invested on the side of T225. AS, though, really just absolutely getting the read on T225 time and time again. There we go. We're going to see the R&B there, the tech chase off of the Nutties to get the follow up. The armor swap by T225. Going to invest the ultimate there, going to pop back up. Unfortunately, not able to get the hit there onto AIS, but able to create some distance. AIS, though, looking for the reset here, and T225 giving him the time to do so. The ult going to be burning out very soon as AIS just keeps the chase going. He's got those 3 dashes here. He can catch up anytime he wants to, and he's playing it safe. He's waiting for the ult to come to an end there on the side of T225, which it looks like it has. AIS, though, going to burn that first dash. Unfortunately, they're going to end the ult there. They know they can't quite catch up to T225 just yet. T225 able to get the full reset, and these two are going to go back to neutral. AIS not quite sure where he is. Sees him now, though. Wants to keep the pressure on, though. Does not want to give up. He wants to keep these eliminations rolling, Dobby.
Well, absolutely, he doesn't want that as well towards this one, though, as looks like we're going to be able to close in this one towards this, as Spider and Wolfang are going to be able to fight this out here. They're closing in the gap little by little here. They're trying to see if maybe they can gap something with the parry. Not able to really connect too much here, and that's kind of the problem when it comes to some of those, like really struggling to try to see if you can capture that moment here, but sadly just is unable to, though, in this moment here. Making it not the easiest for them to be able to compete against, as Spider ends up getting caught right in the back behind Sha here. I don't even know how he ended up paying attention to it. Whoa, the jump parry for Wolfang. Absolutely dangerous in the midst of all of that madness here. But sadly, not enough, as Wolfang was able to capture a free elimination onto WBG Spider from where they was originally. And now Wolfang fighting for his life on the inskirts of this here, trying to see maybe he can find a shield swap. Not enough. He's going to be on the outskirts of this, going outside of the circle, ends up popping right back in. Circle take's going to be right towards it. The Arano is going to be able to capture him right on the inside here. And oh, Arano trying so hard here as he ends up getting scoured. He ends up getting caught. Not looking good for him, though. Dangerously low on both sides here. And now here comes the stun. The stun is able to do a lot as Arano is able to catch the elimination onto Wolfang. Spider ends up catching the stun. Nobody was there to capitalize on it. Spider got lucky.
Oh my goodness, Spider keeping his game alive though. 2 eliminations to his name. Unfortunately, Mike completely out of this lobby as we cut back over. GG Shaw giving chase here to EWG's Arano. Jean Yuan, unfortunately, after getting eliminated early and having to use that resurrection, uncharacteristically quiet here. As we get ready to head into our second set of Realms of Yang. He's going to have to start putting in some work if he wants to surpass GG Shaw, who currently sitting at 4 eliminations right now. And he's playing the nunchuck, Shaw's favorite weapon here. Jean Yuan, though, down below as we speak about the devil, he pops up, looking to come in and create some pressure here between this fight between DRG's Fong and JLA's AIS. Jean Yuan has got it to do if he wants to walk away the champion in this particular game. We're going to see the musket shot come through, pop the bell here for himself so he can keep track as we head over to our second set of Realms of Yang. It's going to be S1's Pace versus WBG Spider. KLA's T225 versus X1's Wu Fang here. Pace and Spider both with the legendary Hong Swords looking to trade blows here. Spider is going to find his way into the fight first. Pace tries to tap dodge through and get the read, but not quite. Spider takes control of it. Pace finds a way in, finds the charged LMB there off the Hong Sword, gets a lot of damage. Spider going to be on the back foot here. Does have the ultimate though. Pace trying to hold on to his ultimate for as long as possible. Spider going to invest his. Pace going to go airborne here. Looks for the opportunity to go ahead and get as much of a reset as he can. Doesn't want to let Spider have the reset either, but he needs to stay away from that ultimate. He doesn't want to find his wings getting clipped out by WBG Spider. He's got to wait out the ultimate here. Spider able to get a little bit of a reset. Will catch Pace out here. Gonna get even more. Will catch him out again. Gonna de-mech him. Gonna get a lot of healing here. Goes for the third one. Will find the third one. Pace now on the back foot. Spider and him about equal in HP and shield, but no, Spider finds the cleanup. Spider goes to 3, picks up the Realm of Yang victory, and is gonna get himself a huge upgrade here to a legendary set of armor, and he's gonna pocket himself a legendary spear as well. Odds are he's gonna be taking that White Tiger's prowess as we get ready to head into Zone 4.
Can I tell you, that was huge, especially for Spider here. Just a little bit of something is enough to do something with, especially mentally and physically, even though he's very, very much down at the bottom here. And 16 points. Meanwhile, Yuan just taking his time. No real reason to rush, no real reason to fight, no real reason to really go hard and get active with it. Only because now, getting to that point where things can get very, very, very hectic if obviously not paying attention. And only time will tell here towards that is we're going to be able to put that all the way down towards it. Shutdown's going pretty well here. His pace. 4.5 minutes left on the clock for him to be able to get his Soul Jade or Soul Bloom, just so he can get back in this game here. He's got some time to work with, but he's going to need to push on a player if he's ever going to see himself actually staying alive throughout the rest of this game. Especially because I want to see it.
Still alive here, but again, he's got his work cut out for him, man. Shaw's on 4 eliminations, Spider's on 3. We also have Wu Fang on 3. He does have that Yang depletion, though. Jean Yuan on 0, though. If he wants to walk away MVP, he's got to start putting in some work. I see Wu Fang going low. Jean Yuan topside, though, he's got a really good opportunity to come in and potentially third party this Wu Fang, who's so low, especially now that we've seen those shrooms pop. Wu Fang is extremely low. Everybody hungry looks to come in. Arana, Wu Fang gonna pop the ult as well. Do we see him? Wu Fang still on the inside here, trying to get some heals off. Waiting to see where Jean Yuan is. Jean Yuan just not coming in here. All these players except Jean Yuan looking to clean up the kill here. Wu Fang super low, but able to get up and get most of a reset. Jean Yuan just sitting topside, playing the patient game here. Paced, starting to go low, gonna be forced to pop the ultimate as well. Wants to come topside, try to get away from some of these players. Fong giving chase here. Pace, 3 minutes left remaining on the Yang depletion. That poison coming in from the mushrooms, though, putting in work. D-Mex him. He's got to get back skyward if he wants to come back in. He's going to be able to get the heal off, but Pace going to be really on the back foot here with no ultimate in the lobby. Knows it. Hottie is extremely vulnerable. We'll see DRG's Fong on the backside as well. GG Shot trying to clean up this elimination. Looking for Jean Yuan to come in and try to make a play here onto one of these players here. Shaw
Looking for
still
a
trying to
fight.
give chase here with that Weiss pistol. Fang gonna be able to get all the way away. And the mushroom yet again, man. We are going crazy with the mushrooms here. Zhang Yuan finally getting in, throwing it in for the mix up here. He's got to make something happen here at this point. He needs to pick up some eliminations. Wu Fang super low yet again. Zhang Yuan gonna take the time to take a full reset here. Pace down below. Gonna pop the red shroom as well. Wu Fang, 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Might opt to just head into the zone and not give anybody the points here. S1's paced. 2 minutes left remaining as well. He needs to give chase to this Wu Fang here. This could be his opportunity to get the Soul Bloom that he needs. Zhang Yuan on the backside here, looking for his opportunity to pick up the elimination. Wu Fang going airborne up into the tree here. So many players onto him. He's going to go down to the zone very shortly here. I don't think he's got time to get back in. No, he doesn't. And it's T225 who picks up the elimination. Is going to be his second elimination of the game. Paced really low, but Paced crucially able to get that Soul Bloom, which keeps his game alive. Star going to come in here on the ult for Akos. Not quite able to lock Pace down. Pace going to get a little bit of a movement error there, though. Locked onto the wall, but Star not going to be able to capitalize on it just yet. Pace really airborne here, utilizing every trick in the book to keep things moving. He's 86% of the way back to that ultimate, and he needs to stay alive here as we cut back over. Zhang Yuan, Spider, TE Star, Kaylee's T225. 9 players still left remaining alive in this lobby as Zone 3 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 4, and we're going to see our first late games Bane's Breath coming through here very shortly.
See how the Bane's Breath really does provide for a lot of these players, though, as obviously it's going to be a little bit more hectic depending on like what's going on here. And even just with the shutout, though, you do have to be very careful. Obviously, Pace gets very, very lucky with being able to find that Soul Bloom. Does able to get that elimination, was able to back out of there, knowing that there was so many people around. I mean, he really could have been caught in a third party or players that were absolutely relentlessly chasing to the point where he really couldn't have been able to escape that situation, and he probably would have lost the game because of that. So given that opportunity, very, very helpful for him. All he needs is another point to stay alive or one elimination, and he's in the 30s. And then all he has to do is, even if he doesn't necessarily win, he still has the opportunity to clutch up towards the next game, which makes it even better. So now it's all about eyes on T225 and Arano to see if maybe they can clutch up, maybe so that way they can match the same amount of points as the rest of the lobby. As we look at Yuan here, trying to see if maybe they can capitalize on something currently. In the middle of all these fights here, there's still a whole lot happening here, as that timing can really be crazy depending on what's going on here.
I've never seen so many Toxie Shrooms burst in a competitive match before, Tommy.
Trying to
feel
use
like every
everything to your
single time-
advantage.
I feel like every single time I look over, these Toxie Shrooms are going off. There's another one. Zhang Yuan just trying to find their way into something here. And there we go. This is where the fight's going to break out right here. So many players. Oh my God, the Dragon's Roar from T225. But Zhang Yuan just pops the F and says, nah, I'm good, homie. You can deal with that. Oh my God, the parry coming in as well. The F going to be invested so T225 can keep that weapon. Keep the Dragon's Roar rolling, staying inside here. WBG Spider trying to make it happen, but T225 has been the sole person inside the middle of the zone for so long. I think many of these players going to opt to just let him have it here. DRG's Fong going low here. Doesn't have the ult, but we'll have it very, very soon. Spider trying to come in, but T225 holding on here to the position. Those cannon shots coming in. He's going to invest the ult. He says, if you want it, you're going to have to earn it here. T225 hungry to make it happen. Hit Star with the ult as well. The Toxie Shroom coming through, and it is T225 who crucially gets it. So many players going to choose to back away here. T225 going to have some extra resources and an extra full set of legendary armor in the back pocket here, but those Toxie Shroom putting in work. Able to get him all the way down to half health, Dobby.
See if they can work towards that here as KLA's T225. Trying to see if maybe they can work towards it here. Spider ends up getting caught by KLA's T225 here. Trying to see if maybe he can match that opportunity to get that. There goes another Soul Bloom's Bloom. Oh, there goes another one as well. Looks like Spider actually wasn't able to get hit by that one. Meanwhile, he's just going to try to scale it up as much as possible here on top of these trees. Trying to see if he can capture that essence of really being able to get out of here. T225 able to do what he can here. Spider ends up going all the way towards the top here. It looks like it's both super, super helpful for certain things here. Where their momentum goes. So KLA C225 with those 2 eliminations though so far. He's still with that 1 overall here. He still needs elimination or 2 for himself. Meanwhile, the spacing is a little bit harder, knowing that they have to juggle all the way around just so they don't get caught in the Bane's. Ooh. Don't get caught in that Bane's breath. Tell you, whenever I see that purple circle and I see somebody in it, I'll be like, oh. My body just tenses like crazy. I'll be like, I'm so scared. Oh my God, I'm so scared. Anyway. Went all the way up to the top here. Yuan taking his sweet time. He doesn't necessarily have to force anything, though. Gonna take his time. He's gonna be smart with it, though. This is where things get really, really good. I'm being honest with you. I think in these moments here, you know, we really talk about like how important those last little bits of strikes are in terms of those final hits, right? And how good it is when you're dodging and trying not to really get caught in some tough situations here. And then you find, you know, these moments where people are really able to thrive within these tough situations here. I mean, it makes the game of NARAKA like even more interesting, knowing people are willing to take risk and at least try something, knowing that you are fighting some of the top and top.
T225 here holding on. That F gonna keep those legendary nunchucks there in his back pocket. Crucially, he does not want to lose these to another player here on Liam as we head in the game. 9 players still left alive. This is the healthiest lobby we've had going into Zone 5 here. Spider there with that legendary Hong Sword into the Dragon's Roar. Spider going to take a lot of damage off of that one as he looks to back away. T225 going to let him go as he evicts him from the top side here. John Yuan playing very passively right now. Still no eliminations under his belt. All eyes on him. He really needs to make something happen here. T225 keeping the pressure up here on Spider. Spider forced into the ultimate here. He goes in, pops the Toxie Shroom on himself, though. Really unfortunate as he tries to dash away here. Keeps going in with the ultimate. We're going to see T225 expend the ult. Oh my goodness! The bow shot from downtown as T225 is able to clean it up. So much damage coming through. Unfortunate for WBG Spider as yet again at 3 eliminations he finds himself eliminated from the lobby, and we're down to your top 8, ladies and gentlemen, as Zone 6 is going to tick down to Zone 7 in the next 18 seconds with 8 players still alive. You got to love it. You got to love these final circles that take place in Sunwing. So many Toxie Shrooms going off, so many little nooks and crannies for players to hide in, such a healthy lobby going in. DRG's Fong trying to find a little bit of resources there off the body. John Yuan looking for a scale rush here, threatening that space. Shaw just kind of crawling up and crawling back down to go, hey, look, you can come at me, but I'm ready for it. T225 coming in, Dragon's Roar yet again. Some damage off onto Pace. Pace going airborne there with the Hong Sword. Players all the way to the tippy top. I do believe that's that's Gigi Shaw all the way at the top there on the bones. T225 trying to make the most of this Dragon's Roar, trying to keep his game alive here. Shaw, the contender for #1 in the lobby right now, taking a lot of damage, forced into the ultimate. We're going to see the red shrooms getting popped. A lot of range shots coming in onto GG Shaw, trying to demech him here. He's got the ult up, though. He's got the full reset. He's going to send our boy Arano into the zone with the fire tick, as well as we are Zone 6 collapsed fully on Zone 7 now. 1 minute until the final zone collapses. 8 players still left alive, but Shaw in the worst situation he can be. No ult, no F available here with 8 players left alive. No place to hide either. Trying to go up the tree here, taking a lot of damage from that red shroom that he popped on his way down before he popped to the ultimate there. TE Star also gonna eat a red shroom just to the edge of the zone. DRG's Fong looking for the reset. John Yuan here, trying to make his move. Finally, he's held out all this time, not picked up a single elimination. Fong gonna turn onto him. The F gonna be invested. The Tessa ult from downtown. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. John Yuan gonna find himself eliminated from this lobby very shortly as T225 with the full Dragon's Roar into the zone cleans up the elimination. We're going to game number 7.
Let's see what happens here, even with that here. Especially now that T225 is in that threshold here. The question is, can Pace and Arano be able to do the same thing? That way we can have a 4-way matchup of people that are inside of that 30 plus points. And let's see if they can capitalize on it. We're going to see the final circle slowly start to close in here. Circle getting tighter and tighter. T225 all the way up top in the outer skirts. See if they can make this happen. We knew he wasn't going to be able to do it off the first one. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be really interesting to see if anybody actually does succeed in doing that. Who's going to be the first person to ever be able to finish off the game's first try after hitting the point threshold? That's where things
Oh,
start
no,
to get a little
Pace.
bit more interesting. As Pace trying to see if maybe he can fly around here, but it's not looking good. He has no room. He has no space to really be able to maneuver and make anything happen here. As now he's going back towards his heels. He slams all the way down here. Both of the momentum trying to see if he can make something happen. Pace
Pace
was able to
picks one
capture
up on
elimination.
Star.
Can he capture a second?
He picks up
does.
2.
He captures 2 eliminations. Harano was able to capture 2 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 players made it to the 30-point threshold of this game. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a 4-way tie. Somebody is taking away that first place. That was phenomenal. That was absolutely phenomenal. Wow.
Oh my goodness, that's 4 players over the threshold as we head
AIS
into game number 7. AS locking it down yet again for another MVP. Crazy game.
This is a good set of games. This is really, really good. I'm excited. This is going to be super fun. I said it too. That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping to get all 4 of them in the space where now we can see how all of them really are able to dive into this. Now, this is where things get super fun because at the end of it, now we're heading back to the top of the order, knowing that we have 4. It's 40% right there. Obviously, my math is wrong, so please do not listen to me when it comes to math equations. But just imagine that it's 40%. Right? There's 4 players that has a shot at making it and being able to capture this dub. But to be honest with you, they all can get thrown out and we all can be wrong. Now that would be a real doozy.
Oh my goodness, Dobby coming in. It's going to be a crazy, crazy game 7. Also, the actual percentage of players above that threshold is exactly 33.33 repeating. It is 1/3
Yes, I wasn't that far.
of the lobby.
Okay. Well, thank you for making me feel a little smart. I thought I was like completely off. I was like, yeah, there's no way that I'm right here. So please ignore me. That's what I thought about. That's how I mentally thought about it. So now that you say 33, I'm like, okay, 40% isn't that bad. It's only 6-7%, different. Okay.
It is going to be an insane game 7, though. 4 players above the threshold. The odds of us going to game 8, very, very low. These 4 players have been exploding today. They have been absolutely popping off in every single game they play. Save this one. Jean Yuan had it to do, and he just he wasn't there this game. But there we go. Your 4 players there are going to be Paced, Jean Yuan, T225, and Arano that are going to be gunning for that MVP to close the series out as we get ready to head into game number 7. Dobby, I'm excited. This has been a cool day of NARAKA. By the way, we never see this. No Spider, no Mike as we head into game 7 over threshold. This is crazy. The only player we typically see here is T225. Everybody else is a new face sitting up here in that chance to go ahead and come out on top and take the championship here for the bi-weekly. I'm super excited to see how the rest of this season plays out, to see how the rest of today plays out. Dobby here with the popcorn. He's locked in, baby. He's like, let's go.
You want some?
Yeah, absolutely. Here, hit me. Yeah,
Right
go
there.
for it.
There it is. Just like that. Yep. There.
Yeah.
You got that good golden crisp. I'm telling you, I'm ready. I'm ready when it comes to the popcorn. I'm telling you, these next game right here is gonna get intense. You're gonna see me looking like this while I'm giving a cast. It's gonna be real intense. That's what I'm saying. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. This is going to be a good showing, knowing that, like I said before, I said it earlier, all they need to do is at least get 2 points. And they fought all the way to finally get those points. Let's check the scoreboard. 6.6, 2 6s. Shaw gets a 6. AIS gets a 6. T225 gets a 5. Pace gets a 5. Both of them was able to get those exceeding amount of points to keep themselves in the lead, but also put themselves in the threshold. Now things is about to get real. And when I tell you, things are about to get special. We love to see it. And that's the thing that I'm truly excited for. I love it when things get good.
Look, I'm excited. We've got 4 really skilled players over the top of that threshold. 3 of them newcomers who've been absolutely putting it on this season, really showing that it's not just the big dogs who are always on top. I can't wait, man. Like, it's gonna be a crazy good game 7. This is the NARAKA that I live for, Dobby.
Oh, trust. Same here. The feeling is very, very mutual. I am ready to make this happen. I know it's going to be really, really good, especially with everything that's been going on here. The sweeps has been really good. A lot of back and forths for both instances, but I'm definitely looking at it going, hey, there's a lot more instances for certain things, and it's really, really starting to branch out much, much more. And it just starts to make sense with certain avenues in terms of how these players have really been monetizing their moments on certain things that make more sense to them. How do I maximize the amount of eliminations and get what I need without forcing myself to potentially risk anything too crazy? And that's exactly what we were talking about with certain other avenues of just be playing the game, seeing how other players have been able to balance it off it. And let's check out the replays, though, brought to you in part by Thunder Robot. Rune, take it away.
Oh my goodness, yeah, OEG's Mike here in the very beginning verse just has his number when he lands that ultimate over to X1's Wu Fang here. And look, Wu Fang looked to be on the losing end of this, but Verse misreads the parry and drops straight down to that charge MB. And then AIS here on Star with that easy freeze into the nunchuck follow-up full aerial combo there. And then poor T225 here. There was a world where he comes out on top, but unfortunately Sha just knows the nunchuck's better over to S1's pace inside the realm of Yang here with the re-grapple combo into the follow-up onto OUG's Mike, man. Absolutely love to see it. Mike just going, he knows he messed up there as we head on over to Wu Fang here with the whiff into the kill onto WBG Spider. Spider here with the super clean triple ult onto S1 Pace here to clean things up. Pace just completely on the back foot here, and Spider doing what Spider does best over to T225 in some of these final moments here, clutching it down, gives the chase to Spider, gets the ult, comes back in, cleans it up, and then poor Zhang Yuan here doesn't have a chance as he falls straight down into the Dragon's Roar and gets put into timeout. And Paste here in the last second against all odds cleans up not 1 but 2 eliminations to get himself above the threshold, bringing us to 4 players above that threshold as we head into game number 7. We're gonna take a look here though as JL's AIS with another MVP on the board for the day, his 4th MVP of the season, 11,000 damage, 3 eliminations, 10,000 of that damage coming in from the melee weapons, and almost 10,000 of it coming in from the nunchucks. The man absolutely locking it down. He's got Cav Bloom in the back pocket, and he just says the heck with it. Nunchucks is my favorite weapon, and I'm gonna put on a show for you.
Absolutely, especially with the nunchucks, you gotta be able to yeah. And then make it look real good. As we look back at it, we still got one more question for y'all. How many kills did Fun plus Phoenix's verse get in game number 6? Is it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Hopefully you guys are paying attention to the leaderboard or to the scoreboard. So that way, you can pay attention to whom, so that way you can answer what, and then win. Yeah! As we're about to jot it back here, that's exactly how we were able to do that, though, towards it. And then, you know, obviously, just make it work a lot more. I think that's where things, like, really start to, like, come together. But that's the thing that I'm excited for. We still got a lot to do, and it's only gonna get better as we're about to lock in for, hopefully, this might be the last game of the night.
It very easily could be. With 4 players above the threshold, it's not very easy to just target lock one player down and keep them from coming out on top. You've got 4 very, very skilled players there, but time is going to tell. And speaking of time telling, we're going to take a short break before we come back and see who comes out on top in game number 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are so close to the last game, but this might decide it, this might not. We have 4 players that are within the 30-point threshold right now that is ready to be crowned the bi-weekly solos champion, but one of them has to be victorious as an MVP, knowing that we have 6 to 7 other hungry solo players ready to put themselves in that 30-point threshold and snatch it away from the rest of the players. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I am your host and caster, Dabier, alongside my main man, my right-hand man, Runekeeper, absolutely slaying it out so far. And yeah, so far, we've had a very, very, very hectic set of games. And the story gets told even further deep into this book, as now, like we said, there's 4 people, and now we're down to a game 7. Crazy.
Oh man, I am super excited to see how this game 7 goes. I'm very excited to see what the picks are going to look like heading into game 7 as well. Like, this is going to be very, very interesting. We've had a lot of, people, Zhang Yuan picked up Kai Lin was his 2nd hero pick last game. So unfortunately, he has to play a hero he's not played all day today and try to find his MVP here. He could have his work cut out for him, Dobby. Whereas Paste has not played a hero twice yet today, nor has T225, which means both of them have the option to pick up and play another hero that they've already played today, a comfort pick, lock it in, and really gun for it here in game number 7. And this is a good opportunity for them to try to walk away with that MVP and try to walk away with the championship for our bi-weekly 2.
I don't know about you, but I got my popcorn. You want some popcorn? It's about to get real good.
Yeah, I'll take some more popcorn there. As you can see right now,
hold on. Let me get him.
Zhang Yuan here with the double pick onto Kai Lin means that he's got to play somebody he's not played all day today. He does still have Matari open to him, though.
He's got
which is a hero we've seen a lot of people pick in. He does have Akos available to him as well. Yes, he's played Hottie at least once. So he cannot play Hottie. So more than likely, we're looking to see one of those 3 heroes coming out of him. And Arano here also has not double picked today, meaning he still has any hero available for him to play so long as it's not banned out before his hero selection phase, Dobby.
I think everybody's got their work cut out for them. I think that's the thing that's going to make this game a little bit more interesting, is seeing how they're going to be able to put all of this together here with the amount of time, with the amount of momentum, with how everything is truly going to be. I think that's what's really going to isolate this and really put it together in such a fantastic way. I think that's the thing that I'm really excited for here with everything. And like I said, we have 4 players that's in the threshold for it, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee that they actually are going to be able to do it. They still have other means to make it happen, but the question is, will they? Only time will tell. Chat, what are your thoughts? I'm about to look at chat real quick. What would you like to see? Who do you think is going to win this? Or if none of them wins it, who would you like to see actually snub them all? We love a good snubbing every now and then, you know?
Look, it's going to be... I don't want to say... you know me, Dobby. I can't jinx these guys. They've worked so hard for it. The last thing I want to do is caster curse any of these guys.
Caster curse isn't real.
The caster curse is 100%
it's just
real.
a
Dobby,
figment of your
Dobby,
imagination.
Dobby, you shut your mouth. No, sir. You do not say those words on broadcast. Are you crazy? Caster curse is very real. I want nothing to do with that, Dobby. No.
A figment of your imagination.
Away. Absolutely not, sir. You did not just say that. Moxie, have my back in chat, please. Tell Dobby he cannot say that on broadcast.
Oh my God, I'm trying to hiccup. No, I can't hiccup again. Okay, here we go. Okay. Listen. There's always one that has to be a little bit crazy under the bunch, okay? If I can be the one that's crazy, I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that. That's all I got to say. Listen, even with that there, like I said, Verse with that 2.3 average kills, average damage of 10K, average ranking points of 0.9. We have Fung, who's on kind of the wrong side of this. 2.3 average kills, average damage of 12,000 damage, average ranking points of 1.2. They still got a lot that they're working with. I mean, the points are still very much there. That opportunity to be able to clutch it is very much there. They just need to prioritize it. But as we look at our top four, our final four, everybody is anxiously waiting for, hopefully, what might be the final game of the night.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We get ready to lock in our hero select for game number 7. Ready to see what these hero picks are going to be. T225, Paige, Jean Yuan, and Arano are going to be your final round selections here. They've got their work cut out for them, especially Jean Yuan, as he no longer has the option to double pick anybody. We're going to see Liam and Hadi getting locked in for your round 1 selections here by Mike and Wu Fang. Heading into round 2, TE Star, WBG Spider. Hadi still available for both, but no, it's going to be Hadi and Liam. And we're going to see both heroes banned out as we head in to phase 3 for the hero selects. DRG's Fong, GG Shah. We're going to see Kai Lin coming in from Fong. Shah also going to be locking him in, and we're going to see Kai Lin banned out. So we head into your 4th phase of hero selection. It's going to be Verse and AIS from Team JL. There we go. The double Kai Lin picks confirmed for Fong and GG Shah. Time for the boys to lock it in. It's going to be Akos and Temi. Love to see Temi making their way back in here. Justina coming in from the side of Paige. Jean Yuan has got to play somebody else. So he does have that Matari pick, and there it is. Jean Yuan going to try to clutch this one out on Matari. And our final hero selections for EWG's Arano and KLA's T225. T225 locking in Justina. Arano not sure what he's going to play as we head into our 7th game of the day. The most crucial game for everybody. He's going to lock Tessa in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if that pick comes back to haunt him, Dobby.
Maybe so, maybe not. Only time will tell as we're about to get ready to lock this in here. Pretty decent so far. We're about to lock this in for our final game of the night, potentially game number 7. All we need is one from one of the few. After that, let's see if we can make that happen here. Rune, you were so funny. I was like, I see
Look,
what you
I need
put
a
in
cleansing
chat.
after that, Dobby.
I see what you put in.
Somebody needs to get some sage and come smudge my whole office down. Oh my goodness, as we go, you're ready to lock in. Mike, his 2nd time on Liam to see if he can find the MVP he's been looking for. Spider as well, his 2nd time on Liam. Arano, 2nd time on Tessa. TE Star, 2nd time on Hadi. And GG Shah, 2nd time on Kaya Lin. A lot of these players rocking their 2 hero pick for our game number 7. I'm excited to see how it goes, Dobby, and I know you're excited to tell me about the map when we get ready to head in, and tell me where these players are going to be dropping, because it's going to be a good one.
I'm gonna write a book. That's what I'm gonna do. Do you know what the title is going to be? Just to prove a point. But you know what? To prove a different point, we're back at Holler-Off. And we're here for something different. Not the Salvation Podium, not Matab, not Yushtar and Ruins, but City of Tang. Actually, I take it back. Not City of Tang at all. Cinnabar Valley is going to find their fair share of a few fighters. Meanwhile, we've got somebody in the northwestern barracks in the trenches. Far right section of Frigid Pools and Grizzly. Also is going to find somebody too. That's going to be GG Shah. Meanwhile, OUG's Mike is going to be on that top right section of Rigid Pools. Meanwhile, left section of Igneous Mountain and Altar of Tranquility. He's going to find 2 more players as well. And so is one of our top 4 for this game here. Game number 7. This is the one, ladies and gentlemen, we could be seeing the rest of the teams go. We could be crowning a champion, or we might have to go for one more game possibly. But we'll see how this goes here as T225 ends up getting chased immediately by Fang here. Fang trying to grief T225 in the middle of this fight here. Not looking so good here as he ends up getting griefed.
Oh my goodness, this is bad luck for T225. Off the rip, no
armor. Of course it's
armor.
Fang, though.
Yeah, I mean, Fang doing what Fang does. Fang griefing everybody else out at the cost of his own game. Jean Yuan, too, going down to jail's AIS. AIS is trying to make sure it doesn't happen as we cut back over here to X1's Wu Fang. AIS trading blows here. AIS on the cannon trying to find some shots in. Will find one hit there in onto Wu Fang. Wu Fang trying to keep the pressure up here. Is deciding he's going to take his fist blades and head on out. He doesn't want anything to do with what's going on right now. He says, cool, I'm going to loot on the way. You want to bring it to me? Bring it to me. Wu Fang wants to find some better loot. Doesn't really want to take this fight early on, but AIS is going to force it onto him. Wu Fang able to dodge this another cannon shot. Oh my god, the fist blade's coming in huge. AIS might be regretting his choice here as Wu Fang just takes complete control of this fight. Comes in off the scale rush. AIS with the wisp. Throws it out, will catch on to Wu Fang, but Wu Fang gonna keep the pressure up now. AIS, though, with the armor swap into a good position, into the massive parry. The F2 invested on the side of Wu Fang, though. Wu Fang keeping the game alive here. Comes in with the fist blades yet again and does him dirty as we cut over to Pace versus, I do believe that's gonna be EWG's Arano, both of them. Sitting in top here, Arano gonna get froze out here by the Justina pick into the grapple bump, and the cleanup. Pace finds his first elimination of the game and is on his way to MVP.
Man, that is absolutely diabolical. The way that he was able to absolutely stun him, capture the lock, it captures him in the freeze, puts him in the freezer. And he says, I'm gonna put you on chilled, ice cold mode, and then I'm gonna saw you out myself, personally. Meanwhile, Mike fighting this out with Verse. Verse trying to do what he can here. Nice little bit of a dodge, trying to see if he can connect it onto Mike here. Mike dangerously low here. All he needs is one connect. Ooh, almost misses out on it. Oh, almost misses out on the connectivity for that next one here. He's just trying so hard to dive for it. He's doing everything that he can here. Mike was able to find a blue shield for the trade. He gets lucky as he ends up trying to see if maybe he can continue onwards towards the maneuvering here. Ooh. Ends up popping the ulti here just to try to see if he can close the gap and just a little bit while longer here. Waiting for the blue focus to connect, but obviously that Tiger able to do so much with it. Nice strikes, and Verse is able to capture the elimination onto Mike and says, see you later, buddy. Mike down and out just like that. 2 lives and it's gone just as quickly as you can say kumbaya. Meanwhile, Juan Yuan still trying to figure this out between Verse. Verse wants to fight everybody now. I don't know what's been going on here. Where was this energy two to 3 games ago? That's the real question. Yuan wants to be able to run up on this as well here, but let's see if they can keep that same momentum. Meanwhile, AIS sadly is gonna have to go for the quick repeat, but he has an opportunity for it as both of them are doing some jumping shots here, trying to see if maybe they can connect to it. Yuan trying to see if he can find it as well here towards this. Nice combo to be able to capture it with the nunchucks. Nice reset coming in from Verse. Verse trying to see if maybe he can keep going with it. Nice little puncture. Nice little switch around towards it. Nice slam ground coming through as well on Verse. Verse trying to see if he can time it just as well, but he has to be careful though, knowing that there's a third party nearby here. Yuan might have to be able to do the quick escape here. Oh no, a Spider's gonna end up being up top.
You know what time it is, Davi? Time for tower watch, ladies and gentlemen. As Jean Yuan looking to make the most of this tower, trying to find every reset possibility he can here on these nunchucks. No resurrection available for him, so if he goes out here, this is going to be it for him, ladies and gentlemen. Jean Yuan, Fong comes in with the ult to clean it up, ladies and gentlemen. That is 1 of 4 above the threshold who have been since eliminated from the game. That's one Space trying to come in here onto EWG's Arano, make something happen. Arano over that threshold. Haste needs another elimination here to keep the game going. It could all come up. Pace, ladies and gentlemen. He's looking clean. Comes in Arano with the clank back to back. Pace keeping the pressure up here, though, with that purple staff. Knows he's got a really good position here onto EWG's Arano. Wants to keep applying that pressure where he's going to hear the trap trip. He's going to trip one of his own, setting it up in case Arano wants to pressure onto him. He wants that purple armor from Arano so he can take it on in to that next set of Yangs, which is getting ready to come through once Zone 1 fully collapses onto Zone 2. Pace coming in, avoiding the pistol shots, coming in strong here, trying to find the hits there. Will find the charged R&B off of the staff there onto Arano. Arano not happy about that as most of his armor disappears. The freeze going to come through, stopping Arano with the follow-up there off of the dual blades. He's going to find himself in another R&B there off the staff. Gonna go for the grapple bump there. No, he gets terrain grief. Pace gets saved from it. He's able to tap dodge the ultimate as well. Arano really on the back foot now as the charge LMB comes in. He's forced to pop the F. He knows the trap is there, but he's able to hyper armor through. The trap comes through, finds the armor swap, but it's not enough. Pace just keeps it up. Another trap. No armor this time, though, as Arano tries to break away. We can see that first center Yang come through. Pace opts for a heal here. We see Arano hoping for the armor swap, and that's what he finds inside. Pace is going to get parried here. Arano, though, with the F, though. Arano now on here with that purple staff, trying to make something happen. Pace going to get knocked back with the F from EWG's Arano as well. Arano wants to take the staff and get away. Does not want to keep this fight going. Goes down, looks for yet another armor swap. Will find one into a blue. Pace going to go ahead and pop some of those traps, looking to find any advantage that he can here. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. He's going to come up and look to take the ticket here because he's going to need a full reset. And Pace has got to keep the pressure up. He's got to look for elimination. So he's going to head into this realm of Yang, regardless of whether he's got purples in the back pocket or not. And Arano has spent so much in the previous fight, he's not going to challenge him for it. As we take a look at KLA's T225, also with the ticket to head on into the realm of Yang.
Let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming here. Sadly, Yuan is going to be out of this. Let's see if they can figure this out here, as it's going to be X1 and XX1. Meanwhile, WBG and DRG is going to be fighting this out here. They're both going to be going airborne. Let's see if they can take the time to be able to rotate with this momentum and see if they can find it, as Wufeng is going to get hit with some of the blades coming in. Oh, beautiful parry just to find it. A massive reset, though, coming through here as Pace ends up just getting some nice strikes here on him as well. Here's Wufeng. He's going to try to see if he can keep it to the damage, though. Not enough. Misses out on the defense. Ends up getting carried. Both of them going to be able to carry through towards it. He's going to try to see if he can catch it with the ult. Finds him with it. Tries to see if maybe he hit him with the bow. Unsuccessful in being able to get that as well here, as he's going to be able to use his heals just to try to see if maybe he can connect it here. But at this point, he's just chasing just a little while longer, just to chase it out just a little while longer. Not being able to do enough, though. I'm surprised he hasn't caught him with the Arctic Wraith, though. Now he's going to be able to catch him all the way up top here, trying to see if he can close it down just a little while longer. Oh, nice defense on both sides here, making it a little bit easier. Decent shoulder check, trying to see if maybe he can find something. Trying to see if he can capture it for the parry. Not going to be able to do it on both sides here. Decent reset. Both of them are going to be able to run around towards that, or towards that aura. At least the sidestep is going to make it a little bit harder. Oh, and he does find a little bit of something. Nothing crazy. Wufeng catches the parry. Beautiful reset on Pace, though. Making it to where it's not going to be easy for them to both be able to do it. Oh, is able to come back and be able to catch up. Captures the blue on each side. Oh, the parry comes through. It's not looking good for Pace, though. He loses out on the first one. He loses out on the second. It's not looking good here. Pace slowly closing through. They might both end up losing out on this. Never mind. I take it back. The beautiful stride, the strike, and Pace is able to capture the second elimination towards this game, and a huge benefit for him in the realm of Yang.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely huge for Pace as he picks up his second elimination and continues to get the pressure here. That legendary weapon, the staff in the back pocket as well, one of his favored weapons here, but he's got to contend with DRG's Fong, who's up to 4 eliminations, but Pace is setting a pace here to possibly walk away with that MVP. Wufeng down below. Pace needs to find a good opening into this fight. This could be his third potential kill here, and he needs to make the most of this buff while he has it. He needs to put some aggression out and try to pick up an elimination for himself. Pace actually going to change the staff into the spear here. Huge for him as well. Also a really good weapon coming through. Pace looking to make something happen. Tries to go in off the uppercut. Wufeng on the backside here, trying to cut it up, but Pace going to keep the pressure up onto Wufeng. Wufeng going to find that charged R&B, though, off of the dual Hallies. T225 looking to come in. Pace is going to pop the F. T225 going to keep the pressure up on Wufeng. Well, Pace takes a reset here. T225 on the backside, looking for where Wufeng has gone. Wufeng up topside, looking to break away, looking for a reset. T225 looking for it. sees the trap, but doesn't see the Wu Fang. Wu Fang not going to pop the heal here. He does not want to reveal his position. Pace now trying to turn things around. Versa uptied. There we go. T225 going to come in onto Wu Fang. Unfortunately, we're going to see GG Shaw pick up WBG's fighter and eliminate him from the lobby here. Wu Fang keeping it going. Both Spider and Mike out yet again here in game number 7. Verse on to T225, getting some huge damage with the fist blades coming through. T225 does not want to see himself eliminated here. He knows he's got an opportunity to make something happen. He's got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left remaining, though, before Yang Depletion sends him out of this lobby and ends his hopes of walking away MVP. Verse still trying to keep the pressure up. T225 trying to find a full reset before he recommits to any one of these single fights, Dobby.
Even towards that here is going to get caught in between both here as T225 cannot afford to get caught in between both of them here. As T225 is deciding to back off. It's definitely one of the smarter plays to do currently here is Pace. Oh, he ends up losing. It's not looking good as he ends up popping the Arctic Raid. The question is, can he get out of harm's way just in the nick of time? Maybe he catches the slam. No! Oh. Pace. Oh, no, he's not fully eliminated. I thought that was just one of them, though. Unfortunately.
He's got Vermilion Birds, Mike. He's still okay there.
He's got the Vermil towards that moment here. Let's see if Arano's going to be able to go for the charge strike here. And sadly, wasn't able to connect with anything. T225 off Wolfang. He wants that payback. I'm not going to lie. T225, he wants that payback off Wolfang. He said, listen, you was coming at me a little crazy here. I'm coming at you. We going to fight. You and I. Oh, he ends up getting caught on fire. Oh, no, it's not looking good. No, T225, don't get caught up. Do not get caught up as he ends up trying to see if he can get back off. This is not looking good for him. Oh, he's getting chased. Oh, he's getting chased by everybody. Everybody's nearby. He barely can move. He barely can get out of harm's way. It's not looking good for him. Trying to see if maybe he can steal somebody from out which that section can be done. And just like that, he's out of it. 2 more players left. It's Arano. And it's Pace. Arano now getting chased by Verse. Verse trying to grief Arano from out of this game. Looks like Arano's going to be able to at least get himself all the way up top here.
Arano, unfortunately, even if he gets MVP, doesn't win here. He wasn't above that 30-point
threshold, he wasn't.
Crucially, before the start of the game. So he is now, but unfortunately, he can't possibly walk away the champion off this game. He could next game, though. Now that he is above the threshold, it just depends on how things pan out. It's all up to Pace, whether we see game number 8 or not right now. Verse, though, trying to go ahead and end things here for Arano. The ult going to come through on the side of Arano, though. Oh, my goodness. Really smart play there with the charge vertical off of that. Verse now in a bad spot here. Oh, my goodness. Huge horizontal slash, but the ult coming in from the side of Verse. This could be it for EWG's Arano as Verse comes through. Oh, my goodness. He's able to avoid the V2. The F comes out. We're going to see Shot come in and clean up the elimination onto Arano. That's going to be Arano heading back to the lobby. Shaw coming in there with that legendary dagger Soul J trying to clean things up, and now it's Verse who looks like he might be heading back to the lobby next. Oh my goodness, no! Did he walk through the trap? He's able to find the white armor swap, but TE Star in the wings. Verse not in a good place, ladies and gentlemen. He's holding on for dear life. 1 HP and a dream and a white armor swap to keep it going as we head to our next realm of Yang. It's going to be Paced yet again versus DRG's Fong. Fong, though, that legendary fan in the back pocket. Paced here with the purple dagger and the legendary spear holding on there. And there goes Versus. Star picks up the elimination. Who's the better player here with the dagger or the fan? Is it going to be Paced or is it going to be Fong? We're going to see now. Oh my goodness, the assassin's lunge coming through here from Pace on to Fong. Fong trying to go in. Now we're going to see the F invested on the side of Fong. Pace looking to come in off of the spear now. Get some huge damage into the uppercut combo there with the refreeze comes through, but the ult going to save him. No, it's not going to be enough. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. No place for Fong to go. The ult, the only thing holding him together here. And Pace just making it look easy, ladies and gentlemen, as he secures his 3rd elimination, secures himself a Realm of Yang, secures himself the white tiger and the legendary armor. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. Pace could be walking away.
Pace just has to be smart. He's got everything for him, but he can still lose it. He has to play this very, very smart.
Yes,
not only with how he's able to maneuver through a lot of these parties, because everybody's looking for that free 3rd party. And if they know that that's Pace, they're going to use what they can to absolutely grief this game from him.
So there's a problem for Pace, and that's DRG Fong. There's 4 players 5 players left alive in the lobby, and Fong is on 6 kills.
It's time to grieve.
Now, that said, Fong is on Yang depletion right now. Paste is sitting right here. I don't think Paste knows that Fong is there. He's doing a little bit of shopping, and Fong wants nothing to do with it. He does not want the ones again with Paste. Given that Paste now has that White Tiger's prowess, and he just lost a fight inside the realm of Yang. It's not what you want to go for.
He said, yeah, you got it. You got it.
And Fong gets lucky here. Paste somehow just does not catch wind of him chilling on the edge there. Paste is breathing a sigh of relief right now. Sorry, not Paste, Fong.
Even with that towards the extra immensement of it, let's see if they can keep that same energy towards it as Fong. 4 minutes left on the clock here. He's got to do some work here in order for him to get an elimination. Time is ticking. See if he can work towards it here. Meanwhile, Paste. So Paste really needs to get a first place in what? Maybe 4 eliminations? Like,
Realistically,
let's say
Fong
Fung
needs to
gets
be the next
eliminated.
person out of the lobby.
Yeah, let's say Fung gets eliminated out of this early with 6 eliminations. He doesn't get another one, and he's stuck there. All he really needs is 4 eliminations and a first place.
Yes, that would do it for him. That said, Fong not going to go quietly into the night if we know DRG's Fong.
No, absolutely not. He's gonna make it harder for sure. He's gonna keep it going. He's not going to make it easy on anybody here, especially with Pace too. Pace is keeping the same momentum. Pace is keeping the same amount of like continuation going.
Fong.
He is going to make the other sweat here, as Pace has to be careful. Like I said before, he's one of those players where, like I said, if everybody knows it, he cannot afford for all of them to start to chase. This is where the problem starts to lie in, where they really expect for it. But luckily, he has some of that shield where he really does start to give you a little bit more shield further on here. I do think, oh, beautiful strike towards that to connect it here. Uh-oh.
What a weird interaction that just happened between that Assassin's Lunge and Fong. That was so strange. Paste here going to need to pop this ult just to get away here. Very, very unfortunate. He does still have that White Tiger's prowess, so as long as he's running, he's getting those heals off, but he's only got it for 10 more seconds. He's got to try to create some distance and get himself a full reset and play keep away from the rest of the lobby till he gets that ult back online, and we see exactly what he's doing here. Unfortunately, the grapple cancel going to come in. He doesn't find that opportunity. Fong, though, that timer ticking away here.
Fong is griefing at this point.
Yeah.
He just wants to grief Pace.
I mean, that's exactly what he wants to do. Fong lives to grief other players, but it's Fong now who's getting griefed. Pace going to get the opportunity to get the reset here. Fong on 1 minute and 50 seconds now, but his JL's AIS coming in to save the day. Fong getting locked down in the dagger, and there it's gone, ladies and gentlemen. GG Shah picking up his 5th elimination of the game. Pace still needs 1 more and a first place finish, but it's doable with only 4 players left remaining in the lobby. Shah over here on the run.
This could be huge, though, for Pace. This could be absolutely. He is going to be the shark in this moment. Oh, no! But he doesn't end up getting parried. Oh, the reset comes in just equally as better, though, in that moment here. And now he still has the... Oh, no, it's not looking good, though, as he's still going to get caught up with
the Sky Pillar!
He still has the Sky Pillar, though. He decides, hey, you want to pull that out now? I can pull this out, too. What's up, buddy? Absolutely going to be a little bit more scary, though, as he does pop the ulti right next to Pace, though, making it a little bit harder. As he does decide, he's going to start to pop that little shield. Shah, dangerously low here. He's getting some pressure put on him as well here.
Shah, no ultimate. Oh, no, he's still got a little bit of ult tick left. I apologize. This is such a rough position for Shah. He's on the outside here. That Bane's Breath cutting off a lot of the map. Star, Jail's AIS. Now, no ultimate. Pace coming in with the full reset as well. Looking to make something happen. The parry for Pace. Oh my God, it's absolutely huge. Looking for the R&B. He will find the connection into the Bane's Breath zone. Shah with the white armor swap goes up airborne. No! GG Shah's going to get hit by the Bane's Breath here. This spells complete disaster for him. Another Bane's going to come down, and Star gets the eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. Pace needs 1 more elimination and a first place finish, and he can walk away with it all.
Oh, wait,
Star
just got hit with the
eating multiple Bane's Breaths as well.
GE just got hit with the Bane's Breath. It's looking real rough. He has a chance here. AIS. He gets another elimination on him in a first place finish. He's also going to be in the threshold as well here, but Pace can finish this. Pace really could finish this.
Pace just using the
has to
Sky
be
Pillar
careful
here.
not to get caught up in third party where both of them focus on him. He has the shot here. This is huge. I haven't seen this much pressure on a player like this in a minute in a solo game like this. This is interesting. I think he sees where Star is too. Oh yeah, he does. He wants to chase this. He wants to chase this. He wants to get some type of instance fighting right now. Right now, Pace is trying to be an instigator. And right now, here's SS1 Pace being Olympic medal instigator. As he's going to try to come in and cause some problems here. It looks like he might come up with some light insults, trying to see if maybe he can kind of come with this, maybe bring a little bit of some problems to one of the players. And it looks like he's going to be focusing on TE Star, but let's see if it actually connects. So that's going to be the real pressure as he ends up trying to, and he ends up duking him out. Ends up juking him on the outskirts here. He's juking him like crazy, though. I'm not going to lie. As Pace is going to be able to take his time here towards this. Oh, don't get caught by the... Don't get caught.
Pace really trying to threaten that Sky Pillar. Star's gonna have to come out here at some point. There we go.
Why would you do that, Pace? Pace, why would you go inside knowing there was a
Oh no, the Dragon's Roar. There we go. The F. He's got it though. Now Star and AIS. This is really good for Pace to actually. He forces these two in a fight. We're going to see Star actually head into the Bane's Breath, trying to utilize it here. Pace really wants to land the Sky Pillar. He wants to make the most of this buff while he has it, this mystic might that is he's got in the back pocket here. He also has that extra armor completely in the back pocket here. Still trying to land that Sky Pillar. Pace might be getting a little greedy with constantly trying to initiate on the Sky Pillar here, but AIS, TE Star on the run. Pace waiting. Oh my goodness, Star into the double Bane's Breath. This could be the moment that Pace needs to clutch the game out here. Ladies and gentlemen, if he can pick up this elimination, Star gonna go extremely low here. Pace on the chase here. Just needs to wait it out. Needs to play close. Star trying to play close to the vest, but Pace is gonna go for it. Pops the double ulti, leaves him with no ult. Star so low though.
Oh, Star's able to get away though.
He's going for the reset here. Comes on through. He's able to avoid those Bane's Breath for the last second. The full reset for Star. Will Pace be able to keep the pressure up? Star coming in here with the fan. The F going to be invested by Pace as well. The parry coming in from Pace though. The F2 immediately invested. The Sky Pillar up above. Star into the RMP. No! The Dragon's Roar from JL's AIS going to catch them both out. Pace a little unsuspecting there. Gonna take a lot of damage now. He's the one on the back foot. Star trying to come in with the fan. The Sky Pillar comes up. Doesn't connect onto Star. Star, though, with the cannon. The Sky Pillar gonna stop the cannon shot from coming through. AIS, TE Star trading blows. And it's gonna be Pace who gets the opportunity to take a full reset.
And it looks like here goes the reset, though, coming in from Star here. As AIS, surprisingly, doesn't never really, like, take advantage of it, though. Definitely giving them the opportunity for it, but sadly wasn't able to really find it. And it looks like the reset is going to be very helpful for him here as TE Star and AIS is still trying to see if maybe they can duke it out just a little bit more longer. And then able to put that up top here as Pace, just steady, able to balance it up back and forth here. Man, oh man, it's getting harder. I'm not gonna lie, it's definitely getting a little bit more hasty, and Pace has to be careful. Has to be very, very careful.
Pace here, man. He's really setting himself up for success. Sitting up top, he's got that legendary staff, the legendary armor in his back pocket here. That Saskatchewan Sky Pillar just constantly holding the space. He's forcing Star and AIS into fights consistently. He's got to be careful, though. This Dragon's Roar from AIS could really put a damper on his plans if he's not careful. But AIS really just trying to lock down Star here. Pace coming in, looking to go ahead and get something started here. On to TE. TE trying to get the parry there. Doesn't quite get the read. Oh my goodness, Pace in the back foot here. Forced to drop the F. The fire tick coming through, though. Pace going to come to the backside and look for the reset. Star doesn't want to give him the time, though. Pace able to get one off, though. Huge for him as now Star is the one on the back foot. Pace almost all the way to the ult. Star, though, going to have his ult back online at the same time here. That hottie ult gonna come through. Pace needs to be careful. He needs to not get aggressive like he did earlier with the ult. He needs to time star out of his ult and then come in these final moments. It's Zone 6 collapsing onto Zone 7 as we speak. Paced with a huge scale rush star though with the RMB off the fan coming in. Gonna catch another bit of damage there off of a quick RMB. Oh my goodness, the parry though from Pace. Absolutely huge. Star in the outside zone. Gonna be forced to pop the ultimate here. The nunchucks coming through, ladies and gentlemen. Star completely on the back foot. Pace though trying to come in aggressively yet again. Star just gonna go airborne as high as he can. Pace looking for the ult to come through. He's not quite gonna find it. Star gonna skywalk as best as he can here. The constant swap between ranged and melee so he doesn't get ticked
What
here.
comes up must come down.
There it is. AIS though looking to come in with those nunnies. Pace needs to find this elimination. Oh my goodness, there it is. Pace coming in. The Wisp gonna be invested. Pace needs to find it here. Looks for something, anything. The F2 invested. Will it be Pace who finds the elimination? He's so low. The F being forced out by Pace here. Oh my goodness, Pace picks it up on the TE Star. Ladies and gentlemen, that might be it. He still has to win this fight into AIS though. No, the Dragon's Roar into the zone. Pace on the back foot. Dobby, take it away.
Oh, it's definitely looking a lot more hectic here as Pace actually ends up taking him a little bit towards the airborne section here. As now, he's going to try to take his time here. He does have that gray shield swap, which is going to be really, really unfortunate here. He's going to try to take the parry coming through from AIS. He's going to send him on the outskirts. Pace ends up taking both eliminations and he wins, ladies and gentlemen. He clutches the game. He is your bi-weekly 2 champion.
Miracle World 2 ways, and let's congratulations our championship, which is our player, Pace. Congratulations. Please come to the center of the stage. We know it's a very hard time. I know for everyone, it's hard to imagine that you can get the championship. And we like to say thank you to every player. And now I would like to know what you want to say. I would like to say thank you to myself. And I would like to know, so for today or before, did you imagine that like this week you're going to be the bi-weekly final championship? And also we would like to know, so for today, it's a very hard time and the hardest time for you, what is it? I think the hardest time is the game 6. I'm really nervous at the time. And I would like to know, so you know now you have ability and your owner now belongs to you. And what's the reason why? Like for this week, you almost like are going to maybe just don't have chance to qualify of the bi-weekly final? Yeah, I think because, you know, another player, CDY, our club asked us like last week that maybe he will came here and it made me nervous. That's why I'm working really hard this week. Okay, we would like to say this is time, it's the honor and also belongs to your friend. We would like to say thank you to the player CDY and also it's belong to you. And I would like to know, so for the moment that you know you got this honor and also, you know, the latest game, we saw that a long time you're like one-on-one fighting with everyone in the solo game. What's the important things in your brain? I want to win. We know that always miracle works to the people who didn't give up, and we would like to say congratulations again. Now it's time to enjoy your honor. Okay, so please just our Scarro and stamp, and now it's time for you to stamp your name on the Scarro. You know, this week prove us again in NARAKA, if you want to win, and you will do it. Okay, now it's time to show the Scarrow and the Seal.
好，来有请。接下来，请佩斯盖上属于你的
Okay, now it's
周
time.
杰的冠军
Stand
烛龙印。
your seal on the Scarrow here.
好的，请归还我们的冠军印章，同样来到你的这个冠军卷轴面前。来，有请佩斯站到冠军卷轴面前，看一下。
Okay, now we can stand here and take the photo together. Let's memorize this really miracle and amazing time. And congratulations again, our second bi-weekly final championship of the solo game, which is Paste.
呼声特别高啊！刚才可以看到山上的兄弟们都在为
You
你加油
know,
打气。
today in the venue, like all the audience, they are standing here and clapping and shouting loud for you. I know it's an excited time. How do you think about your performance today? I think I'm really lucky I have a good status today. But for some, like our player, like Mike and Spider, maybe they don't have really good status. And maybe they can just adjust and rest for several days. And we will see in Nbpl again.
有句话叫 不服就干，只要敢打
We
敢
know
拼就完
in
事儿了。
Chinese old saying, we have a saying like, don't imagine too much and don't think too much, just fight. And for you, I would like to, I want to know, at the moment that you maybe will get the bi-weekly championship, what you think about.
那么
I think don't think too much, just fight.
一直以来支持你的粉丝和自己的
Okay, and also say something to your club and also to your fans. I would like to say I'm very sorry that like the last time I'm not qualified for the final, but I would like to say thank you because you give me chance again to stand here and to prove myself. I really want to say thank you. Okay, let's give some. Let's say something to your Trolls game teammate. I would like to say, cheer up, cheer up. Don't think too much, just cheer up.
再次把掌声送给你，希望继续努力，获得
Okay, we know that in SS1 maybe we will say always fighting. Okay, let's congratulations again our second bi-weekly final championship of solo game, which is from SS1 Paste.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dobby, what a game to end it on, man. Paste. Dude, he played his absolute mind out. The man, I know, right? He's got the patience of a saint. Dobby hitting his zen over here. Home.
That's what it felt like to be him in that moment. He had to be in his, don't get too greedy, don't get too hasty, don't pull back too far, let them fight it out, and then you miss the opportunity. It was like, he's got to be able to pull the throttle and then pull it off. Pull the throttle, pull it off. You know, push, you know, it's this back and forth. And it's phenomenal how he played that towards the very end here. I mean, he read that and he was able to get away. He got away with some free stuff, I ain't gonna lie. He kind of got away with some free stuff. He got lucky with a few different pieces. And once he was able to really find that moment, he used it to his advantage. I'm not gonna lie, being able to get the elimination through the gate though was crazy. I didn't expect him to do that. I was not ready for that. That was the only thing that tripped me out.
Look, I'll tell you, I thought he threw at one point, right? The first time we see Hottie pop the ult there, and he aggressively pops ult to chase, I'm really like, that leaves you no ult to turn around and
No.
fight this other fight. You still need to take a reset. Like, it felt super greedy, but somehow against the odds, he's able to divert the attention off of him back onto the Hottie. To be fair, the Hottie a lot more vulnerable once he's out of his ult, right? The Justina has that F1. He's able to pop that to break out of the nunchucks, right? He had that Dragon's Roar, absolutely devastating for anybody caught out. But since Justina can pop the F1, she gets some healing back on it. I feel like that's why the target selection kind of moves off of her and moves on to the Hottie. The Hottie's a lot more vulnerable into that Dragon's Roar. Also, if you have the choice to play into a player who has Sky Pillar or a player who doesn't, you kind of want to target select, lock down the player who doesn't have that legendary Soul Jade for you to deal with. Go ahead and get them out of the lobby before you kind of face check somebody who's throwing Sky Pillar around all the time. And we see, what does Pace do? He's constantly making it known, like, hey, if you come near me, I'm gonna hit you with that Sky Pillar. I do not care. Speaking of which, we're gonna take a look at the scoreboard. Here it is. Pace with 5 eliminations. First place finish, that multiplier getting him enough points to overcome Fang's 6 eliminations earlier in the game for a game score of 9. Absolutely insane. Pace plays his hearts out, and because of that, he's going to be walking away with his first ever bi-weekly championship, Dobby.
Absolute finish here. Absolutely incredible. Pace. That was a remarkable finish. Not only a remarkable finish, that was an incredible finish.
Oh man. What a game. What a way to end it, Dobby.
What a way to end it.
We love to go to game 8, but if we had to end on game 7, I don't think there's a better way to end it on game 7.
Oh, absolutely.
Dobby, you're gonna have to take these away, bro.
Let's see if we can keep this going as we're going to look back at the replays here. Coming in from all of this is Arano. Catches that first elimination. And then we're going to be able to see Mike end up getting caught by Verse here. Verse was really like a problem at first here. As we saw Wufong putting in some massive hits onto Pace from earlier here. I mean, Pace really having a few close calls here. Him being able to dictate that one was a really, really smart decision, a really great move, and being able to anticipate when he was able to strike that down was absolutely phenomenal here. What a strike finish towards that. And then same thing as well, Arano with Wufang being able to kind of be that middle ground, right? GG shot, catches the elimination under Arano. This was the one that was really close, not gonna lie. Fung comes through with it. Beautiful shutdown. Oh, look at that. Oh, doesn't even give him a chance. He says, nope, see you later, buddy. He just juggles him the whole time. This is the one where you were like, how is he still alive? Fung, look at Fung. Shot. Huh? What? Back outside. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, he says, what's up? I'm going to put you in the blender, Fung. What's up with it, baby? And then the final moments. Pace. Trying to hold strong here. It takes that time. He's waiting for the anticipation. He watches him strike. Boom. Jump parry right from behind, catches him on the outskirts, hits him with the outer, lets the bow do the talking. And Pace says, I'm that guy. I don't know why y'all questioned. I don't know why y'all questioned me. I told y'all I'm nice. I don't think you understand. I'm really him. Just like that, down to the very bottom. And just up top. At 40.9, Pace takes it. 9-point game. Strong. Gets the finish. Gets the shutdown. Gets the shutdown. Gets the finish and says, see you later, buddy. I am that guy. His first bi-weekly. What a finish. What a proud showing for Pace, and especially with SS1. As we look at the top 3, KLA 6225, just short. When it comes to the total kills and total damage, 66,000. Verse, a little under that, 60,000 with 16K. Just the insane amount. But I know that SS1, I know that he turned up in that last game.
Yeah. Look at this. He has 23 eliminations, and he's got 82,000 damage. He almost has 20,000 damage above everybody else in the league, Dobby.
Kind of insane.
Just a crazy day for Paste. He came out for it, Dobby. He said, nobody is taking this away from me. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. SS1's Paste, the winner of our Solos Bi-Weekly 2 for your summer split here in the NBPL.
Wow. Kind of insane with everything that's going on here and the absolute shutdown and a lot of really amazing stuff here to be able to shoot that. But congratulations to Pace getting that bi-weekly final for the solos. Absolutely puts it down and lets them know, hey, listen, clutch time, bunch time. Popcorn is already done. The whole bag. That was worth it. It was very much worth it for all of that popcorn that I just consumed. NARAKA BLADEPOINT, thank you. Especially you, Pace. Thank you. Specifically to you. You have me go scarf down straight popcorn while I'm in the middle of casting. Just because of how hectic and how insane that got. Because you scared me way too many times. Way too many times. There was no reason for you to have me at the edge of my seat that often, thinking that you were going to be the one that ends up getting caught in between both players at the same time. I didn't need that. I didn't need for you to scare me that much. But you did anyway.
Look,
And somehow
Dobby, it was great game. These are the moments we live for, right? You know, we talked about that Volpine essence in the previous game being one of those moments that's going to make it up on the reels, and that moment definitely makes it up on the reels. You just don't see that. But this final fight, this whole ring around the rosy between these three players, this is all one big moment on that reel. This is all one big video. You know what I'm saying? Just
Exactly.
a crazy way to end the day. But speaking of end of the day, it does not end our bi-weekly, because tomorrow we're coming back. You've got Duncan and Moxie going to be bringing you your trios finals for the bi-weekly. You don't want to miss out on that. As you can take a look here for the schedule for that day, it's going to be Morris Isle, Praedoria, Hollowroth, Praedoria, Hollowroth, Morris Isle. And then if we go to games 7 and 8, you're going to be heading back to Hollowroth and Morris Isle to round the day out. You're not going to want to miss those finals, especially if you didn't get your special drops from today. Don't miss out on the opportunity to come back tomorrow and get your drops then, because you don't want to miss out on that exclusive avatar. You can only get it this bi-weekly final. So if you didn't get it today, make sure you get your account linked and you come back tomorrow for those trios.
And on top of that, those trios are going to be really, really good because, like we said before, if you thought the solos was crazy, the trios is going to be absolutely phenomenal as everything comes together here towards the end of the game. I mean, listen, Brune, it's amazing to be able to cast with your brother. As always, the vibes is always very high. You keep me up, I keep you up. It's both just, you raise me up. In every which way, shape, or form, brother. It's always amazing to be able to cast with you, and the vibes are always phenomenal, especially when it comes to these games. And why do we always get the really good game? Like the really good.
I'm here for it, Dobby. You know, I'm always here for it. Likewise, I'm always here for all of you at home watching. Appreciate it. We couldn't do what we do without you guys coming through, watching these incredible games. And we love to be here, being the ones who bring you all of the action, especially for these solos. Me and Dobby, you and me, man, we've been getting the solos this season, and I really enjoy it. It's back, a return to form for us all the way back when we first started casting Morris Cup. It's been over 3 years now, Dobby. Time absolutely flies, big dog.
Wow. It seems like just yesterday we were at the studio and we were going there and we were getting ready with our suits, and I was telling you, stop wearing that same leather vest. You know,
you get off my leather vest. I like my leather vest.
I was like, you got at least get a different vest. Like, you know, at least have a different one. I can understand if you had like multiples of like different versions. I couldn't say much, but we're the same one, you know. And just the way that things have changed over time in terms of these games and how we've seen it. I mean, obviously, we were able to see one Z ping in terms of that game. In that game, the one Z ping was the one that won. But just like that, in terms of them winning, we're also going to win too. We're also going to skedaddle up on out of here. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate all of y'all. Lovely people, both in chat, on YouTube, on Twitch, and anywhere else. Make sure to hit that follow button. We'll see you guys tomorrow for trios, more vibes. Me and Rune, we'll chat you tomorrow.